Odyssey Sports Station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Now 4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot. Oh! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the lead. Richard! Oh, the Rockets win the game.
That was wild, man. That was as much fun as I've had watching a regular season basketball game that I can remember. The Rockets beat the Celtics last night 114-112. That means in the last week they've beaten the top two teams in the Eastern Conference 3 times. The Cavaliers twice, the Celtics last night. They're off to Atlanta tonight to play that makeup game from the game that got froze out a couple of weeks ago. But a joyous Tuesday morning as we come in. Another local team winning a game. That's cool. I'm Sean Pendergast. He's Seth Payne. How are you this morning, my friend?
It was really cool as Dylan Brooks hits, was it 10?
10?
10 threes?
10 threes.
I lost track after 7 was his career high, and then he just went ahead and tacked 3 more on. I like that when Amen Thompson hit that game-winning pull-up jumper, that it was a mid-range too, which is something that the Rockets intentionally were bad at for many, many years of the last almost dynasty.
It's like a Euro step joint, man, right in the lane.
Yeah, well, and it speaks to in clutch moments, hey, the philosophy of hitting nothing but layups and threes over and over and over again. You tend to stack up some impressive victories and stats and everything during the regular season, but in crunch time or in a 7-game series, you got to be able to shoot from anywhere, and Amen Thompson did that at the very end of the game.
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, he had Jaylen Brown on him, man, like one of the best players in the NBA, and they inbound the ball to him. He shakes him, little Euro step jumper, little hits the shot. And Amen Thompson was amazing all night. I've usually got Twitter open during these games, and my timeline is curated to get a decent amount of NBA stuff on there, and he is getting all of a sudden getting a ton of attention. His insertion into the start. Oh, good, the game's on repeat in the studio here. That won't distract me at all.
If only you had the technological ability to turn it off, which I'm not being passive-aggressive towards Sean here.
No.
We cannot control the TV in our studio.
It's one of the dumbest things ever.
They're priming us for Big Brother to start telling us what to do.
Yeah, it's weird.
At some point
the weirdest thing
soon,
ever.
it's going to be some scary-looking dude holding a cat telling us who to kill.
I literally have to wait for Aaron Raybald to get to work to change the channel on the TV. I don't want him to today. But Amen Thompson, Seth, he's getting a ton of attention. I wonder if he makes a late run here to get into the All-Star game. Ryan Hollins and Craig Ackerman on the broadcast last night were dropping a little bit of that confectionery sugar in towards the end, because I think Alperen Şengün's he's got a decent chance of making the West. Someone from the Rockets needs to make the All-Star team just because of where they are in the standings. Like they've obviously put a nice nucleus together here, and they've got guys playing at that level right now. Now the team, like Şengün, you could have argued last year deserved to make it, but the team wasn't at a level where a first-time All-Star is gonna get in. But Amen Thompson last night, man, first 30-point game, I think. He went 30 and 10 again.
I don't want this for Amen Thompson, but I kind of almost would like the Rockets to have 0 All-Stars and just to take that as their ethos into the playoffs. Right.
Yeah.
The no-name NBA team. The old school blue-collar NBA team. Yes.
He had a it was kind of a typical Rockets game for a while in a way. I mean, they've been pretty good at building leads on these good teams in games, and then they've made these good teams, Cleveland in particular, made runs back at them, and the Rockets are able to punch back. The Celtics punch back in a big way. Jason Tatum last night was like invisible for the first 2.5 quarters of the game. I'm like, is he sick or something? Like, he's out there, I see him, but he's not doing anything. And I was about to text you and say, like, man, dude, what is wrong with Jason Tatum? And then he literally scored 10 points, like, in a row. Like, he turned into Jason Tatum again. He scored the tying basket with 5 seconds left that led to the sequence where Amen Thompson hits the game winner. the game winner wasn't even Amen Thompson's best sequence in that game. He had a sequence in that game. The Rockets fell behind 101 to 89 in the fourth quarter. There's about 8 minutes to go in the game. And they make a run. They get a timeout. They start making a run back at the Celtics. It's 101 to 100. Amen Thompson hits a layup. The Celtics it's 101-98. Amen Thompson hits a layup to make it 101 to 100. The Celtics come down, and Drew Holiday's getting ready to load up a three-point shot. Amen Thompson comes out of nowhere, blocks it, saves it, and then hits a reverse layup at the other end to make it 102 to 101. That was a sequence that would tension last night. He's an incredible player, man. Like he is the best player on this basketball team. And it was cool to see you said Dylan Brooks also, man, the 10 I don't know where you are, like the 10 threes. Like you needed all of them last night to beat the Celtics.
Yeah, and so that was the second of a 4-game road trip where the first 2 games have been very, very impressive. And now they face the Hawks, which is not as much of a challenge, but it's their third game on a road trip.
Back to back, yeah.
Yeah. So this is fun. There's zero part of me that is watching last night and thinking, "Whew, if only they get Jimmy Butler on this team." If Jimmy Butler can be located, because last he was seen he was walking out of a team shoot around, and now he's suspended by the team for 5 games or more.
Yeah,
so if they can find him, if they can locate him, I still don't want him.
No, take please. You know, they'll get my name out of your mouth thing. Like the odds boards, get the Rockets' name out of your mouth when it comes to putting the Rockets on an odds board for Jimmy Butler. I want nothing to do with Jimmy Butler.
Well, and that's the 2 elements of this pretty tough stretch of schedule that they've had was, okay, how are they going to do without Jabari Smith Jr.? Mm-hmm. You can check off that box. And it's not like, oh, I don't need Jabari Smith Jr. back. But no, he's already on the roster. And when he comes back, he comes back. But there's no part of me that wants to listen to all the people outside of Houston that were thinking, well, the Rockets need to bring in Draymond Green if they're going to keep this up defensively.
Right. All right. No, it's one of those things. The Jabari Smith Jr. thing is interesting, Seth, because he gets injured. He was a starter. The big thing with Amen Thompson, and I'll throw Tari Eason in there when he's healthy, was the Terror Twins. The 2 guys coming off the bench, changing the vibe. Like, sometimes you stumble into things, you know, and Jabari Smith Jr. opens up a spot for Amen Thompson to go into the starting lineup. And with Amen Thompson in the starting lineup, this team is legit. Like, they are legit. And you can't put Amen Thompson back on the bench because he plays 42 minutes a night now. That's the other thing about him. Like, he is tireless. Like, he doesn't look like he needs to come off the floor ever. And when he's on the floor, he changes the game for these guys.
Which is, again, when Jabari Smith Jr. does come back, and he'll have probably about a month or so left in the regular season, he can ease his way back in.
That's a good point.
And whichever role, however they choose to divvy up the minutes, it's looking pretty formidable if everybody else can stay healthy.
Yeah, these are fun is the right word, man. These games are fun. Craig Ackerman is killing it on these calls too, man. Like that's a guy. You know how I feel about. I'll just use the opposite end of the spectrum. Obviously, someone who's more seasoned and has more pelts on the wall than Craig. But Al Michaels just doesn't sound like he's having fun during these Amazon games.
Partly because those games tend to be such dismal affairs.
But Ross Tucker sounds like he's having a blast, and he does the exact same games, the exact same types of games as Al Michaels sometimes. You know, like off the grid, Thursday night, NFL Net, whatever it is, it can be 40-7, and Ross sounds like he's having a blast. Ackerman sounds like he is really enjoying his job. Like he's having a blast.
It feels a little bit the way I think we noticed last year with Vandermeer. It's impossible as a play-by-play guy not to be genuinely more excited when you're actually watching exciting things happen on a football field instead of trying to figure out what David Johnson's going to do for you today.
Yeah, well, you're watching things that you feel like are going somewhere. You know, like this is leading to something. And Craig and Ryan both in the postgame last night were saying, like, they were kind of echoing what you and I were saying. Like, no, this team, as constructed, is a legit contender right now. I know it's regular season and postseason is different, and these are the defending champs. And the Celtics, I mean, they had their 2 best players on the floor last night, but they were missing a couple. You know, Derek White wasn't out. They're missing a couple pieces last night. It's still the Celtics in Boston, and they still were up 12 with 8 minutes to go with their 2 All-Stars on the floor, and you punched back on the road against them.
If you're the play-by-play on a team that's being dismantled and everything's being traded away, it's
not good.
It's like being the play-by-play for the Donner Party. If Wagon Trains had play-by-plays, it's like, well, boy, we've got a big challenge ahead of us. There are those mountains, and we'll see. We'll see how we fare.
I wish we had footage of that. That would have been
the play-by-play guy on the Donner Party was probably the first to go.
Oh my God!
Just like, this guy's depressing us.
Oh my
Heck
God.
off! Well, don't even kill him first. Let's just start eating him.
That's funny. Well, Ross Tucker today at 7:00. Anxious to get Ross Tucker's thought.
Donner Party, interesting.
Oh, for sure.
And fun, a fun affair.
For sure. For sure. So he'll join us at 7:00 today. We got a new president of the Texans yesterday. We'll talk about that in headlines. His name is Mike Toman, and
has he been inaugurated yet?
He's not been inaugurated yet. I don't know when the inauguration is, but he's got a gaudy resume, my friend. He's got a gaudy resume with lots of stadium experience on it.
Yeah, right. Because this is something that the previous team president, Grissom, Greg Grissom, had mentioned at an event we had a few months ago. Is about how, hey, it's coming up time on when most teams in the NFL, because 25 years is too long for a building to exist. It's time to start thinking about a new stadium. Yep.
Did you notice that?
Nothing to see here,
did you
citizens of America. There's nothing that feels like ancient Rome right here. This gleaming Colosseum is 25 years old. Trash.
The Texans,
let's build a new one next to it.
The Texans tweeted the announcement of hiring Mike Toman. They tweeted out a picture of NRG Stadium with the announcement. It wasn't a picture of Mike Toman. It was a picture of NRG Stadium. I'm like, that's very subtle.
There's two things you hope for when you're going for a new stadium. The thing that makes it easiest is a roaring economy locally and Super Bowl championship.
Yes.
That's the first order of business in getting funding for a new stadium is always to win a Super Bowl.
Well, let's get the right OC, and we'll see what happens here. So we got to get to today on the show. If you are just waking up and you're opening up the app, stick with us here for at least 60 minutes every day. Stick with us for the whole show and the whole day. But if you stick with us for 60 minutes, you can win a slam dunk trip to Vegas, and that could be yours by tuning into Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. Live, rewind, or show podcast. Doesn't matter. Just listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes, and you get your daily entry. So do it every day. And you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. The latest on the Texans OC search, they interviewed an interesting name yesterday. And C.J. Stroud, let's go back in the Wayback Machine and hear C.J. Stroud talk about one of the candidates who has been interviewed. We will do that coming up next.
How close are the Texans to Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we've had, that we know of, that have been reported, 2 interviews for the Houston Texans open coordinator job. Gerard Johnson reportedly is interviewed for it. Quarterback coach the last couple of years, has a very tight relationship with C.J. Stroud. We'll hear from C.J. on that in just a minute. Audio from back about a year ago talking about Gerard Johnson. And then Jeff Nixon, who was the OC at Syracuse last year. He's bounced around a little bit, Seth. He's crossed paths with Chip Kelly. He was on Chip Kelly's staff in San Francisco back in 2016. He was attached to Matt Rule for both at Baylor. He was the co-OC at Baylor. Then he was with Matt Rule in Carolina. He was the interim OC there. He was actually calling plays there. It sounds like maybe after Rule got fired by Dave Tepper. And then he was the Syracuse OC last season, and I don't know how many people followed Syracuse football, and I get it, it's college, not pro, but we are talking a lot about Chip Kelly, who was the OC at Ohio State last year.
Yeah.
Obviously, Chip Kelly's got a more gaudy resume than Jeff Nixon. But if you didn't follow Syracuse last year, they were a really, really high-powered offense. He took Kyle McCord, who was mediocre at Ohio State, and turned him into one of the most productive quarterbacks in the country last year.
I think the important thing, if you hear at first, they're hiring the OC from Syracuse, you might think, they're bringing in this college guy. Since 2007, most of his jobs have been in the NFL. Mm-hmm. He had a 3-year stint at Baylor as the co-offensive coordinator, and then last year as the OC for Syracuse. But he's been mostly an NFL guy, working in various jobs. And it's intriguing. That's an interesting one. I think Gerard Johnson obviously is intriguing as well. I would say, just if I were to go just by my main criteria that I said at the onset, I want a guy that's got experience calling plays, especially. And whether it's in the NFL or college or whatever it might be, I think Nixon's got a lot more experience than Gerard Johnson in that front. Gerard Johnson has the advantage of having a relationship with C.J. Stroud. Whatever input C.J. Stroud had into the matters, or that'll be a factor. It's not the only factor, but if I were to go by my initial criteria, I'd have to say, okay, I like Jeff Nixon more than Gerard Johnson. I'm going to be cool with whoever they hire and just hope and trust that they make a better decision this time. But it's that right now, I want as much play calling experience as possible because it's a big deal. It's the difference between shooting at a target and live fire drills. It's just it's a whole different environment if you've never done it before.
Here is so Jeff Nixon, Syracuse OC, and then Gerard Johnson. And Gerard's an interesting one because he's obviously very capable. He's very well thought of. As you point out, he's got a very close relationship with C.J. Stroud. I do feel like there's a big segment of the fan base that just wants new.
Move on completely.
Yeah, wants new. Right. Doesn't want anybody who's been doesn't want an internal promotion for the offensive line. Doesn't want an internal promotion for the offensive coordinator's role. On that side of the ball, they just want to, kind of blow it up, move on, get something new.
That's where the dicey part of it is that you got to also look at last year in 2023, or 2 years ago, I guess now, in 2023, that both Bill Lazor and Gerard Johnson were in the room and working with C.J. Stroud. So it's not like you want to throw everything out the window. There are people in the organization who have done well with them. But yes, as the fan base, I can sense that. I think there's a lot of them that want to move on from Kubshanistan, and I get that 100%. I'm not a matter of finding the right guy who's going to be innovative, and most importantly, I need an offensive coordinator who understands that it's not just play calling, it's execution, and that poor execution starts with the offensive coordinator. That's what the offensive coordinator's job is. I watch all these people gushing at what Steve Spagnuolo can do and how brilliant he is at scheming. And I feel like it does a disservice to Steve Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator of the Chiefs. It does a disservice to how hard it is to coach up all that stuff. Mm-hmm. There's lots of guys that are smart enough to draw up on a whiteboard what Steve Spagnuolo does. It's an entirely different scenario to actually get guys to execute it on the field. They're brilliant at disguising their blitzes and rotating their coverages and doing all these things that just turns a quarterback's brain into mush. That's easy to do on a whiteboard. It's really hard to get guys to do it. That's the execution part. So this next offensive coordinator needs to be a guy who can't just scheme but can actually coach and teach and get guys to execute.
Yep, I agree with that. Here was C.J. Stroud this time a year ago. It was about a year ago, almost to the day. He was asked about Gerard Johnson and his relationship with Gerard.
Yeah, Gerard, I've known Gerard since I was 16. I was in the Elite 11 with him, and he was my quarterback coach there. And one thing, man, I can say about Gerard, man, is like, when you talk about someone who knows how to play the position of quarterback and knows how to relay something, but also just a great person, man, a guy who loves football. He loves his family. He's a great family man. And somebody who's taught me just a tremendous amount of information. But on top of that, man, put a lot of confidence into me as well. Like when I was 16 at Elite 11, we did like this little like circle group. It was like all the quarterbacks in my group. And Gerard's one thing for me was like, be confident. Because at that time, like I wasn't really the highest recruit. I wasn't who I will become. You know what I'm saying? And I always knew that it would be a possibility, but I didn't hear it out like those type of the Gerard I looked up to. Like he played at Texas A&M, I knew that, and stuff like that. And when he was like, "Man, you need to be more confident," like, and it was just like it changed my life. You know what I'm saying? And from there, like fast forward, I'm here with him my rookie year. It's been just a blessing to work with him, and whatever happens, man, I'm excited for him, and he deserves everything that's coming for him, and I'm super blessed to be able to work with him.
It is interesting, like the little thing you say to somebody that they remember and that affects, obviously that affected CJ. We're talking like 6-7 years later, and he's still talking about what Gerard said to him in that circle group that they had. To be clear, I would love for Gerard Johnson to remain in the building in his current capacity. If whoever the OC is thinks that Gerard is a good person to still have around as the quarterback's coach, that there's value in the relationship that he has with C.J. Stroud. And, you know, depending, I don't know what Gerard's other options are going to be. If the new OC comes in and for some reason wants his own quarterback's coach, we know that the New York Jets, he was at least of interest or interviewed with the New York Jets for their OC job. I don't know where that's going. They just introduced Aaron Glenn yesterday, so that's probably, I'm guessing maybe still a work in progress. OC jobs out there for him, but the next regime, the next OC wants Gerard there. I think there's tremendous value to having him remain here as the quarterback's coach.
You know, the interesting thing about hiring an offensive coordinator who's never had play calling experience before, maybe I'll be a little bit more forgiving of the hiring of Bobby Slowick, in that the Texans at that moment when they hired Bobby Slowick, I think you could say, okay, this is a turnaround. You're starting at the basement, and you're going to work your way up. Yeah. And if we have some growing pains early on, then so be it. Our offensive coordinator can grow and learn in these first couple seasons, where all of a sudden they went into hyperspeed.
They were a little too good.
Right, now you're at a spot where, okay, we don't have time for Bobby Slowick to have growing pains.
Yeah.
And any offensive coordinator, the first time he's actually calling those plays and wearing that headset, and it's his voice talking to the quarterback on the field, there's a learning curve. And I just don't think that this is the right situation to take an offensive coordinator where there's going to be a learning curve.
Yeah.
And that's why I want experience. Now, if we go to, say, Byron Leftwich, when he was the offensive coordinator for the Bucs, that was with Bruce Arians as his head coach, offensive-minded head coach. That's a different scenario. Right now, you've got a defensive-minded head coach who's still very actively involved with the defense. And without a guy over the offensive coordinator that can be that offensive mind for him, I just want a guy that's already well along on that learning curve. We don't have time. We don't have time. CJ's in his third year. We don't have time for learning curves or rookie offensive coordinator or rookie play caller.
Well, yeah.
And that's not a shot at Gerard Johnson whatsoever.
No.
I think he's got the potential to end up being a very good offensive coordinator. I just don't think he's the right fit for what this team needs right now.
I would agree. Well, and for what the expectations are for this team right now. Like you said, I mean, they by virtue of making the playoffs, D'Amico's first 2 years, have probably put themselves in conversations that maybe they didn't even expect to be in coming into last season. So
I mean, the exception is, though, to point out, to make a counter-argument to myself, okay, Sean McVay, I don't think he had any actual play-calling experience before he took the job, and he did all right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he was also known as a boy genius for years and years.
True. But, there have been other guys, like Mike McDaniel, I don't think was a play caller, and he got to Miami and did a pretty good job there. Like that Shanahan-Kubiak tree has borne a lot of fruit that did well as first-time play callers. So I don't blame D'Amico for hiring Bobby in the first place. I don't.
You know what? McVay was the offensive coordinator with the Commanders for 3 seasons. I don't know if he was the play caller or not, though, so I'll fact-check myself. Regardless, it's not – and I'm not presenting any of that as saying, oh, the Texans absolutely cannot do that. But that's one of my biggest concerns about hiring a guy who hasn't called plays before or been the offensive coordinator is just that the team's too good.
Yeah.
The team's potentially too good right this moment.
Yeah,
if you had an offensive-minded head coach, it would be a whole different scenario.
Yep. So Jeff Nixon interviewed, Gerard Johnson interviewed. I guess the fact that they're conducting these interviews would lead us to believe that they didn't stir ready to go when they fired Bobby Slowick. Like it's a process, or if they did, it's somebody who's taking their time and not necessarily saying yes. And I'm referring to guys like Chip Kelly that might be available, but are also of interest to teams around the league. According to DJ Bieneme, Seth, C.J. Stroud declined a trip to the Pro Bowl. He was the second alternate in the AFC behind the 3 named starters and then Patrick Mahomes, who obviously Patrick Mahomes was the first alternate. He's obviously busy the next couple of weeks. So I don't know which of the 3 quarterbacks that were selected to go are bowing out. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. I don't know which of them is bowing out, but CJ would have been the next in line to go. Last year he went and had a good time, made a few throws in that flag football game that got a lot of attention. But as DJ Bieneme frames it, this is the beginning, or he says at least he thinks, DJ, that this is the beginning of CJ's offseason of putting his head down and going to work.
Right, yeah, and it could be multiple things. For one, we know CJ was banged up by the end of the year, and he tried to downplay and minimize it after he basically used it as an explanation for some of his errant throws.
Yeah.
But he tried to downplay it after that. Now, it's the Pro Bowl games. It's not the Pro Bowl football game. It's basically the Pro Bowl Olympics of athletic skills.
Like a backyard barbecue.
So I don't think it was anything where he would have worried about injuring himself or not rehabbing, but maybe that has a little to do with it as well. But also just put your nose down and just going to work. If this is all part of that, I'm all for it. Yes, either, and I don't think he lacked commitment or dedication, but I think some of the hoopla, he basically said at the end of the season that he really didn't know. He thought he knew, but he didn't know just how hard it was going to be in his second year, and I think it's going to be a different type of offseason.
All right, based on this, he's not going to the Pro Bowl. It's not so he went last year. And then he was the belle of the ball on Radio Row last year. He was everywhere on Radio Row. This is purely a guess. You and I have no information to tell us whether or not he'll be there. Do you think he's on Radio Row this year when we're there next week?
He might have previously existing contracts with sponsors that include this as part of it. So I'll be surprised if he's not there for at least one day, just because he might have some sponsorships lined up. But I also know that there was a point at Ohio State where he basically told his advisors, hey, all this NIL stuff is getting to be a little too much. I want to keep the main thing, and focus on football. So maybe he'll bow out of some of those contracts or some of those endorsements. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. I hadn't thought about that. He may have obligations to go there. The Fine Cartel got Will Anderson. That was on the grid yesterday, and we didn't get to it. But remember when Will Anderson said this after the loss to the Chiefs?
This organization, this team, all year, man, he has blessed us and favored us tremendously, man. And I just got to give all glory to him. And we knew it was going to be us against the refs going into this game. And I talked to you guys early this week. And I was just saying, we got to go out there. We got to do it. In some instances, we didn't do that. In some instances, we did. So we just got to keep going, man. Next offseason, get the guys together, man, and everybody just coming together and just keep building that team chemistry and get past this hump.
That's my favorite. All glory to God. He put us in this position, and we knew it'd be us against the refs.
That was gonna get fined.
Hell yeah!
I just knew it. Now, notably, neither Henry To'oTo'o nor Will Anderson were fined for their flagged hits in that game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
You don't say.
That's as close as you're going to get to the acknowledgement from the league that the Texans done got screwed in that regard, at least.
Yeah, the calls. It's weird because I thought fines kind of came with that normally when it's an unnecessary roughness penalty. That's strange, huh? Interesting.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
He got the max for his us against the refs comment. He got the full $25K for that one.
I told you before, back when I was a player, when you got fined, the money all goes to charity. And it used to be that you could choose from a list of different charities that the NFL they wanted to be sure you weren't donating to your own foundation or something like that. So I believe now, if they haven't changed this, the fines are donated to the Professional Athletes Foundation to support Legends in Need, those are retired NFL players, and the NFL Foundation to support the health, safety, and wellness of athletes across all levels, including youth football.
Okay.
So Will Anderson's basically donating that money to me.
To you, I know.
I'm a bigger fan than ever. The Texans themselves have donated 25% of all that money that's going to go to me.
That's beautiful.
I love that the Texans are a heavily fined team.
You should, at training camp next year, you should walk up to all the players that got fined this past season and thank them.
I should, yes.
You should, we should film you thanking all the players for getting
fined.
That's
why Kareem's gotten so violent late in his career, Kareem Jackson.
Because he knows he's paying himself. I know it's coming back to me. It's all good. Did you see that I know you did. The audience may not have. That's a question for the audience more than you. I love that they elevated Kareem. The Bills did from the practice squad the day of the Chiefs game. I'm texting you. I'm like, oh, Brandy's goon strategy. It's in effect.
I thought they were going to.
She's a genius.
He would have been the perfect guy to launch over the pile on a tush push or something like that. Just go ahead. I was waiting to see Kareem Jackson if the Chiefs had a kneel down at the end of the first half. just kitchen sink with Kareem right there as the tip of the spear. Yes. Two guys pushing Kareem from behind into Patrick Mahomes.
I love that. Hey, I mentioned Radio Row. We're going to get to headlines coming up next. I mentioned Radio Row. We're headed to Radio Row, sponsored by Flight by Yingling. They're presenting us there, and we thank them for Flight by Yingling. We'll be all over Yingling all week long there. Thank the Low T Center as well for being a supporting sponsor to sending us to Radio Row. The hot seat that the guests will be in, sponsored by Exclusive Furniture. So we thank them for that. And also Mokaram Injury Lawyers are sponsoring the live stream. You'll be able to Radio Row like you can every year. Thanks to Mokaram for that. Up next, headlines. New team president for the Texans. Thriller for the Rockets last night. Stay there.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to the Low T Center. The entire week leading up to the big game in New Orleans. Top-tier football conversation. Interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture. And plenty of beignets for all. You'll hear it here next week on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee, 288 northbound at Airport Boulevard. The right lane is blocked. A new wreck to report, 610 South Loop westbound. Looks like at Fannin. It is the right lane blocked there. Headed up to 60 this afternoon with clouds and wind. Maybe a scattered shower or two. We're at 52 right now. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
If you need health coverage due to a life change, healthcare.gov is here for you. Like it was there for Terrence and Jody when they got married. And Sophia when she had a baby. And Gary when he moved and needed new insurance. There are many other ways to qualify. Visit healthcare.gov today to see if you're eligible to enroll. Limited time to enroll. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Choosing ASCO equipment means choosing decades of dependability. For over 65 years, we've dedicated ourselves to supporting you with fast service and reliable equipment. Owned, locally operated business. We know your uptime is valuable. We commit to being a blessing to our customers every single day. Whatever you need, we're on it at ASCO Equipment. Visit ASCOEQ.com. That's ASCOEQ.com.
It's hurricane season, y'all. Don't be left in a panic. Get a free estimate on a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer, and do it today. Take control now with Generator Supercenter of Houston, 281-251-6100. Check them out online at GeneratorSupercenter.com.
9 Inch Nails. Live at Toyota Center, Friday, September 12th. Get tickets Wednesday, January 29th at noon at NIN.com. 9 Inch Nails, live in Houston. Peel It Back World Tour 2025.
Doesn't it make you feel better? You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could...
solutions for real people.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Now 4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot. Oh! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the lead.
Are you kidding me?
Richard! Oh, the Rockets win the game.
Okay, yeah, the reason why Craig Ackerman was jubilant once and then jubilant again was that there were still 0.7 seconds left. They still had to. The Celtics still. Pritchard from the Celtics still got to heave the ball from three-quarters court, missed it by a mile. 14-112 over the Boston Celtics. So in the last, what are we doing here? Since Wednesday last week, the last 5 days, they beat the Cavaliers twice, and the Celtics they beat last night. These are two teams that are 37-9 and 32-15 on the season, and two of those three games were on the road against these teams.
And the next one versus they've got the Hawks, and then they've got the Grizzlies after that on this road trip. So this is a tough road trip, and so far they're passing it with flying colors.
Yep. It's and then they've got. I was looking at the schedule because I want to go to a game soon, and they come home. But then they're right back out on the road for like 4 more road games. Like this is a patch of schedule, Seth, that when you look at it, the Rockets, and we'll talk more about last night's game in a second, but as long as we're on this, like this is one of those patches of schedule. Like if they get through this, if they get through these 9 or 10 road games and they're like 7-3, and they're on their way to doing that, the schedule, I mean, by definition of just being back at home a ton, eases up a lot after the All-Star break.
This feels like the equivalent of the Texans' 3 games in 12 days, where a couple of the teams that had that same challenge, the Ravens and the Chiefs, looked like they were much ready built for prime time than the Texans and the Steelers did. The Rockets are doing what the Chiefs and the Ravens did during that really tough stretch. They got a really tough stretch of schedule, and so far they're performing in it.
Amen Thompson was great last night again. Since putting him in the starting lineup, this team has been dynamite. He went over, hit the little Euro step jumper in the lane to win the game last night. He's getting a ton of attention now around the league. People are realizing, because he does it at both ends of the floor. He does it when he's handling the ball. He's a great distributor of the basketball. And Dylan Brooks was outstanding. Dylan Brooks was playing Pop-A-Shot last night. He hit 10 threes. He was out of his mind, and I love the post-game interview that he did with Vanessa Richardson, which Amen Thompson intruded upon, and that was very, very funny. Said that I feel like Kobe. Amen Thompson said that. I like that Dylan Brooks in the post-game interview brought up the one that he didn't hit. He had a chance. He had a three-point jumper that they wouldn't have had to go to the buzzer with this back and forth. If he hit it, it would have put him up 113-108 with under 30 seconds to go. That was the first one. Like, hey, man, you hit 10 threes. He's like, yeah, but I should have hit that one right there. We wouldn't have to go through all this rigmarole at the end of the game. But Dylan Brooks was great last night, so that was good to see. Because Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün struggled last night, so they got picked up by their teammates. Down 12 with 8.5 minutes to go on the road, and they punch back, the Rockets do. So that's great. And as Seth said, they are in Atlanta tonight to make up the game that got frozed out a week or two ago. So good stuff. We'll keep an eye on that tonight. Texans have a new team president. His name is Mike Toman, and he has a very extensive background, Seth, working with professional sports teams in all sorts of capacities, marketing, ticketing. Worked for a company. He was a C-level executive for a company called Legends, which has a ton of clients in professional sports, stadiums, University of Notre Dame there. Watched a couple interviews with him yesterday. Looks like a very sharp guy and is coming in at a time where the Texans, where stadiums are a very big topic. I don't think it's a coincidence that in the statement that the Texans put out yesterday welcoming him to the team, that the third sentence that Cal McNair had in this statement, the first one was welcoming him, second one talks about his experience, the third one, his extensive background in stadium development and passion for inspiring those around him shined during our conversations.
So if you're wondering, okay, wait, what? No, the Texans are a new team. In the NFL, they look at a 25-year-old stadium as one that either needs to be intensely refurbished or just built completely anew.
Or at least
that's the world we live in.
Or at least worth asking about hey,
Right.
huh?
Yeah.
These other new ones that have been built have all these new features that we can't have. Yeah.
A really good winning a Super Bowl goes a long way, and kind of getting public support for that kind of stuff. But that's the challenge the Texans have over the next few years, I suppose.
Yeah. So you've got some Mike Toman audio here.
Yeah, this is Mike Toman. He was on, I think it's at Leaders Biz on X. That was the account I found it on, and I think that was the people who did the interview. I thought it was interesting. This is an old interview when the interviewer asked him about knowing when to transition in your career.
If you can really drill down at that moment and almost get abstract, like, what do I enjoy? Scrap the title away, scrap everything else away. But the act, like whatever it is, what is the craft that I enjoy? And if you can spend time thinking that and then map it back to, okay, well, what are jobs that look like that? I think that makes decisions really easy on when you should move. Because you know what needs to be a part of that job, that opportunity. It has to be a craft you're passionate about. I would always put in, and I think this is kind of the chain link on how it helps, how that transition works, is really make sure you have, if you have the opportunity, you don't always, especially early on, but if you have the opportunity to pick your jobs by your bosses, by your leaders, I couldn't say enough about that, because then you're in an environment where they invest in you, and there's this understanding and alignment of where you want to be, and that's a great piece to really help the transition side.
Yeah.
So he chose the McNairs more so than the McNairs choosing him.
Yeah, no, well, there is something to that.
More so, but
and I would say the advice I gave my kids and anybody who asks, he was talking about. It sounded like what he was saying. Like the further along you get, the more you have the opportunity to do that.
Well, he was actually talking about when he was like 23 or 24 years old. So he was kind of giving advice to people young in their career.
Yeah, then I 100% agree with that, because that's what I tell people all the time. That was one of the things that was some of the advice I was given early in my sales career was make your decisions on a variety of criteria, but yourself too. Especially early in your career, because there's chances that they're looking to move on to other things too, and they would want to bring you with them, which is what happened to me. Like I made 2 career moves when I was in sales, like changing companies, and both times it was people who had hired me into their companies. Like I was really big into like, maybe it's cocky in like my early 20s, but I was really big into like interviewing and asking questions of those people when I was interviewing as much as they were asking me. I think that resonates with me. That's really good. I think it's really good career advice.
So what did he do at Notre Dame with the new stadium?
I don't know. He didn't do anything with the new stadium there. He was from what I understand, I watched a couple interviews with him as a C-level executive for this Legends company, and it sounds like it sounds like they worked with a variety of different entities, teams, colleges, stadiums, things like that, in a variety of different capacities. And if he's listening right now and I'm butchering this, I apologize. But like, there are certain organizations that use them to be their marketing arm or their ticketing arm or help secure new stadium or new facilities and things like that. My guess with Notre Dame, because Notre Dame Stadium, they did an expansion in 1997, and other than putting up a gigantic jumbotron, they haven't made any changes to it.
Oh, all right. I misheard you when you brought it up then.
Yeah, no, they were just a client of his was all. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, new president, new time for the Texans.
It's Mike Toman, not Mike Tomlin, because L is for losers. Well, no. All right? We're about winning playoff games
right, we
here.
took out the
not
L.
like that loser Mike Tomlin.
We took out the L. There were a lot of who did and I did too when I got the push notification. I'm like, wait a second, because the font's so small.
You saw the Texans hired Mike Tomlin?
Mike Tomlin is their new team president. I'm like, let's go.
Yeah. I would have thought, if I was just scanning through it and wasn't reading closely, I would have thought, they hired him as their offensive coordinator? That doesn't make any sense at all. Yeah. What the hell is going on here?
Oh, my God.
He's a defensive guy.
All right. Speaking of which, Ross Tucker will join us in the next segment. We'll get his thoughts. Ross watched plenty of Texans football down the stretch here, both doing radio broadcasts and on TV. Texans fired Bobby Slowick late last week. We'll get Ross's thoughts on what exactly they should be looking for in a new OC. We'll get his thoughts on this Super Bowl coming up as well. We know he does a lot of work with the Philadelphia Eagles. Ross Tucker joins us next.
Texas sports fans, I've got good news.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. It's 7 o'clock. Football season is winding down. We got the Eagles and the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. We got the perfect guy to talk about that Super Bowl with us. And perfect guy to talk to, I think, about the Bobby Slowick firing last week, as he covered a lot of Texans football down the stretch. He is our good friend. He's the host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can get him on social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Ross Tucker joining us on the program right now. Ross, how you doing?
Awesome. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. Hey, you'll like this. We're getting ready to head to Radio Row on Sunday. We're going to be there all next week. We're looking forward to seeing you there, hopefully. And it's sponsored by Flight by Yuengling, and I know you're a huge Yuengling person.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. That's incredible.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I didn't realize I was hanging out with you, Sean, that they had Yuengling in Houston,
yeah,
which is amazing. Three quick things on one. Don't think I'm allowed to say on the air the age at which I started drinking Yuengling, but I've been drinking Yuengling for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the drinking age in Pennsylvania was like 15 when you were growing up. You know,
if you started on the high school football team, I think that's correct. Actually, yes. I think if you're in 9th grade and you're on varsity, I think that is how it works. But no, it's funny because that's like all we drank. That's all the other kids drank in high school and college and stuff. And then what's really funny, I've done the brewery tour. So I'm a big beer guy, big brewery tour connoisseur. I'm sure you guys know this. Obviously, hopefully some of your listeners know this. It's America's oldest brewery. It's 1839.
Yeah, man.
1839. Yeah. So I've been there. You go to these other brewery tours, and they have this incredible German equipment, and they're pressing all these buttons. You go to Yuengling in Pottsville, Pennsylvania, and they're like, here's the caves. Here's the caves where we store the beer. You're literally underground in these caves. It's absolutely incredible. Highly recommend it. And then my wife has a family propane business right near Yuengling. And they supply all of Yuengling's propane, which is why it tastes so delicious. You can just taste the propane in the beer, which makes it so delicious.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll be drinking a beer and I'm like, what is this coal-powered crap? What the hell? No, I need a propane heated.
Can I get a little propane?
They heated these hops with natural gas?
Oh,
no.
My God, that's funny. Ross Tucker with the Yuengling overview there. I love it. All right, so Ross, we'll get to the Super Bowl matchup in a second. But for those of us that do not have a team participating in the Super Bowl, we're doing things like trying to find a new offensive coordinator. So Bobby Slowick fired last Friday. What would you be looking for in a new offensive coordinator, first and foremost, for the Houston Texans?
It's a really good question. I actually want to take a step back and start with Bobby Slowick. So he did a phenomenal job in 2023. There's a reason why he got all those head coaching interviews. This past year, they did not a lot of times look like a well-coached offense. And I would say in particular, the offensive line. And I didn't really know their offensive line coach, but, we had talked about this a couple times this year on your guys' show. I just saw some things I thought were concerning in terms of, mental errors, technique issues that, they had invested a lot in those guys, and they did not get the return on investment. I didn't know if D'Amico would go there, and I didn't know if I thought he should go there with Bobby. Obviously he knows more than I do. I guess part of me feels like I might have just gone the new O-line coach route as opposed to getting rid of Slowick because, man, they were really explosive in 2023. And there's a lot of good things that Slowick does. They lost their two you know, they how many games did they play where they had all 3 star receivers?
Like 1.5, like literally 1.5 games, something like that, something silly, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know that I would have gone there if I was D'Amico, but he did. And I think what's interesting is, you know, they haven't hired anybody yet. To me, if you're going to do that, you really got to kind of have a pretty good feel, I feel like, for who the next guy is going to be. And maybe, you know, I'm not sitting here following the Houston Texans offensive coordinator, you know, process. So maybe you guys can tell me, you know, who they've interviewed or who they're talking about or whatever. But I don't know. I don't think I would have moved on from Slowick unless I felt really good about who I was going to replace him with. And not that I'm going to break any news here, but the 2 things that they really need to emphasize would be a coordinator that can make it more offensive line friendly, or at least put those guys in a position to have more success. Because I think if they do that, I actually think the Stroud success would come with it. The Stroud report that maybe there was tension there. You guys have to tell me, you're there, what was going on. I saw some tweet that, you know, maybe Stroud wanted this, or that Stroud and Slowick weren't on the same page. I don't know. That annoys me a little bit, just in the sense that, man, I felt like Slowick really helped Stroud have up until this year, the best season we'd ever seen.
Yeah, I haven't, like, looking into that. I just there's nothing that I would so far there really hasn't been anything. Who knows? Maybe more stuff will come out later. As far as the guys they've interviewed so far, Jeff Nixon, who was Syracuse's offensive coordinator last year, and Gerard Johnson, who's been in the building the last couple of years as the QB coach, co-QB coach for C.J. Stroud. And so Jeff Nixon has a bunch of experience in the NFL. He's been an offensive coordinator a couple of times, whereas Gerard Johnson's never been in a play calling situation. I really like Gerard Johnson a lot. I think he could potentially end up being a really good coordinator. I just personally right now, I don't have an appetite for a guy who's never called plays before, working with my third-year quarterback under a head coach who's a defensive-minded coach who's still very much involved with the defense and will only be in his third year as a head coach.
I would agree with that. I don't like the idea, although Slowick hadn't called plays before either, right?
Exactly.
And that worked out very well, but when it's a defense pulling the plays on defense, then the offensive coordinator has like full autonomy. And I don't like the idea of that being an inexperienced guy either. You know, I'd rather bring in someone with some pelts on the wall that, you know, you have confidence that he's done it before. I don't want to go through growing pains with Gerard Johnson, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
that's exactly what I had said like half an hour ago with Sean. You hire a guy that's never called plays before, and as you alluded to earlier, it's not just the calling plays, it's coaching the offensive line. You know, it's coaching the wide receivers and coaching those position coaches. There are a lot of moving parts that go into it, and I just got the sense that everything was disjointed. You know, Ross, you can speak to this. I'm sure you were in situations in your career where the O-line coach and the offensive coordinator just did not see eye to eye, and the offensive coordinator is asking the O-line to do stuff that's either impossible or really hard to execute, and vice versa. And I don't know if any of that was going on with the Texans, but that's what it looked like was going on to me, just from the outside looking in.
That's really interesting. And yes, I have been there a bunch. I always have a bias on this, right? I've always thought that there should be more offensive line coaches that become coordinators. My theory is this. If you set up the offense so that the offensive line is successful, the offense is going to be successful. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to be like, oh my gosh, he's got 7 seconds to throw, but nobody's open. They need a new. It doesn't happen. Like, if the offensive line is doing well, the offense is going to do well. That's kind of how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Ross. No, that could never work out for somebody like, say, Andy Reid, I suppose. Yeah. Okay.
Ross Tucker is joining us on the show. Hey, by the way, one quick correction. When I said like a game and a half that those wide receivers, Collins, Dell, and Diggs played together, that number is – I'm throwing – Joe Mixon in there as well. Like the four of them only got on the field together literally for less than 2 games this year. The receivers were not on the field with each other, all three very much either. Maybe 4 games, 5 games at the most, just to correct myself on that point. Let's shift gears, Ross, talk about this Super Bowl matchup. And the thing I'm most curious to ask you about, given your ties to the Eagles, for those who don't know, Ross covers the Eagles games calls the Eagles games in the preseason, lives in Pennsylvania. That's the team that's closest to him. It felt like a couple times this year, and really throughout his tenure, like where Nick Sirianni was really under fire. They're 2-2 earlier this year. He's bringing his kids to press conferences after games, and that got people upset. He's yelling at fans. He's having to be pulled away from fans by other Eagles employees on the sidelines. He's got a vibe to him where you're like, how is this guy succeeding? So that's my question. How is this guy succeeding, Ross?
A couple things. Number one, the players love him. Thing about him, like giving the business to some of the to some of the Eagles fans after they beat the Browns after the bye, is that some of the players actually said to him, they felt like he wasn't being himself. They like his energy, his fire, and his passion. And during the bye week, they had said to him, hey, we want the old you. We want the you that gets after people in his fight. He might have taken it a little bit too far, yelling at the Eagles fans. That might have been a little bit more than that they were talking about, but they love him. I mean, and there's a lot of different videos you can see, like after the game, Nakobe Dean couldn't be there because he just had surgery. So they're FaceTiming him from the field. And Sirianni's like, dude, this would not have happened without you. He's, he is? He's the type of guy that if he's on your team, you love him. Mm-hmm. And if he's on the other team, you probably kind of hate him. But he's theirs. And he loves them. And, every day when the press conference, he wears a different guy's T-shirt, like for their foundation or whatever. I mean, he just does like a bunch of little things to help prop these guys up. Mailata's talked about when his dad was sick and Sirianni called him like 3 times. Said, hey, if you need to go down to Australia, go for it, and how much that meant. So I think terrific job setting the culture. I think he did a really nice job hiring Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. And they have the best roster in football, too, which helps a lot, right? I mean, at some point, you have to acknowledge that they have the best players, which gives them a tremendous advantage to have success. I mean, it's at least the second time in the last 3 years that they've had the best players.
Yep. Ross Tucker joining us. All right, Ross, so we're less than 2 weeks away from the Super Bowl. We're less than 3 weeks away from Valentine's Day, and I know that you have the perfect Valentine's Day gift for your significant other out there.
So not to get too mushy or sentimental, I just, life is short. Everybody listening has lost somebody. Tell people how you feel about them. Tell people how special they are, how much you love them. Flowers are cool. Take them out to dinner are cool. But to actually have a professional writer write a story about your significant other that looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. It's framed with pictures of her and you and kids if you have them. It's really awesome. And I've decided half the point of giving someone a gift is like the context around it. When you give this to them and they're opening it up and they see this framed newspaper cover story that they're on, they're always like, what is this? To be able to say, I wanted something special, so I had a story written about you, sounds incredible. Like, you had a story written about me? Then they want to read it right away. Make sure if you guys do this that you say, I just never thank her enough for all the little things. Even if your wife doesn't do anything for you, They cry. They all think that they cry at that line. Oh my gosh, he notices. MyFrontPageStory.com, my front page, and then they'll have it hanging up in the house forever. So it's like the gift that keeps on giving, or you get an argument, you just point at it. Did you have a story written about me? No, you didn't. I had a story written about you. MyFrontPageStory.com.
You can carry it around on microfiche in your wallet in case you get in a fight on vacation.
Both our wives listen, Ross. You're poisoning the water for us when we get this front page story, man.
Hey, well, Ross, it's funny. I was gonna save it for next week, but having met Seth's wife, I can't believe for a second that she's still with him. So, Seth, you should absolutely do this.
I know. She's a saint. I think part of it, all of my flaws are the reason I am with her. She's one of these people that likes to fix things. It was a long, arduous process, and she's halfway done.
I got a great idea. I got a great idea. What if your wife got a story from myfrontpagestory.com for you for Valentine's Day, and the headline was, "Why I'm Still with This Meathead."
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah, Ross has got to go, Sean. No, we've already kept him over.
No. Well, we got to get my front page.
Hey, I'll see you guys. Next week. I can't wait.
Yeah, we'll see. Hey, Ross, are you going to join us live on Radio Row? Are we doing it over the phone? Do we know yet? Or we'll see you.
I don't know yet. That's okay. So my recording window is noon to 2 Eastern, 11 to 1.
Gotcha.
So coming over 4 hours early
to
see you guys in person for the thing I do on the phone every week sounds like something like a move like a Seth would do.
Not a great use of time, probably. Yeah. All right, well, good. Well, either way, we're talking next week, and we get to break down the Super Bowl with you, so we're super excited about that, man. Appreciate you, Ross.
All right, see you guys.
All right, take it easy. Ross Tucker, he'll join us next Tuesday in New Orleans.
I was just joking about him having to go. That was just me.
It's 7:15 is usually about the time. Yeah, no.
You look like you got super serious when I said that. I was just,
no.
I was just having fun with him.
I was looking up at the clock.
Trying to get him off of me. Yeah, I was trying to use the clock to get him off of me.
He was piling on there at the very end. Good stuff from Ross Tucker. You know, it's interesting when he was talking about the O-line for the Texans. You know, for any team that's going through offensive struggles, and I think a lot of people would go. You take a step back, you go, well, you know, you got to get a good OC and a good O-line coach, and you got to invest in the offensive line. The Texans have invested in the offensive line. That is the big thing. They got to get that right. Whoever the OC is has got, I'm assuming, is going to have a huge say in who the O-line coach is, if not full say in who the O-line coach is. They've got to get a group that gets through to the major pieces in this group. I don't think all the pieces are going to be back. I think Shaq Mason is expendable. I think the young guys, they've got several young players and may add more to the mix depending on how the draft goes. I think there's going to be a lot of competition at those spots. But they got to get on. You get the O-line right, it trickles down to CJ for sure.
My old thought on it, and kind of just when I want to stick my finger in the air and see which way the wind blows, when I see offensive linemen who I know aren't dumb players doing really dumb things, I put pressure back on the coach. There's something that's being lost either in the teaching, the coaching of it, or sometimes schematically what you're asking them to do is just either really difficult or impossible. And that's where when I asked Ross about that, the disputes between offensive line coaches and offensive coordinators sometimes. The offensive coordinators, sometimes they've got dreams of glory and wanting to be the next Bill Walsh and everything, but they genuinely understand very little about the way the offensive line operates. Yeah. And that's where I do think with Ross talking about how he wishes more offensive line coaches would become coordinators and head coaches, I think it's because people get so enamored of the passing game that they think they need a passing game coordinator like Bobby Slowick without realizing that without that foundation, it's like hiring a really good roofer to put a really nice roof on a house that's got termites. It's not going to last. The roof does nothing for you when you've got termites on the foundation. And that's what the Texans felt like this year.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do when the pass protection and the run blocking isn't right.
Yeah, that's an interesting notion about more O-line coaches being offensive coordinators, especially centers, because they're kind of the brains of the operation, calling out
That'd be like the catcher becoming a manager.
It's exactly what I was thinking of. It's exactly what I was thinking of. Since catcher, catchers making good managers for sure. It is a little surprising to me.
I think there are a lot of offensive linemen that understand passing concepts really well, whereas I think there are very, very few wide receivers that understand blocking schemes really well.
Yeah.
You know, like I think from the offensive line, you got to understand the whole deal and what you're trying to do and all of that. And it is, I brought up Andy Reid because he's the perfect example of how sometimes you just ignore the thing that's right in front of you. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, wow. Hey, look at this team. Look at how well they operate on offense. Wow, it's amazing. Yeah, he started off his first 10 years in his career as an offensive line coach. He gets it.
Yeah.
He understands the total and complete picture.
Yep. We're getting some text messages. This goes back to headlines where we mentioned that the Texans have a new team president. Mike Toman is his name, and he comes from an extensive stadium background. So I think it's fairly easy to connect the dots that whoever the team president was going to have some sort of stadium background given the age and the need, even if it's not a new stadium, the need for at least the very least repairs and renovations of NRG Stadium, which will cost billions of dollars.
Are we going to put a retractable roof over the retractable roof?
That would be fun.
That's what I would go for.
Double, two-ply retractable roof.
Because then they could say the roof is open even when it's not.
That's right.
So you can say that roof's open today.
That's it. One of them is.
The shell roof up on top.
That's it.
A pavilion.
The text message, the only reason I'd be excited about a new stadium is if they got rid of the Astrodome to do it. I think they would have. What's down of them if you're putting it on that same plot of land? You can't have 3 stadiums.
No, yes, you can. You tell a Texan you can't do something.
That's true.
We'll build 4 stadiums on there. We're going to build a new NRG stadium on top of the old Astrodome.
Our great,
it's going to be up on stilts, so the next big flood won't harm us whatsoever.
Oh, an homage to Galveston. Yes, we're going to build the next stadium on stilts.
They build a replica of the Astrodome completely. The new stadium is an exact replica of the Astrodome.
Just start stacking them on top of each other. Yeah.
Those little babushka dolls.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, one inside the other. That'd be sweet. That would be sweet. Rockets text message. Rockets have one of the best records in the NBA, yet they're 15th on the odds to win the championship. Bookmakers suck. Don't blame the bookmakers. Blame the market.
Take advantage of the bookmakers.
Yeah, man. If you think that there's such a value, go out there and empty your savings account to go bet on the Rockets, and then the line will move. If you think it's such an insult that they're 40-1 or whatever they are to win the NBA championship, there may be some value. Now, futures bets inherently are bad value. Like, they're just not good bets. They're fun to have. It's like buying a lottery ticket.
They're like the futures bets. That's one where you feel they're manipulating the public a little bit and just saying, "Oh, that sounds awful. I'm going to jump on the Rockets one," and it still ends up working out.
Yeah, I think the biggest reason for that, Texter, is that winning an NBA championship requires you to win multiple 7-game series, and the Rockets have proven thus far that they can beat these teams in one-offs during the regular season. Which is that's different because back they've got different things going on. A 7-game series, which I think is going to help the Rockets actually, but a 7-game series is when coaching moves and the chess game come into play, game to game, adjusting to matchups, all that stuff. I think Ime Udoka is going to be really good at that. He got the Celtics to the NBA Finals, but we just don't know what this young core looks like in that sort of environment.
And the sad truth, in fact, of the matter is, too, that the Rockets play their butts off and they're scrappy defensively. And a lot of times they're going against teams that don't have as scrappy a mentality, where all of a sudden in the playoffs they get scrappier.
Yeah.
And you'd love to think, like, no, you can't just turn it on and off. Like,
right.
All it takes is a couple of the world's best athletes turning it up a notch, and it changes a little bit. So I can see where the skepticism is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would encourage you to prove the haters wrong.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, they're not a great shooting team. They're an awful free throw shooting team, which really comes into play in some of these close games.
Overrated.
Yeah. So
how many free throws do you get a game? 2, 3, what?
What are they?
I would never know, having watched the Rockets for the past James Harden era.
James Harden,
how many free throws there can be in a game?
A game. It's interesting. Someone said, "I bet Udoka liked that win in Boston because he used to coach there and got fired by them." Obviously,
probably sent flowers to
He was asked about that in the post game. I mean, he had the right answer to it. He's like, I kind of did this already. I kind of. It's the second year I've been here. I've played the Celtics a few times already.
Yeah, been there, done there, done that. I don't mess with these hoes no more. That's what I would have said.
That's it. I know you would have. For sure you would have. So So, my biggest fear, Seth, was inside the AFC South was Jacksonville getting it right with their head coaching hire, finding somebody who was going to get the most out of Trevor Lawrence. Unlock the Trevor Lawrence that we saw for a total of like 10 games in his career that got him $275 million.
Yeah.
And Liam Cohen
they're a little bit in the Daniel Jones scenario now.
Yeah.
You've paid your guy, but you're really not quite sure about it.
Yes.
And let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Maybe
He's
they
like
can bring in a Saquon Barkley.
He's a more pedigreed Daniel Jones. So they introduced Liam Cohen yesterday, who they bent over backwards to get this guy as their head coach. They fired the GM. If you read Albert Breer's story about this, man, the Jacksonville Jaguars, at least in that story, allegedly did some things to circumvent the Rooney, not circumvent the Rooney Rule, but try to at least check the boxes in the Rooney Rule.
Like they had to. One of the reasons the hiring may have been delayed was that they hadn't completed the Rooney Rule interviews, which is, mind you, this is by that time we're talking mid-January.
Yeah.
And they've known that they need a new coach for a long time.
Yeah.
All you have to do is interview some candidates via Zoom. And they're like, they haven't checked off that box. Like, even if they're doing it perfunctorily, I can see why this organization had $22 million embezzled from them without
from
them knowing
front
it.
office
They're
employee?
just not paying attention. I feel like Shohei Ohtani is running their books. Idea what's going on with their money or what they're supposed to do administratively.
They'd interviewed Robert Saleh, who is a minority, so he qualifies as an interview under the Rooney Rule. So they interviewed him. And then they had an interview scheduled with Patrick Graham, the now former defensive coordinator of the Raiders, for Thursday morning. Liam Cohen's back in the building after they fired Trent Baalke on Wednesday, knowing full well he's getting the job, but everybody's got to keep it hush-hush so they can do this interview with Patrick Graham so they're not circumventing the Rooney Rule, which they kind of are circumventing it. They're doing a token interview.
So they're not violating.
They're not violating is the word I'm looking for. Violating the Rooney Rule, yes. So they end up hiring Liam Cohen, and they introduced him yesterday. And I've not known much about Liam Cohen, except he had a very strange career arc where he was at college, like small colleges for a long time. He played at UMass. He coached at Maine. Never really coached at a collegiate powerhouse, but found his way onto the Rams staff around 2018 or 2019, and then went from there to Kentucky for a year as the OC, back to the Rams for a year, back to Kentucky for a year, and then to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as their OC last year. And granted, he did some really good things with Baker Mayfield this year. Baker had a huge year on his watch this year.
Which, in Baker Mayfield, I think maybe twice now we've seen with Baker Mayfield, guys get head coaching jobs based on the work they did with Baker Mayfield without Baker Mayfield knowledge whatsoever. I'm getting offended on behalf of Baker Mayfield. The fact of the matter is I think Baker Mayfield is he's probably just fine as a quarterback. I don't know. He still throws a bunch of interceptions, but before he got injured in Cleveland, he was doing just fine there as well. So I think that might be the dynamic, and I'm happy for it because a divisional opponent hired a guy based on the work he did with Baker Mayfield, who had already looked pretty good the year before with a different offensive coordinator.
Yeah. So in comes Cohen, and again, my biggest fear was in the AFC South is someone that's going to get Trevor Lawrence right. Here was Cohen talking about it's going to be all about Trevor Lawrence.
How do we make Trevor Lawrence and this offense as dynamic and explosive as we can be? Right, we've got to build it around him as well, right? We've got to make every part of this about improvement, and he will be a part of that process. He's earned that right. I cannot respect his toughness and mentality and work ethic more than I do already from afar, and this will all be about Trevor right now.
Okay, that's the right answer. I mean, they got no choice. I mean, they paid him,
Yeah. And I guess the follow-up question should have been, hey, are you going to draft a running back in the first round twice like the last GM did to try to help and support him? Because please tell me that's not your plan.
Oh my
Don't
God.
use what did they do? What was the big one? Oh, Leonard Fournette with the number 4 overall pick. That was more egregious than the ETN one because at least ETN was a late first round.
Yeah,
pick.
and Fournette was a few years before Trevor as well. But yeah, ETN they drafted him in the same draft as Trevor Lawrence. Okay, so now let's judge Cohen on a couple of other things here. So he says you got to build around Trevor. Okay. He says that the Jags are going to operate fast, which makes sense. You want your team to be fast, but he's using fast as an acronym, kind of like swarm, that he lays out here. Let's do the battle of the acronyms in the AFC South here.
Okay.
It takes complementary football at all three phases to be great. Offense, defense, and special teams. How do we want to play the game? And that's fast. Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough, both mentally and physically. You see players in the room right here, guys that I've had conversations with already. It will always be about you. Always. It is players over plays. How do we make this as much about the players and making this about bringing out the best in you? That's what this is about.
All right. The problem with that acronym was that he had a better catchphrase at the end of it, players over plays.
That's a good one, actually.
Yeah, that's really good. And honestly, that coming from an offensive coordinator, that's actually a good thing that you want to hear, because we've talked about all the whiteboard warriors for, and how guys sometimes get too wrapped up in having their special playbook, like Henry Winkler, clutched against their chest, than they do about actually executing the play.
Yeah.
Situational masters and tough.
That's fast.
For one, kind of like swarm, I don't like acronyms that exclude one of the words from the phrase. It just doesn't feel right and pure. So that's like swarm. It should be swirm, but you're only getting rid of one word.
Right.
Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, tough. He doesn't put and after the masters. So really they're excluding three words in that. So I don't. I can't abide. That's a horrible acronym. Horrible acronym.
His acronym should be FSASMT. FSASMT. Like, at least swarm is just SWIRM, special work ethic and relentless mindset.
FSASMT. It would be FSASMT.
FSASMT. Yeah, if you put the and in there, FSASMT.
Plus, special work ethic and relentless mindset.
Yeah.
It's a little bit at beginning to remember it, but it's a phrase that flows if you have to explain the acronym. Like, I don't know how many players are going to have to sit down and remember this along with their college fight song so they can recite it when they're getting hazed as rookies. Yeah. Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough. No. It's a crap acronym.
Okay, good.
Can't go anywhere with that.
All right, so we're winning the acronym war in the AFC South. All right, now here's where he got a lot of attention on social media yesterday. We know that the Jags fans have a chant, Duval, right, for Duval County. You played there. Does this go back to?
It's a lot catchier than St. John's.
Right.
St. John's County is just south.
Yeah. Duval.
That's where, like, Ponte Vedra,
Gotcha. So Duval really pops, right? It's got the ooh sound in it. Here's what Ben, just pick the first one. Here's what it's supposed to sound like. Here's what it sounded like from Liam Cohen.
Duval. Duval.
Again. Here's what it's Ben hit 2 here. Here's what it's supposed to sound like. Duval. Here's how Liam Cohen says it.
Duval.
Look, he's selling toilet paper. What the hell is that?
One more. Here's how it's supposed to sound.
Duval.
And now it's Liam Cohen.
Duval.
All right, this is
Did he
something.
say that at the press conference?
Yes, at the very beginning.
Okay, I watched one. This is what I had seen. I thought you were going to play the. I saw one that didn't sound that bad, but then I realized the social media team did one of him saying it, but they added the crowd saying it and applause afterwards. It was like when a really bad pop singer has awesome backup singers, and they mute her track. Yeah,
I saw that one too. He got better at it. That was a better one. This was one he led into the press conference by going, Jacksonville, Jaguars, or something like that, and then he just goes,
Duval.
Yeah, and people are like stunned. Like, this is a chant that's so easy. Listen, even a baby can do it better than Liam Cohen.
Can you say Duval? Duval.
Like a baby knows how to do it.
We gotta have Texans fans do it that way. Where if the Texans are winning in a game at NRG Stadium, we have to have the Texans fans going, Duval. We could play it. We could play it over the PA. We could play it over the sound system.
He needs to be taunted with this janky ass. Dude, here's how it's really supposed to sound. This is the DJ. DJ Eazy-E in Jacksonville is the one who invented this chant in a story that I saw yesterday on YouTube. I saw this back in the late 90s. I mean, that doesn't sound anything. Like, Liam.
Duval.
I mean, you can't have opposite.
That's actually worse than Herm Edwards not understanding the Devil's pitchfork.
At Arizona State.
When he took the job at Arizona State, he didn't know what the logo was.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad. But Duval.
Dude, the tweets were hilarious. They were retweeting that clip. People were like 0-17.
Yeah.
I retweeted it and said they should have kept Balky.
When are we playing all the other bad opening press conferences?
A little later, probably 8 o'clock hour sometime, I think. Yeah, so
because that's not always an accurate indicator. Some of the most horrendous opening press conferences, Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni, notably, those guys have worked out pretty well.
And I'm willing to acknowledge that for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, you want to head to Vegas? You can win the Slam Dunk trip to Vegas by tuning into Sports Radio Day on the Odyssey app. Live, rewind, or show podcast, doesn't matter. Just listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes to earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March. Fun trip. Extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. I know where that $5K would be going for me in Vegas. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. Howie Long said on the post-game show, on the studio show for the NFC title game, that there are 5 teams that wouldn't trade their quarterback for Jaden Daniels. Did the Texans make the cut? And one team that did make the cut, I'm wondering if Howie Long watches AFC playoff football. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Here was Howie Long. Howie Long, of course, part of the Fox Studio Show. Longtime member of the Fox Studio Show and Hall of Fame defensive lineman for the Raiders back in the day. Saying that there are 5 teams, just 5, that would not trade their quarterback for Jaden Daniels.
I think there are 5 teams, if people around the league are being honest, that would not trade their quarterback right now for Jaden Daniels. Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and the Chargers.
Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Kansas City, and the Chargers. Seth, so my take on that, I don't mind Howie Long not having Houston in there. I would disagree. I would keep. I like C.J. Stroud. I'm roll with C.J. Stroud, but I'm not mad about it. I understand the narrative behind the year C.J. just had. My question would be, Justin, did you watch Justin Herbert in the one really important game he played in this year?
I don't recall Justin Herbert this year, nor in his previous time in the playoffs, doing a damn thing in the playoffs.
I don't get this Justin Herbert fascination with people. He's good. I mean, he's very talented, but he's played in 2 playoff games in 5 seasons. Mm-hmm. In one, he was a choke job that they coughed up a 27-0 lead to Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars. And in the other one, he threw 4 interceptions and looked awful against the Houston Texans.
I don't get that at all. I would if he had left it at 4 and C.J. Stroud wasn't in there, I'd be like, whatever. What do you argue with those guys? But I do think, as far as whether it had been C.J. Stroud or Justin Herbert or not, I do think that, like we all do, and I succumbed to it last year. You plot out this nice even line of upward ascension every single year, and a promising. I mean, we've seen more times than not over the last decade or so, a really promising rookie season ends up being, if not even just disappointing the next year, or it gets to be a complete illusion, like with RG3. It's just that they don't come anywhere close to what they look like they could be in their rookie year. So, I'm offended with or without Justin Herbert in that equation. That's because CJ has already shown that his ceiling is very high, and he did it in a way that a lot of those other quarterbacks that have had promising rookie years, including Jaden Daniels, their athleticism is a huge part of it. Where with CJ, his athleticism was a very small part of it.
Yeah.
So, yes, I'm offended, Howie Long. Deeply offended.
His athleticism was a very small part of it, and yet it seems like CJ kind of almost realized there was a side to him that he didn't know existed in the last couple playoff games, where he actually, I'm not saying he's going to turn into Lamar Jackson, but he was more willing to extend drives and move the chains by using his legs.
I think the one thing about that is that CJ knows he can run, and I think he's also, though, been trying to really learn and become an elite quarterback, which is predicated still, even if you're a quarterback who can run, it's your ability to dice people up from the pocket that really matters. And I think that there are 2 things with that. One is that's where he's trying to do the hard part, which is being a pure passer and maybe hesitant to run at times. But 2, this is where the offensive coordinator comes in. If you look at Dak Prescott a couple years ago when Mike McCarthy took over play calling, because Mike McCarthy hadn't been the play caller before that, they got back to the old principles of go exhaust your reads and then you run. And it's as simple as that. And you use and it doesn't necessarily have to be as structured these days, but for Dak Prescott, that was what he needed at that point, is just give me the answers to the test. All right, I've got through my reads, run. Don't think about it. Don't try to make something. Don't try to wait for a play to extend or what have you. And I think that's where a different offensive coordinator might really help CJ get the most out of that part of his game.
Yeah. Does CJ's performance in the playoffs give you encouragement that the CJ from 2023 is, I don't want to say is still in there. It's not like he was awful, terrible throughout the year, but he looked a lot more like his old self in those 2 playoff games.
Yeah, my long-term optimism about CJ is the same, really, that it's been. I think ultimately this is going to be a good year for him to have endured. But when you watch the Chiefs game and some of the other games versus good opponents this year, where things look pretty good in the third, like through the third quarter, and then all of a sudden everything fell apart offensively. A lot of it's centered around pass protection and what they could or couldn't do with it. The Chiefs game, I mean, it's almost unfair because you saw Josh Allen have the same issues with the Chiefs that C.J. Stroud did at the end of the game, which is you can slide the protection whichever way you want. The Chiefs, by the end of the game, the Chiefs have the offensive line and the quarterback and the offensive coordinator completely screwed up.
Yeah.
Is how to anticipate the blitz. They show certain looks where they don't blitz or they blitz from the other side. Then in the fourth quarter, they show the exact same blitz and they bring the blitz from the other side. You can slide your protection all you want. Those higher level defenses a lot of times have the ability to also change their blitz based on you sliding the protection. Once they hear that you check the protection, they know why you check the protection and they bring a different blitz. It's really, really hard. But with the Texans, it really collapsed. I mean, they gave up 5 sacks in the fourth quarter. In a couple of those, I think CJ, you could see that it had affected him. He pulled the ball down quick. He looked like he was starting to panic. And that's where having a different offensive coordinator that hopefully can just unlock that next element of both the offensive line play and then CJ's ability to check into that. You hope you get somebody that can give him more tools in his toolkit for that.
Yep. Should I Pender poll this one? Like for Texan fans, would you trade C.J. Stroud for Jaden Daniels?
I think it'll be you might just do it for engagement because I would predict that it's going to be 90% no. Most of your followers are Texas fans, Texans, and yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because there were, I mean, I'm just going by again we're purely talking a Twitter poll here, so I'm going by the feedback I've seen about CJ on Twitter all year. I think it would definitely be a majority. I think you're right about that. 90-10, that's interesting. I may do that now just to see how accurate you are on that. Jaden Daniels was really, really good this year.
He was really, really good, but it's also you're dealing with a local fan base that has not emotionally abandoned CJ at all.
Yep.
So other than, I mean, there's people that are questioning or have skepticism, but I think when push comes to shove, when it really matters, Sean, when you're clicking a button on a Twitter poll, that's where the true colors
That's
come
nut
out.
Cutting time, man.
Yeah,
for sure. Okay, people are weighing in on Liam Cohen on the text page. Someone says that sounds a bit like the sounds from Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Oh,
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I don't remember what that sound was.
That was Close Encounters of the Third Kind was.
Oh, that one.
A little bit, maybe, yeah.
Because the aliens had discovered synthesizers.
Well, and that's a second
big
person.
In the 80s.
A second person says sounds like somebody talking like an alien.
Or like an alien that's trying to pose as a human.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah, an alien that comes to Earth and hasn't quite gotten it all figured out yet.
Someone says I'm
Something off about this Silicon Valley employee.
Yes, yeah. Y'all gonna have me saying that all day at work today. Okay, well, let's keep it. Oh, yeah. That's what we're up against, people.
I got to get the pitch down right. Do it one more time, Ben.
Duval, and then it kind of comes down at the end.
And then in the press conference, if you could see it, he gives this little schoolboyish type smile, like I done good, right? I done good, right, teacher?
Nailed it.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's like a school child who thought he was supposed to kill all the lab mice when he was actually supposed to try to keep them alive as long as possible. The biology teacher walks in and there's mouse carcasses everywhere.
I watched. That's a visual. I watched a lot of the chunk. I didn't watch the whole press conference of Liam Cohen, but I watched a lot of the chunks of it. And I watched a lot of the Jags in-house content of him walking into the building, interacting with employees. A lot of that made it on there. And man, like I'm always amazed. Like Shad Khan is obviously a very, very, very successful businessman. He owns an NFL team, but like for him to get snowed by Trent Baalke for this long, and I didn't know anything about Liam Cohen. I didn't know what his voice sounded like until all these clips popped up. He had a good year as the OC in Tampa Bay last year, and somehow he's been at Kentucky twice in the last 4 years.
Yeah.
That's all I really knew about him. And I'm watching this, and I'm like, Holy crap! This is a guy like you were. This is a guy you were willing to violate Rooney rules for and treated like he was Vince Lombardi in the process.
I'm gonna tell you something about being an NFL coach and why a lot of the old school things like physical presence matter and confidence. And this is something that they don't write in the handbook or what have you. But to be an NFL coach, you've got to be willing to stand toe-to-toe with a 310-pound man that's threatening to kick your ass and not show fear. Like, there's an element of physical toughness that you have to be able to present. And if not that, then you have to be somebody that's either you kind of have a dignified air about you or whatever. You don't have to be able to intimidate that 310-pound man, but you can't. It's like schoolyard rules. Like you gotta show that you're not scared of guys that sometimes actually have more security in the organization than you do. And there is something that still matters about just being a leader of men. Mm-hmm. And that's why with the coaches, I do the podium body language does matter. I think the delivery matters. I think there's a certain element that you have to have. And sometimes you can tell whether a coach has it or does not have it. You know, like Gary Kubiak, as laid back as can be, but he's also got that little bit you just tell. He's not somebody that's gonna be frightened of you if you threaten to kick his ass.
No.
I don't know. I feel like Liam Cohen would go. I think he'd go running and hiding in the showers if he felt like there was danger. I don't know. I don't know.
It's gonna be interesting, man. All right.
I think that was Nick Saban actually that said something about that in an interview. I'll have to track that down.
That sounds about
right.
right.
Saban's a little guy too, but was a DB's coach back with the Oilers back in the day, and you got to learn that you can't back down from guys that might try to bully you.
You have a few minutes to get petty. Are you ready for the Pettycast this week?
Oh yeah,
8:00 Tuesday.
I don't have to get ready. I stay ready.
You stay petty
24/7.
Petty
That's
ready,
right.
baby. All right, so we're gonna do the Pettycast. There's some good petty stuff coming out of these AFC and NFC title games that we're gonna get to. And text in yours 713-572-4610. What are you feeling petty about? We'll talk about that coming up next.
Don't feel petty about what you can and can't.
Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. It's 8 o'clock. It is Tuesday. It's time to get petty. 713-572-4610. We do this every Tuesday. Gotten texts from a few people lately saying that they really have enjoyed the evolution of the Pettycast on Tuesdays. Now, as you pointed out, we stay petty on this show pretty much all the time.
But this is specifically devoted to it.
Yeah.
This is like our recital, our pettiness recital.
Well, it's also a segment where we allow other people's pettiness to seep into it. Some of it's ours, and some of it is other people's. It's just
we are at our best when we are at our worst as human beings.
You and I.
And yeah.
Ironically, you and I are going to be the best in the world by being the worst versions of ourselves.
Exactly.
That's straight
irony. It's a pretty proven strategy in many realms of life.
It's true. It is true. All right, so let's get to it here. This is going to be me for sure getting petty, and I'm guessing, Seth, we really in line with this next person we're going to hear with his encouragement after the game. Am I accurate about this, Seth?
Yes. Yeah, this is petty on multiple different. We can be petty about this on multiple different levels because Nate Burleson is speaking down to people on multiple different levels.
Thank you. Yeah, here's Nate Burleson of the CBS studio show following the Chiefs' win over the Bills in the AFC title game.
To the fan bases out there, if you're not a Chiefs fan, that's okay. But resist the urge to fall for the narrative that we're tired of seeing them win, that we might be fatigued of watching KC go to the Super Bowl over and over again. You are witnessing greatness, and just be happy that you are alive to be there to see it.
Yeah, I get angrier listening to that every time. It's not a narrative. It's how people feel.
That's exactly what angered me about it. Yeah. Wait, resist the urge to succumb to the narrative? If you're looking at the narrative, the sports media types are nothing but gushing about how incredible the Chiefs are and what have you. The narrative would be that you're talking to people like they are simpletons who can't make decisions for themselves. Yeah. At least 40% of us can. Yeah. And there's no narrative that you should be tired of. Like, he's putting out the narrative. In trying to tell you not to listen to a narrative, he's presenting you a narrative that he's trying to shame you into believing.
Right.
Oh, I should just be happy that I'm witnessing this.
Right.
I'm going to cast aside all of my competitive feelings about wanting my team to be better than everybody else, and I'm supposed to feel like and grateful that I get to watch Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? This is such, and I've seen this all over from sports media types who obviously have zero clue or understanding how human beings actually operate.
Yep.
Oh, you shouldn't feel the way human beings feel. It's more important that you go, I want you to go home and write in your journal 200 words on how lucky you are to be witnessing the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah. No, Burleson's infuriating with this stuff.
He needs to get fired from that job in the morning show, too.
Insufferable.
That's bad for America.
Well,
bad for America.
He also hosts Hollywood Squares, and it kind of sucks. It's down the list of game shows.
I saw commercials for that. I didn't even realize that was a thing again.
Yeah,
it looks like a lot of former sports stars.
You mean like in the squares, in the tic-tac-toe? It's a mix of everything.
I guess those would be the ones they're showing during a football game. So those commercials, they chose those ones.
But Burleson's the host of it, so he's got
a lot of jobs. I respect him for that, but that's maybe why he's spread too thin and he has a horrible take like that.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I don't want to minimize like what he's done as someone who is just a very average wide receiver and nondescript wide receiver in the NFL. He's created quite the media empire for himself. Game show, morning TV, just outside of sports, and then obviously
he's spreading himself too thin.
Yes,
he's lost touch with the NFL fans.
Lost touch with human beings
because he's speaking to a broad cross section of America on the morning coffee show there, and then he's speaking the game's forgotten how fans actually fan.
Yep. Apparently, Brittany Mahomes is feeling pretty petty about the Buffalo Bills fans. Earlier this season, Brittany Mahomes, wife of Patrick, Bills fans went viral when they hung a Patrick Mahomes doll before a regular season game. Well, the doll was actually a Kermit the Frog puppet with a Chiefs jersey on it.
Yeah.
And they hung it before the game in effigy, I guess. I don't know. Like Brittany Mahomes was not happy that this puppet of Kermit the Frog with her husband's jersey wearing it got hanged on social media and at the Bills-Chiefs game. They played in Buffalo earlier this year. Following the win by the Chiefs over the Bills on Sunday, Brittany Mahomes brought up the old stunt by Buffalo's fan base, saying that she will pray for Bills fans, hoping they become better people.
Oh, I get petty about people using praying for them as their version of pettiness. Sacrilegious, really.
It is.
I hope she burns in hell. That's where I go with that. Because you are sacrilegious on social media. Nobody ever does that. It's a bad example to set. So, yeah, stop with the sacrilege, Brittany Mahomes.
Do we remember this, Buffalo, she said. Absolutely disgusting. So as you go home tonight, I pray we become better people.
Oh, yeah, she's trying to take the morally superior stance there. Okay.
Now, Mahomes was, I'll give Mahomes credit. Well, it's the petty cast, so I don't want to give too much credit. Mahomes put up a GIF of Kermit just sipping tea after the game.
I'll be petty for you calling it a GIF, but other than that, yeah, stop it with it. He's done it before.
Yeah. Is it a GIF or a GIF? I've heard both.
It's a graphic interface something or other.
But yet I've heard people pronounce it GIF. It's weird, yeah. So Brittany Mahomes.
I've heard people pronounce all kinds of things wrong, Sean.
Yeah. Okay.
Hang you in effigy.
Okay. What puppet would Sean be if you hung him in effigy?
I saw Jackson Mahomes was talking some smack, too, on social media. Said something about, like, Super Bowl hates to see us coming. And, all right, it is in New Orleans, Jackson. I'll just be careful. Odds are you end up in a human trafficking ring by the end of this week. So just head on a swivel, Jackson. Head on a swivel.
Brittany Mahomes in hell and Jackson Mahomes in a trafficking ring. This is a petty cast, people. This is a petty cast. All right, we played this one yesterday. As long as we're sticking with the Chiefs here. DeAndre Hopkins is a Kansas City Chief. DeAndre Hopkins does not forget how he left Houston back in 2020.
You know, man, I've been doubted. A lot of people wrote me off. 12 years in the league, man. I got traded for some pennies in my prime. So, I just want to thank the organizations that gave me a shot. I knew I could still go out here, make plays when I need to, draw double teams, and, play meaningful football.
All right, so that's Hopkins.
Am I supposed to be petty towards DeAndre Hopkins?
No. Hopkins is still petty towards the Texans is the purpose.
Oh, good. Yeah, we can endorse that pettiness. Yeah. Amenahue, too. Amenahue looks so petty towards the Texans. It's like he's sacking Jack Easterby himself when he sacks C.J. Stroud.
So I was traded for pennies in my prime, I think he said. They're pennies in my prime, which this always allows us, Seth, to repurpose the memo that was sent out when Hopkins got traded, which had Jack Easterby's smudgy fingerprints all over this thing, where he licked his finger, stuck his finger out the window, and took the temperature of the city and was like, "Oh boy, the wind is blowing awfully hard in the direction against me and Bill O'Brien. Let's put out a memo and explain ourselves."
So the memo, for those of you, listen, we're not going to read all these bullet points. There were 58 bullet points, basically making points about how awesome the team was going to be over the next year. Yeah. But the ones specifically addressing the Hopkins pick were the most insulting things I'd ever been fed by a person, an entity, a football team, whatever it might be, because they wanted you to believe They wanted basically you to be a complete moron to believe any of these or to look at them as valid points.
The two, I would say, not the two most insulting concepts in this memo. We'll just hit those. The one is where they talk about the pick they got, a second-round pick, 40th overall, is the area of the draft where you still get first-round talent, air quotes, but the contract is less money and will bring a very talented, young, and cheap player to Houston for the next 4 years. They drafted Ross Blacklock with that pick.
Right.
They drafted Ross Blacklock, who I think was here for 2 years, maybe.
Yeah. Well, no, and by the logic of it would suggest that you should always trade all.
Right.
Just it was asking people to be idiots.
Right.
To be like, oh wait, yeah, you know what, boy, and then if you trade all those second-round picks for third-round picks, that's even more money you've got.
Right.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it as I was reading it. I honestly thought I was going crazy.
Yeah.
I did not understand how they were putting this logic on paper.
The second worst part of this was talking about this 4th-round pick in 2021 that they got from Arizona as part of the deal as an important part of the deal that nobody talks about. They say
nobody talks about it.
Should be a much better draft pick than the 4th-round pick that we gave up in the deal for the 2020 draft because Arizona is in a tough division.
The logic behind that also being because we're the Texans and we're super good, y'all. And how did that end up working out?
They were 4-12 that year. The Texans were.
How's Arizona though?
Arizona was they were better than 4-12.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So it was not likely a better pick. The other big part of it was too that they made the point that it's the deepest wide receiver class in years. So that 2nd-round pick is probably even more valuable. After trading away DeAndre Hopkins, they drafted a defensive lineman. Just to recap, who was on the team for 2 years. Yes,
and traded their other 2nd-round pick for Brandon Cooks, who was not cheap at all.
Despite the fact that there's so many good wide receivers in the draft.
Right. Dude, you put it best.
I was so insulted, and I remain insulted by that. The whole thing about that, going through that letter again and going through all those bullet point brainstorming session, and then walked away and published it. They're like, in brainstorming where you just throw anything out there, some of it's going to be stupid, but you just get your mind flowing. That's how that organization operated. They operated like their brainstorm notes were the final draft of everything they did. They were like, how about we do this? How about we do that? Sounds good to me.
Sounds
Let's
good.
go.
Put it on letterhead. Take all that and cut and paste, put it on letterhead. Let's go. Boy, I do not miss Jack and Bill. Dallas.
David Johnson will be our starting running back and a key part of the offense. He's a tough, smart, dependable player.
That's not making
and we need a running back after letting Carlos Hyde leave.
Yep. That's not making that up. That was in the memo. That 100%. The Dallas Cowboys. We're doing the Petty Cast here on a Tuesday. I'm going to give the Cowboys their credit. As janky an organization as they are, as embarrassing as the press conference yesterday was, introducing Brian Schottenheimer in spots. They somehow still managed to rent space in the head of Eagle and Commander fans on the actual day of the NFC title game. This was the park. This is the one thing Commander and Eagle fans could agree upon in the parking lot before the game.
Dallas sucks! Dallas sucks! Dallas sucks!
They all agree that Dallas sucks. You're about to play in the NFC title game. Like, why are you worrying about the Cowboys?
I kind of get it because it was an intra-divisional playoff game.
Yeah.
And you're also there kind of claiming your primacy as not just in the regular season, but also as the best team in the division.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Giants fans might have been Giants fans because they wouldn't even be included in the insult.
Oh,
you're
yeah.
You're not even.
They're petty.
Yeah, we're not even going to include you in this.
Yeah. Congrats, Joe Shane and Brian
So this is
Daboll.
appreciation for the pettiness of the for me.
Yeah.
I look at that as appreciation of the pettiness of the Eagles fans.
Yeah, for sure. Julian Edelman and Rob Gronkowski were on a podcast together, and they recounted how much Tom Brady hated. This is back in 2012, mind you.
When social media was just taking the world by storm.
It was kind of burgeoning at that point, but not all the stars were on it, including Brady, who was several years away from even, at least publicly, having an account that he was on. But back in 2012, Tom Brady, not a fan of Chad Ochocinco.
He was like the first guy with 1 million followers on Twitter in the NFL, I think.
He was.
Remember that?
I do remember that. And Tom absolutely hated him at first. Well, didn't hate him, but hated that he was on Twitter because he was Mr. Twitter. He had like 3 million followers. The second highest person was like 200,000 in the NFL. And this is in 2012. He got traded to the New England Patriots, and he was always on Twitter still. And Tom and Coach Belichick were just always grilling him like, oh, get off freaking Twitter. It doesn't help you. It never really affected his game. Back then, they just acted like it did.
Yeah. He just did things differently in New England.
Exactly. He didn't comply to it.
Chad did what Chad did.
The point is, where I'm getting to is now Tom is Mr. Instagram and Mr. Twitter now. So that was the point I was getting to.
I honestly, Seth, 90% of why I pulled that clip is Gronk laughing at the end of it.
I think partly too. Are we really certain that Brady wasn't just
million followers? Maybe.
Yeah, the social media followers.
Yeah.
Maybe there was a little bit of that.
Could have been.
Hey, we're a team here. We're not individuals, except for Glory Boy Tom Brady.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So Brady, what a a buzzkill. What a killjoy he was back
It
then.
reminded me when we were talking to Jonathan Joseph and Arian Foster in the pregame show a couple weeks ago before the playoff game.
Yep.
And they made the point that they always knew that D'Amico was going to be a coach because even when he would walk into a group of players who might be cutting it up, everybody kind of got more subdued all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It was almost like a coach had walked in the room.
Yes.
That's probably how Tom Brady was around the locker room. They all loved him. They all knew he was their meal ticket and everything. But you got to filter what you're saying about old Bill Belichick when Tommy comes around.
Be quiet, guys. Quiet down. Text message: the words "tough, smart, and dependable" trigger me.
I know. I saw it when I saw that was up on the wall of the Giants offices during Hard Knocks. I was like, oh, they're doomed. Nope. You're still trying, because that originated with the Patriots too, and Brian Daboll had coached with the Patriots. I'm like, nope. They're trying too hard to be like New England. Not going to work.
Someone's saying, why does it matter to Hopkins what he was traded for? Because I think players view it, if you get traded for pennies, as he would say, is a sign of disrespect. Like, they dumped me, Like
it was an insult.
Yeah.
They just would get away. They wanted to get away from me. First and foremost, they wanted to get away from me more than anything else.
Yeah.
And that was a little bit how Bill O'Brien operated as a general manager. You could tell that he would get to ones where he probably just said, like, I just want to be done with this. I don't want this guy in the room anymore.
100%.
Like with Clowney.
Yeah.
Clowney totally felt like when you found out that the Texans were paying part of Clowney's salary, I feel like, who knows how it actually went. It just felt like the Seahawks at a certain point were like, hey, by the way, Bill, you really need the rust guard, and you also need to pay part of his salary.
Yeah.
And this warranty, you're going to want the 10-year warranty. It was every add-on that they were trying to get to somebody who was just desperate to get a deal done.
Oh, times are better now. It's nice having capable people. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. That's our Tuesday Pettycast right there. Hey, probably the most exciting regular season game of the Ime Udoka era was last night for the Rockets. We'll relive the magic of Amen Thompson coming up next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to the Low T Center. The entire week leading up to the big game in New Orleans. Top tier football conversation. Interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture. And plenty of beignets for all. You'll hear it here next week on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee, brought to you by Orange Theory Fitness. Still working is 146 southbound at Wharton Weems, the left lane blocked. Also, East Sam Houston Tollway northbound at Highway 3 Old Galveston, the right lane is blocked there. Some scattered showers possible. 52.
southwest for the 40 U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Now 4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot. Oh! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the lead.
Are you kidding me?
Richard! Oh, the Rockets win the game.
This is fun. And, Amen Thompson, obviously a top 5 pick. He was picked 4th in the Wemby draft. Everybody was praying for Victor, and we got Amen Thompson here in Houston. And this has been fun. Like, I'm not going to say the most unlikely of all these to ascend to stardom, but you got 6 first-round, well, 7, including Reed Shepherd, 7 first-round picks on the team. And I think we all knew Amen Thompson had the potential to be a good player. He is... Since getting put into the starting lineup, Seth, when Jabari Smith Jr. went out, he is flashing all-star, not even all-star potential. He's playing like an all-star right now.
Right, yeah. And it's such a great development because not only just for what we're seeing right now, but when Jabari Smith Jr. comes back, he's going to have time to work his way back in. The rotations and everything else during the playoffs get really intriguing when you hopefully keep everybody else healthy, but then have Amen Thompson playing the way he is right now. This is for a team that a lot of people are looking at as, oh boy, do they need to add an extra piece or a different element or what have you. More and more confident, nay, cocky, about the fact that this Rockets team is fine just as it is.
Yeah, I almost want to. It's strange. Like, as I think it through, I definitely don't want someone like Jimmy Butler who's agitating to get out, who's willing to get suspended,
He's currently suspended by his own team.
Yeah, for the third time
for
this
walking
year.
out of a shoot-around.
For the third time this year, he's suspended, and I'm not into having guys on my team that are willing to just forfeit $523,000 game checks. That's how much Jimmy Butler makes per game, $523.
What do you respect more, a guy like James Harden that will go to the shoot-around but then just stand around during an actual NBA game? Or
it's a good question. At least
if you had to choose, right. Or do you have a guy that at least, all right, if that's where you're going to act, you're not going to be an active cancer on the floor?
Is neither a good answer? Can I just say?
No, you have to choose one.
I got to choose either James. Okay, so I have to. You're making me choose either truculent, subordinate. What am I talking about? Like insubordinate Jimmy Butler or fat James Harden. I'm having to pick between those two. You know what? Give me insubordinate Jimmy Butler because at least you can tell him to go away. And
he
gets
they
suspended.
won last night, did they not? Yeah, kind of the team can rally around it.
Yeah. Whereas Harden was, you play him, and he's essentially sabotaging games because a career, not career, but for the previous several years, 30-point-a-game scorer, mysteriously is averaging only 17 a game all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
So, boy, thanks for giving me that choice. Reliving that.
Love, marry, kill.
Okay.
James Harden, Jimmy Butler, Jackson Mahomes.
Okay, love, marry, kill. I would say love James Harden.
What do we say? Kiss, marry, kill. That's how you do the PG version of it.
Kiss, marry, kill. Yeah, kiss. If you don't want to kill anybody, kiss, marry, and eject or whatever.
No, kill him.
Okay.
But kiss.
So James Harden, I would go kiss because he owns a restaurant, and fat James Harden, you could still go out to dinner and have a good time. Mary, no, that would be Mary. I don't want to kiss any of them.
I feel like Jackson Mahomes is a surprising strong entry for kiss or marry.
Yeah, probably. Jimmy Butler.
The problem with either of those guys, you're marrying somebody that you know at some point is going to want a divorce.
Yeah.
So I think I'd want to marry Jackson Mahomes. That's how bad it got with James Harden, and we know that Harden's going to fall apart in the playoffs. Whereas Jackson seems to do all right in the playoffs. I'm marrying Jackson Mahomes.
No, he did. He had a good game on Sunday.
Yeah.
Threw some shade at the Bills after the game.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right. This is by far the strangest conversation we've ever had on this show, and that's saying
so. I would marry James Harden and kill Jimmy Butler, which means I don't want to trade for him.
Right. So
what did I say? Whatever I said.
So Amen Thompson, since Amen Thompson got back from his suspension, remember when he was suspended for a couple games for throwing Tyler Hero to the ground.
Good time.
Those were good times. He's averaging nearly, if not over. I'm just looking at his game log. Like, he's routinely over 40 minutes a game. So he ain't going back to the bench. Like, he's a guy you have to have in the game. It feels like, especially when you're a little undermanned, like the Rockets are right now, with no Jabari Smith Jr. And yet, like, he looked fresh as a daisy down the stretch in a game last night where he played 41 minutes and 45 seconds last night.
Yeah.
And he's the guy making all the plays in the fourth quarter. He's the guy making these block shots where he's coming out of nowhere, saving the ball, transition, hitting the game-winning jumper. Like, this is
the only guy that could send him to the bench is Tyler Hero. So that's the only thing that slowed him down this year.
Yep. So that's cool. We're lucky, man. I was thinking about this during one of the breaks. Like, we've had two teams that have tried to execute like traditional style rebuilds where you tear it down to the studs, get high draft picks, pick a bunch of guys, and then you're hopefully good in a couple of years. And more often than not, those don't work out. Like, even though it's the most likely way to it's the highest probability way to rebuild a team, of several low probability ways to rebuild a team. And the Rockets and the Texans, almost in tandem, have executed both of them really, really well. Like, the Texans have had a little bit of playoff success, which the Rockets haven't had. But I would say the Rockets have had, this season so far, really good success against good teams in the regular season, which I think the Texans would, I think good, some better success in the regular season against good
I would
teams.
say, and I would tend to, in at least one area, I think the Rockets have had even more of a structured rebuild in that they went out and got Ime Udoka when it was in a moment where, all right, there might have been more enticing suitors if people had waited. But the Rockets said, all right, listen, we know what it is. There's kind of a scandal up there in Boston. We looked into it. We're cool with it. Come on board. And they were aggressive in doing that. Which they had to do themselves. I feel like the Texans, there is that element of luck in that D'Amico is out there, but like the other top coaching candidates were being fed a whole lot of bad PR about the Texans. I don't think they could have landed as top-notch of a coaching candidate if it hadn't been for the fact that D'Amico is a former player whose wife is from Houston.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I would say, too, in terms of the structure of the rebuild, the Rockets were literally declaring this is phase one of the rebuild. This is phase two of the phase one was bottoming out and accumulating all those draft picks. Phase two was Ime Udoka, like getting a better head coach and becoming competitive again, like becoming at least a 500 team. And now, man, they're like phase three, like on a they're like on a 45-degree trajectory in phase three right now, becoming a contender. Like it's really cool, man. We're lucky. Some petties coming in on the text page in the aftermath of the Pettycast. What kind of friend is Alex Bregman? Altuve has fully put his loyalty and will to sacrifice on display, and Bregman is still trying to squeeze every penny out of the Astros, even though they've already offered him the most lucrative deal in franchise history.
We don't know all of it. Oh, yeah, that last part is true. I thought he was going to say the most lucrative deal that Bregman's been offered. But, what the hell, Bregman? What kind of display of loyalty is this to your friend? The one guy who, and I also feel like, Altuve is kind of the guy that volunteered to stay in the bunker as everybody else retreated, just to try to hold off the enemy a little bit longer. But he thought it was going to be a heroic move that other people would follow suit.
Right.
You're like, guys, I'll stay behind and fight him off, and everybody else is like, okay, cool, see ya.
Moving to left field is Altuve throwing himself on a landmine or something like that.
Sitting there behind my machine gun going like, oh, those sons of, well, I'll tell you what, I thought maybe they'd protest a little or something.
Dude, what do you think?
Bregman comes back into the bunker, but it's just to grab his canteen.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think the reaction? What do you think the reaction is going to be if Alex Bregman goes to one of these other suitors that we've heard so much about, like the Red Sox or the Cubs have gotten into the Cubs seem to have this fetish for former Astros right now, but it's one of those Correa deals where it's like a 3-year. $90 million, and he can opt out after 1 year, knowing full well the Astros offered 6 years, $156.
So he's basically, I mean, that's a good deal. That's still a better deal for the player if the player's got the opt-outs. Now, if it's a 3-year, So if it's a 3-year deal, because Correa's was how long was Correa's?
Well, Correa's first deal was just what I told you. It was a 3-year deal for $90 million, and he could opt out after each season if he wanted to.
Which basically makes you a free agent every single year if you have a really good year.
So he opted out, became a free agent, got 2 massive deals from the Giants and Mets, and they disqualified him physically, and he goes back to the Twins for a 6-year, $200 million deal.
Yeah.
So if Alex Bregman got a deal where it's basically a shorter deal and he's just wanting to become a free agent in a year from now and he doesn't come back to the Astros, do you think Astro fans will be mad at him? That's my question.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think they will.
Yeah.
I'm lost. No, I got lost somewhere.
Yeah,
in
the contracts. The contract stuff. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. I'm going to tell you guys about a Vegas trip. How about that? A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app, live, rewind, or show podcast. It doesn't matter. Just listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes to earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. Up next, let's do a little compare-contrast. Liam Cohen of the Jacksonville Jaguars had, I don't know if it was a disastrous press conference yesterday, but it wasn't great. If this thing happened to the Jaguars, we will explain why and dig into the audio vault coming up next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Jacksonville Jaguars introduced their new coach yesterday. So we now know what we're up against here in the AFC South. Shane Steichen and Anthony Richardson in Indianapolis. Brian Callahan and whatever the Titans decide to do with the first overall pick in Nashville. And then in Jacksonville, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen, who the Jags bent over backwards to bring in. They fired their beloved, at least by the owner, GM, Trent Baalke, to get Liam Cohen into the building there. They may or may not have violated some Rooney rules, or violated the Rooney rule to get Liam Cohen in there. And Liam Cohen at his press conference yesterday, I don't know, I wasn't super impressed. I don't know how genuine he seems. He attempted at the very beginning of the press conference to endear himself, ingratiate himself to the Duval County audience there by doing any of the actual correct chants still pulled up in there, the Duval chant. We got one? Okay, so here's what the Duval County, where Jacksonville is, the people love to chant this. Duval! Duval, right? Here was Liam Cohen giving a go at it yesterday.
Duval.
Yeah. The internet went crazy.
I actually feel bad for Jaguars fans there. That you're right. He's getting up to the podium. You've talked yourself into this guy. You're set. You're ready to go. You start a new era. They're going to get a new GM, and then he gets up with that.
Duval.
I mean, he may as well have picked his nose immediately afterwards. He botched the intro.
Yes.
It's all uphill after that. It's all uphill.
Yep. So he botched
you want a coach who pays attention to details. Like maybe how to say the chant you're about to say. Just the little, hey guys, what do I do? Like, well, how am I supposed to do this? Duval, got it. Let's do this.
Yeah, he knew enough to volunteer that because he sat down. It was his opening statement, and he sat down and said, Jacksonville, community.
Duval.
Like that was the beginning of his opening statement, if I'm not mistaken. He wasn't prompted. He's like, people didn't ask him like, hey, do you know the Duval chant? Like he came in knowing I'm going to do this, and that would worry me about what his actual like research or book skills are. Like how attention to detail, right?
Yeah.
Attention to detail. So that was Liam Cohen. So somewhat of on the natural disaster scale of 1 to 10. That's like a 6. It's not horrible because there have been some 10s the last few years. There have been some bad ones that got ridiculed nationally. Like, I don't see anybody talking about Liam Cohen on Get Up or anything this morning when it comes to that. This, though, got a lot of attention. Maybe Jacksonville should be excited because here was Dan Campbell back in 2021 at his opening press conference for the Lions job.
This team is going to take on the identity of this city, all right? And this city's been down, and it found a way to get up, all right? It's found a way to overcome adversity, all right? And so this team's going to be built on we're going to kick you in the teeth, all right? And when you punch us back, we're going to smile at you. And when you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off, all right? And we're going to stand up. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down, all right? And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you. Before long, we're going to be the last one standing.
Right.
He
wanted had a lot of if we're talking about playoff games, and they've had some hunks taken out of them. But that, I'll be honest with you, in hindsight, knowing what he was able to do, and we all know this, we all know that he rebounded from that press conference just fine. I honestly listened to that, and I'm like, yeah, sounds reasonable. That's exactly the way that
knowing
plays.
now, knowing
I
now.
saw. Hey, Sean, I once seen a game where Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions, and they came back and they got up off the ground and they bit the hell out of a Texans.
Yep. We saw it with our own eyes, man.
But at the time, he was widely ridiculed for it.
He wanted to bite a 3rd kneecap there, you could tell, when he said, we'll take another
he caught
hunk.
himself.
Yeah.
That's when I knew he was a real one.
We'll take another.
It was like, this guy knows anatomy. He was about to say another kneecap, and then he realized, like, nope. That's it's got to be a hunk of something else.
Yep. All right. So
he probably caught himself from saying, like, your left testicle.
So that worked out. That worked out for Detroit. So maybe Jacksonville should be excited. Now, here is Nick Sirianni at his introductory press conference. Again, this was widely ridiculed, and at times during Sirianni's tenure in Philly, they go back to this because he's not been on nearly the upward trajectory with the fan base there that Campbell has been in Detroit. Like Sirianni, as we talked about with Ross Tucker a little bit earlier on the show, back in the 7 o'clock hour, you can listen to that on the Odyssey app. He's had a complicated relationship at times with the Philadelphia fan base. Here was Nick Sirianni of Philly in his introductory press conference.
Next thing that's very important to me is that we build a smart football team. That we have a smart football team here. And I know we have the people in place to do that. The first part of being smart is knowing what to do. We're gonna have systems in place that are easier to learn. All right, complicated to the defense or offense that they're going against or the special teams group they're going against, but easy for us to learn. Because when we can when we can learn our system and we can get good at our system, then our talent can take over. Less thinking equals talent take over, but we need to have systems in place, and we will have systems in place.
You know what? It's worked out pretty well for Nick Sirianni. I think the biggest thing there was he was talking about like almost more of a philosophical thing, but he was doing it in like amped up 16-year-old voice and energy.
Yeah.
That was the hard part. It was like a guy who was super excited to do a book report. That's why I think it just didn't come off right.
I like less thinking equals talent takeover. Like it's algebra. It's LT equals TT. You know, I like that. I like that he kind of lays it out simple like that for the
less
people.
Thinking equals talent takeover.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
The other, it's hard to sell to the masses sometimes, less thinking. Even though if you sit down and you explain it, it makes sense. But people hear dumb, I think.
Yeah.
I think they hear, oh, dumb. Okay.
Yeah.
That sounds dumb to me. Oh, and you're selling, because to the mind's eye, you want to see this complex, ornate offense. When the reality is a lot of the complex, ornate offenses, at the core of it all, they are pretty simple. It's just that they find ways to make it look really complex.
All right, so Dan Campbell worked out for Detroit, I would say. They haven't made a Super Bowl or anything yet, but I think Dan Campbell isn't getting fired anytime soon, and that's a really good football team. Nick Sirianni is in his 2nd Super Bowl, and he's made the playoffs every year as the Eagles coach. That worked out. Here's Mike McCarthy. If we're talking recent press conferences within the last few years, this was Mike McCarthy basically admitting to lying to get the Cowboys job.
I need to confess. I mean, I told Jerry I watched every play of the 2019 season, but I wanted the job. So I have of the season, but it was just, I mean, you do what you got to do, right?
Did you hear the second to last? Jerry thought it was funny, and then it hit him like, wait a second.
Yeah, got duped.
He's really making me look like a doofus again.
All right, so does Mike McCarthy – now, Mike McCarthy didn't even get to a conference championship game. Both the two guys we just played did. He did win a lot of games in Dallas.
Yeah.
So does Mike McCarthy – where is he on the like it didn't work out, didn't get to a conference title game. They're still sitting on a 30-year drought. I would say that one probably didn't work out. Maybe the lesson there is that lying is, karma comes back to bite you.
No, I think it's but we talked about it earlier. Hey, sometimes being a bad person is the best thing you can do for success.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, and landing a job, I guess Mike McCarthy just illustrated to all the youth of America right there. Lie.
What a great example
lie.
is that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, hey, lie. Lie until they find you out. That's my secret to success.
Right. And even openly admit it at a press conference, right in front of the people who just hired you. Who cares?
I would say, what year did they hire him?
I think like 2020, maybe 2020.
So they've won. So they won one wild card game in that time.
Wow.
They ended up 1-3 in the playoffs.
Okay.
So no, it's a failure. Given how much they spend in the quarter, they have their quarterback and all of that.
Failure.
That was a failure.
Well, as Jerry Jones reminded all of us yesterday, Seth.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles. Mm-hmm. Very low percentage.
Very low percentage.
Yeah, he brought up glory holes again, which you would have thought at some point one of his advisors said, hey, that old glory hole clip of yours.
Oh, yeah, because Jerry sounds like someone who listens to his advisors.
Right, exactly. He just, nope, that's going to be part of the lexicon, son.
Yeah.
So I'm going to say glory hole in press conferences every now and then. You're going to have to deal with it.
Deal with it, yeah.
And then he went on an adamant defense of himself where, he was angry that people have said that he always does the comfortable thing. And then he went into a long tirade about how he would spend any amount of money to win a championship. And you're listening, you're like, yeah, Jerry, that's the problem. It's that you equate everything back to money. Meanwhile, Michael Irvin and other people have just publicly said, Jerry does all these things that don't help you win because he's so focused on the money and the ballyhoo and the publicity and everything else that he makes it really difficult for a coach. So, no, you are not willing to do anything. Willing to spend money is not the same as willing to do anything.
Right. Well, he literally...
it's just not... That's one thing that you can do more than anybody else, but that's different than anything. There are things outside of spending money that you can do.
He literally said yesterday, while sitting next to Brian Schottenheimer, the guy he just hired, something to the effect, maybe I can go find the audio, we can play it later if we want to, like something to the effect of, I could not be taking a bigger risk than the one I'm taking right now. He's a first-time head coach.
But it's true.
Thanks, guy.
It's true. But he's still just always hiring any head coach, but he's hiring a coach that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, that nobody else has ever really looked. He inadvertently takes risks because he does want it to be comfortable. He wants a do-boy.
Yeah.
He wants a guy that's not going to try to stand in his way when it comes to inviting people into the facility, into all this distraction into the organization. He wants somebody that's going to let him be Jerry Jones. He's willing to do everything except the advice of everybody pretty much everywhere that you need to scale things back a little bit on some of the extraneous activity.
All right, we are headed to Radio Row next week. We'll be there a week from now. We'll be there. We head there on Sunday. We'll be broadcasting all week long from Radio Row in New Orleans, all thanks to Flight by Yingling. Flight by Yingling is sending us there. They're the presenting sponsor. We love Flight by Yingling. Thank them for that. Low T Center as well, supporting sponsor, sending us there. And the hot seat that we will be having many a guest in, good guests, I promise you that, is sponsored by Exclusive Furniture. So thank you to Exclusive Furniture. Up next, it turns out something we were all touting as a reason why the Texans would take that next step in 2024 wound up being incredibly, incredibly overrated. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
Have you heard? Sports exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so this time last year, this is relevant because the Texans are looking for an offensive coordinator right now. Something that this time a year ago, I don't think we would have imagined that this is where they would be based on how year one went. Nothing's perfect. There was obviously always a chance, but I think the hope was that the Texans would be ascending offensively, that Bobby Slowick would be getting just as many looks at head coaching jobs this year as he was last year when he had, I think, 5 or 6 interviews for head coaching jobs. So he came back here this time a year ago. Everybody celebrated. He got a big raise. C.J. Stroud was going to have his offensive coordinator again. Gerard Johnson interviewed for a bunch of OC jobs. He came back for another year. The O-line was going to be healthy again. It wasn't very healthy in 2023, but you'd have virtually all your guys back there. Dalton Schultz was brought back on a 3-year deal. So the big theme last year, Seth, I remember talking about it, was all this continuity that there was going to be from year 1 to year 2.
I guess there was continuity, but I don't know. I mean, there was the interior offensive line was still a question. I think I was optimistic that Shaq Mason maybe had been banged up, or just there were reasons that he wasn't quite the same guy he had been previously in his career. Kenyon Green was going to be a huge question mark, and I was trying to put my faith in, Caserio and everybody else's opinion of him, that they seemed to be very bullish on him. Remember, he had his reinvented physique. He did look a lot better in the non-padded portions of training camp.
Slender,
I remember when he was running around in no pads, I was like, wow, look at that. He does look different.
Who is that?
And then all of a sudden, the Texans' defensive line looked like they had 4 All-Pros. But yeah, that was the X factor there. But I don't think you would have expected the offensive line to take a step back.
No,
necessarily.
No.
That was at the very least. All right, the pass protection might be okay, and they won't take a step back. They'll get better. We don't know how good they'll be.
Yeah, it almost felt like there was no area of the offense that either you were doing one of two things. You were either bringing guys back who could have left in some fashion, or you were bringing in Stephon Diggs or bringing in Joe Mixon. Like, it felt like they had set themselves up to where intuitively the odds of going backwards would be very, very low,
Right, of going backwards.
Right.
The question was, can they progress? The
Yes.
biggest question was, all right, can Bobby Slowick engineer a run game? And he failed, even with Joe Mixon coming in, I would have thought, well, all right, they'll probably be better just because Joe Mixon is there, but they won't be worse.
Yeah.
But in terms of success rate and stuff, they were atrocious running the football. And if it weren't for Joe Mixon, it would have been twice as bad this year. Yeah, I didn't expect everything to be as bad as it was in the second half of the season especially.
Yeah, your points on the O-line, I think of the 3 things I just listed, O-line, Slowick, I'll throw Gerard Johnson in there, so call it coaching, and Schultz.
Yeah.
The O-line, I think, was the one that was probably the most rickety when it came to continuity being a thing, just because there were still so many moving parts and guys coming back from injury. Your point on Slowick is great, that they weren't actually good at certain things in 2023 even.
Yeah, and people got angry at me some last year because I would point out that, they weren't a genuinely good offense. They were a promising offense, but I felt that's why I got nervous about people talking about having 3 1,000-yard receivers and all of that, because they still had to prove that they were a genuinely good offense, and a big part of that was just having a competent, dependable run game. But yeah, I didn't expect them to fall so short of it.
Schultz is absolutely something that I think, or someone that was brought back where continuity and chemistry was C.J. Stroud for him.
Yeah.
Because in retrospect, it's an overpay for Dalton Schultz right now. 3 years, 36.
Sure. I mean, I think Dalton Schultz is what Cowboys fans said he was. That's the most annoying part of all of this, is that the Cowboys made the right move and going with their young stud there over Dalton Schultz. And I wouldn't have expected Dalton Schultz to it's not like I expect him to be a good blocker all of a sudden, but he looked like he was a willing blocker. Mm-hmm. And by the end of the season, it looked like that was the last thing he wanted to do was block, and he was so bad at it.
Yeah.
That part is disappointing, because I felt like, all right, well, he is what he is, and he ends up with basically the same receiving numbers this year as last. 100 yards fewer receptions, but 53 receptions this year, 59 receptions last year. That was a big, especially after having paid him what you did, that was a big disappointment.
The big thing, if I recall, and it sounds like you got the numbers in front of you there, but what I recall from his first year is he was a much more reliable red zone target. Anyway,
he had 2 touchdowns this year compared to 5 in 2023.
Okay, so I mean, it's not like he was Travis Kelce or anything, but he was, 2.5 times the touchdowns, I guess, yeah.
I'll tell you what the eyeball would tell you, though, too, was that in 2023, I think we saw him bulldoze people at the first down markers and at the goal line, whereas this year it almost felt like he was kind of leaning into maybe getting a first down sometimes. It just looked like he lost power. Maybe ultimately there were injury issues above and beyond your standard linings of, okay, this was a rough year, but there was a reason for it. But he just didn't seem as physical a player.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Anytime you and I bring up the offensive line or Schultz or any other number of players who disappointed, and there aren't that many, to be fair. Like the Texans, they on defense, I can't think of one where people are like, get rid of this guy. But on offense, there are a handful. I don't think Schultz is going anywhere. Like I think he maybe like C.J. Stroud is this offseason. If he feels like it, maybe he needs to do some soul searching a little bit. He
is a good weapon in the receiving game, and he can be adequate enough as a blocker if you've got somebody else that's actually a primo stud.
Yeah.
And right now, whether it's a draft pick or maybe if Cade Stover continues to develop, I have to keep reminding myself that Brevin Jordan is coming back.
Yeah.
So at least you've got some diversity there. Just by having multiple guys who are threats on offense, that helps each one of. There's a synergistic effect there. If you've got multiple tight ends that teams have to game plan for, then you can see a better version of him. Perhaps it certainly wasn't it this year.
No. Here was C.J. Stroud a year ago talking about Gerard Johnson, Texans quarterback coach.
Yeah, Gerard. I've known Gerard since I was 16. I was in the Elite 11 with him. He was my quarterback coach there. And one thing, man, I can say about Gerard, man, is like, when you talk about someone who knows how to play the position of quarterback and knows how to relay something, but also just a great person, man, a guy who loves Texas. He loves his family. He's a great family man. And somebody who's taught me just a tremendous amount of information. But on top of that, man, put a lot of confidence into me as well. Like when I was 16 at Elite 11, we did like this little like circle group. It was like all the quarterbacks in my group. And Gerard's one thing for me was like, be confident. Because at that time, like, I wasn't really the highest recruit. I wasn't who I will become, you know what I'm saying? And I always knew that it would be a possibility, but I didn't hear it out like those type of the Gerard's I looked up to. Like, he played at Texas A&M, I knew that, and stuff like that. And when he was like, man, you need to be more confident, like, and it was just like, it changed my life, you know what I'm saying? And from there, like, fast forward, I'm here with him my rookie year. It's been just a blessing to work with him, and whatever happens, man, I'm excited for him, and he deserves everything that's coming for him, and I'm super blessed to be able to work with him.
Yeah, I guess I think all those things can be true, and yet at the same time, the dynamic that concerns me most about a candidate like Gerard is that I think he's got a very promising future, and yet he's never been a play caller in college or the NFL. And being an offensive coordinator is way more than about just the quarterback position or even calling plays. It's that you've got to be coaching the offensive line. You've got to be coaching the wide receivers. And I think that his best spot right now is either as an offensive coordinator for a team that has an offensive-minded head coach or has a defensive coach that's got lots of time and experience. But we've just seen a promising and bright young offensive team learning curve, and I don't want my offensive coordinator to be going through a learning curve in year one. I need somebody that has run the whole show before and can not just be an influence on the quarterback, but be an influence on everybody. Now maybe Gerard Johnson ends up being that guy. You never know because there's all kinds of great future offensive coordinators out there that are going to get their first job at some point. The Texans right now just don't feel like that team. It feels like it made sense with Bobby Slowick if you looked at it as, all right, well, this is going to be a rebuild and it might take a few years. And then all of a sudden they're contenders after year one. Mm-hmm. And, man, I ain't got no time for Bobby Slowick's learning curve. And I don't feel like I want to be a part of any first-time offensive coordinators' learning curves right now with where the team is.
If you were the OC that they picked and you were sitting down with Gerard Johnson talking about, forget about OC, talk about bringing him back as the quarterback's coach, how much would that relationship that we just heard CJ talking about factor into his evaluation for you?
Oh, well, bring him back it'd be great.
coach.
Yeah, that'd be awesome if they want to bring him back as the quarterback's coach.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got no opposition to that. There's
Right.
zero. So if anybody misunderstood that, it's not like I want Gerard Johnson out of the building.
No. I'm just wondering, would it be a huge factor for you that he's got the relationship with C.J. Stroud as opposed to other candidates to be the QB coach? I mean, the position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if the guy's just adamantly, especially if C.J. Stroud is saying it or something, then
Because you pointed out before, Gerard Johnson and Bill Lazor are the ones that spend the most time with C.J. of all these guys. You know, that's what I'm trying to make the distinct OC. Payne and Pendergast.
That's the biggest thing if you think about it. It's not just the play calling; it's that you're coaching the entire offense.
Yeah,
and that's a big deal. I think Bobby Slowick was a passing game coordinator in San Francisco, and we were just wondering, all right, is he going to show any competence at all in the run game? And those guys looked completely lost for answers and handling simple things like a slanting defensive tackle.
Yeah.
They had no answers for something that every team in the NFL does, and that was frustrating. And was it Chris Strausser's fault? Was it Bobby Slowick's fault? Who knows? We're not in the room every day, but that combo certainly wasn't getting it done.
No, someone says on the text page, don't forget the Texans had George Fant last year, much better run blocker than Tunsil or Titus Howard. Is that accurate? Was Fant a better run blocker last year? I don't remember.
Then who? Then Titus Howard or who? Then Tunsil?
Or Tunsil.
Oh, yeah, but the problem with the run blocking wasn't the offensive tackles. It was the interior offensive line. So, no, I mean, sure, George Fant might have made a difference.
Yeah.
But it's not and it was – look, it wasn't just the actual physical play. It was the way that they were picking up blitzes and stunts in games in both the run and pass game that they just looked completely lost. There was just no cohesion whatsoever. And even some of the rules, when I would just send stuff out to some of my O-line people, some of the rules for how you handle slants and stunts by the defensive linemen, guys were having a really hard time figuring out exactly. It was a discombobulated mess.
Yep. C.J. Stroud will not be going to the Pro Bowl, according to DJ Bieneme. He was offered the opportunity to, but DJ frames it as DJ thinks this is the beginning of C.J.'s offseason of putting his head down and going to work.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still stuck on the George Fant thing. George Fant was there with Laramie Tunsil as well.
Yeah.
So I don't. All right, George Fant's a better run blocker than Laramie Tunsil, but he played. Laramie Tunsil was on both these teams. All right.
My favorite part about the George Fant text is that it starts with "Don't forget."
Yeah.
I like "Don't forget."
No, I do. There is something to be said for the fact that George Fant being there as a swing tackle was a big bonus when they had all those injuries and Titus had to move down to guard. Yes, I would. On the sum total of things, would I have rather had Blake Fisher or George Fant in the playoff game? I would have rather had George Fant.
Right.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's not like this time a year ago. We're like, you got to hold on to George Fant, or else the whole castle's going to come crumbling down.
I was nervous about the prospect of a rookie playing. It was nice to have George Fant.
Yeah.
It was really nice to have George Fant, but ultimately you got to hope that you can draft guys that can play that role.
Yep. So no CJ in the Pro Bowl this year. So you won't be getting not you, Seth, the audience. You won't be getting your Twitter moments where he's running away from his arm, dropping it in the bucket to Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
For a touchdown. So
yeah. So DJ Bieneme, when he tweeted this out, said that how did he frame it?
He said he thinks it's the beginning of CJ's offseason of putting his head down.
Yeah. So there you go. Or at the very least, healing up completely.
Yeah.
Whatever CJ's injuries were at the end of the season, it seemed like if they had been affecting his accuracy, it seemed by the time the playoffs rolled around that he must have been feeling better because he looked a lot more like the old, precise CJ Stroud. But even though you don't do much at the Pro Bowl these days, and the only thing that's close to football is the 7-on-7, I could see him probably feeling like, no, I need it. he doesn't need to be in the phase right now where he's got his head down and working, but he might need to be recuperating.
Yeah.
And that a week in Orlando, not to mention, who knows how many water slides he'd go on and subject himself to harm. How long would he stand in the line to get on the log ride,
I'm genuinely curious how visible he is this offseason compared to last season, where he was everywhere for, he was in, where was he, in Japan or China? He was in
Japan. They did an Asian tour. I think they went to more than just Japan.
Yeah, I think they did.
I think they might have been in China also.
They were definitely in Japan. They did some sumo wrestling there, so that would speak to Japan. But he's going to vacation. He's going to go places. But he was doing stuff with Micah Parsons where clearly the big purpose of it was to generate content and,
Right,
draw
yeah,
attention.
It was all part of publicity stuff for whatever. brands and podcasts.
I'm just curious how much of that we think he does.
I think we probably, speaking of keeping a low profile, I wonder if another name that starts to surface at all is Byron Leftwich. Because Byron Leftwich, after he left Tampa, basically traveled with his son, who's a basketball player, to AAU tournaments and everything.
Oh, cool.
And at some point, he's expressed a desire to get back into coaching.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't, he might be a victim of having been Tom Brady's offensive coordinator, working underneath Bruce Arians, because people are going to wonder, all right, how much was that really you and all that? But I don't know. I haven't seen his name in any interviews or anything like that.
I've seen his name. I haven't seen him in any with the Texans, and maybe I've seen his name on like lists that people put together.
Yeah.
Like I've not, to your point, I haven't seen any team put out a graphic yet where they're like, we just completed our interview with Byron Leftwich.
The Patriots interviewed Byron Leftwich.
Did they? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's the only one I've seen is that a few weeks ago the Patriots interviewed Byron Leftwich. Oh, that was for head coach.
For head coach. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And they hired Mike Vrabel. Okay.
That's right, yeah, because I don't think McDaniels was even interviewed. I think Vrabel just
plucked him.
Pulled him in, yeah.
Yep.
I don't think they went through interviews.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a what's today? Tuesday. Okay, up next, there's 3 teams right now on the odds board that are basically even for Alex Bregman. We'll let you know who they are. Are the Astros in the mix? And there's also rumors out there as to what exactly Bregman is looking for. We will get to that coming up next. I was on Prize Picks.
exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, looking at an article in the Chronicle and talking about the Astros. The Astros were waiting on Alex Bregman, and I saw Michael Schwab tweeted a little bit earlier. Michael knows some people. Said that the rumor is that Alex Bregman is waiting on a $30 million a year offer. The Astros are sitting at 26. I don't need the Astros to spice up their offer for Alex Bregman. They are clearly in the market. Like they are firmly. I mean, they may be above market right now based on what at least outwardly Bregman's market appears to be.
Yeah.
So the website bookies.com, it's an odds maker, updated the hypothetical odds of where Bregman will land, and the Astros right now are almost even with the Cubs and the Tigers. Cubs are 3-1 to sign Bregman. Tigers are 3.5-1. The Astros are plus 375, which is 3.75 to 1. So they're, according to one odds maker, they are firmly in the mix with the Tigers and the Cubs.
Yeah.
So
what do we do with that?
Cubs are making big moves. Well, the Cubs have become like a home for wayward Astros lately with Tucker and Ryan Presley. The Tigers obviously have A.J. Hinch there. And to me, the bigger thing is what's Alex Bregman looking for, and I think it's interesting. You know, Schwab's tweet there that he's looking for $30 million. I'm going to guess I know the answer to this already, but would you like the Astros to move off of their current offer for Alex?
Oh, there's no way in hell
the only movement that you have been a proponent for is reducing the amount of money you give Alex Bregman, because
clearly reducing the years. Right, yeah, reduce the total money, maybe keep it at the same average per year, but reduce the number of years, whatever it might be, because the organization specifically made moves planning on Alex Bregman not being there.
Yeah.
And they made him his offer. He left. He just sat out there forever. Very clear, didn't want to come back to Houston because, man, there's big money out there.
Yeah.
And I got to go prospecting for it. And now all of a sudden he wants to come back and live on the ranch after he forsook the ranch. No. This ranch is going to the second oldest child.
Dana Brown has said that the door is cracked for Alex Bregman. I wonder if they've got a drop-dead date. Because, look, it's going to be February this weekend, which means we're 2 weeks away from pitchers and catchers, which means
news to me.
Spring training is going to be here pretty soon. I wonder if there's a drop-dead date for Dana Brown and the Astros where they say 6 years, 156, take it or leave it. You know, this is it. Because you can't sit in limbo like this. You know, obviously, at the very least, by the time guys are showing up at spring training, you have to have, I feel like you have to have made a move. I don't know. Maybe Jose Altuve is cool with moving to left field in the middle of spring training. I have no idea. But for me,
that'll be the big fun thing to watch. Mm-hmm. That'd be the first indicator that, hey, maybe this thing is really happening. If out there at spring training, Jose Altuve's not just during batting practice or anything, he's out there getting pretty cool. That would be pretty cool, in that, I mean, it would be fun to talk about. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it would be cool to talk about it.
It'd be cool in the Sean Pendergast realm, like, this would be amazing for radio. Jose Altuve playing left field, yeah. I don't know how amazing he would be out there, but I think they got to figure this thing out at some point and move on.
You know what I'm mad at more than anything? Scott freaking Boras.
Yeah,
Scott Boras, who Bregman fired his previous agent to hire Scott Boras. And I'm guessing that Scott Boras told Alex Bregman, whatever. Yeah, you'll do way better than what the Astros are offering. You got to get out there and take what's yours. And he gets out there, and he's like, and Bregman's like, well, I just
you told me.
I would have liked to stay there.
Well, you got the
now,
chance.
ultimately, Bregman. Look, Boras works for Bregman, so I don't exonerate Bregman from anything. But I would note that, man, if Boras was telling Bregman, like, there's gold in them there hills, or in Chicago, then you gotta get out there.
Yeah. It's interesting. So text messages are coming in on this. Honestly, I'm tired. I'm getting tired of Alex Bregman crap. Except they got a little more graphic with the language there. And I don't know if this means that particular texter is tired of us talking about it or if they're just tired of Bregman's act, I'll call it. Follow-up text. Yes, I'm in agreement with Seth. We've signed people since he's been D'ing around. I would offer $1 million. Take it or leave it, LOL.
Take it, punk.
Can you imagine? I'm looking for 30. Here's less than 20.
Okay, now here's the other thing. Now, this guy's in a different category than Bregman, obviously.
Yeah.
But I was trying to think of is Bryce Harper the guy who signed a big contract, the latest into free agency?
That's a good question.
His was in February.
Yep.
February 28th was when it was announced.
Yeah.
Or at least when the story was. So, I mean, it was into spring training. Still technically free agency, but well outside the normal window of free agency. So I suppose there could be that dynamic that maybe the money is out there, but for various reasons that it's just not going to happen until February, the last day of February in 2019.
In 2019, that was my question. So that was pre-COVID. I don't know if,
but that was also back when that was in that couple of years where free agency got super weird.
Really slow for everybody, for all the stars. And so with that in mind, that's a great point. So that may have had, like Bryce Harper may have had as much to do with the overall market than anything else. Because I would say respectfully to Alex Bregman, you ain't Bryce Harper.
Right, yeah. And but again, Dallas Keuchel's the other guy that springs to mind is a guy that did not get nearly the attention in free agency that he thought he was going to get. He ended up signing in like July that year.
Yeah, and it was a short-term deal.
Yeah, for nearly what I think he was probably expecting or hoping to get.
Yeah.
He was a little bit of a victim of the way they kind of took away his superpower.
Saw Tuve was taking fly balls and left. It looks weird. I'm over the Breggy BS. Yeah, a lot of people are kind of – this whole saga is fatiguing people of Alex Bregman now. You know what I mean? I think
it's almost like a player that – it's not nearly on the level of Lance McCullers yet because this has been 3 years now where Lance has been so injured all the time.
Yeah.
But I think people who genuinely appreciate Lance's efforts in the World Series victories and whatnot, it's been so – it's all the time, and it just keeps going on, and that's what it's starting to feel. It just keeps dragging out with Bregman.
It's an interesting comparison because, look, Lance McCullers, if we're talking about reasons to be mad at people or reasons to be upset, nobody held a gun to Lance's head, or to Jim Crane's head, I should say, to offer Lance McCullers the $17 million a year that he's getting right now to largely rehab injuries. Like, they offered it to Lance, he took the deal, and he's been injured. Lance McCullers, if anything, Lance McCullers has been, I won't say the polar opposite because I don't want to paint Bregman out like he hates Houston or something like that.
Right.
But Lance McCullers has worn Houston on his sleeve from about the time he was called up to the majors. And Bregman has too. Bregman really likes Houston. He's done a lot of great things for Houston. But I think you could construe the way things are going right now is, well, he's obviously not 100% in on Houston. Houston's given him a great offer, and he's still waiting around for more money. It would appear. Bregman hasn't spoken very much at all about this. We're just trying to read all the tea leaves and go to the people that are kind of, culling all the rumors together.
I guess the other part with McCullers, too, was that was, he understood his injury history and what it meant. So the Astros gave him a deal that they were accounting for his injury history, but for his upside, and McCullers knew that was probably his best chance to get good, really respectable long-term money.
Yeah.
So, I feel bad for his Paredes. I feel like that Dana Brown goes up there at the Fan Fest and basically he said at least a couple times, if Bregman did come back, even though it's a long shot, oh, yeah, he's your third baseman. Yeah. He's awesome. He's incredible. Which, yes, it's true, but you don't have to say it quite like that.
We just
we're trying to get Paredes comfortable here, be one of us.
We just started dating like 3 weeks ago. I thought we had a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and be like, really. And then all of a sudden you start talking about your ex-wife. You're like, I really wish we could have rekindled it. It's long shot that it'll ever happen, but, What are you ordering? Lobster? Great.
Always the most expensive thing on the menu. Okay.
Yeah,
well, then but then they try to cool off Paredes by going, no, dude, man, it's cool. You can always move over to first base. And Christian Walker's like, hey, I thought
Yeah.
we were dating too.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
It's like all of a sudden those guys married into a polyamorous relationship without even realizing it. It's just like they're in big love. And like all of a sudden, like, hey, by the way, honey, there's going to be more of you.
And the solution is to take the one devoted to you the whole time and make her live in the outhouse.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve. No, we'll accommodate all you newbies here. Jose, you can go live in left field. How's that sound? And Jose's too nice. He's like, I'll do anything. I'll do anything to make Breggy come back to the building. Anything. I would do anything for love, to quote the great Meatloaf.
You think you could pull off a polyamorous? Could
Me?
you pull off multiple wives?
I can barely pull off one. No. God, no, that's way too much. No. Do you?
I don't know how that was ever something that people aspired to.
God.
You look at various, I don't know, man. I don't understand why that was ever a thing. I mean, I get it. There were reasons for it. But still, of all the things that I could accumulate as a status symbol, that would be the last one I would ever want.
And let me be very clear, because my wife listens to the show. The reason I'm saying, oh, God, no, has nothing to do with her. It all has to do with me. My wife is as low maintenance as it gets. Like, she's amazing. But, like, no, that's a lot of work, man.
Well, you know what, though? The difference is, I guess if you're thinking about it purely from a male perspective.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies, I understand how, so this is from a pure male perspective. If you're somebody who's pious and you're not going to have sex outside of marriage, but you're allowed to have multiple wives.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
I mean, that's at least one of the selling points. But we think of it through our eyes and our lens, which is like, all right, if you're like, why have multiple wives if you're just going to be a dirty dog?
Yeah.
Just go out and do elsewhere. Where they weren't necessarily thinking about
The
it.
other wives would have to
Societies that do
be. The
it.
other wives would have to be really cool for there not to be, carnal involved.
There's a lot of, Well, no, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah.
But in a lot of those cultures, they don't necessarily have much say in the matter. That's what I'm saying. This is a purely
You're asking me. That's
yeah.
That's in the world of Sean, in the religion of Sean T. Pendergast, if there were such a thing. But no, I couldn't do that at all.
So there you go, Payne and Pendergast for polygamy. Yes, staunch polygamists.
Do your thing. No, I do. If you want to do it, do it. I'm monogamy is already that's enough on my plate. Boy, people are upset with Bregman, Seth. I love Bregman, but I think I'd rather spend the money on other pieces at this point, and that's the most gentle.
He's a polygamist. You can't support him.
You can't. No. F. Bregman, we don't need him back. He's a detriment to the team in the beginning of the season because of his notoriously slow starts. He's declining.
Yeah. I know. That's another part. You know what? No. That's a good part of it. Is that he goes through these long droughts.
Yeah.
And okay, great, he's having competitive at bats and all, but in any era of baseball, including analytics, I don't want my guy having a 188 batting average out there for months at a time.
No.
Okay?
No.
So that's where I think Bregman has a shorter leash than others in that, all right, why is it always something with Bregman?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if it's not a long drought offensively, it's him. A bit with potentially coming back several months into free agency.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
All right, good. Yeah, the hate is building.
Starter.
That's right. That's right, Brandy. That's how Brandy keeps it from having to have sister wives, by having good drops.
Good drops, good impersonations of Seth.
I'll bring another woman in here to give us drops to the radio show, okay?
Yeah, no, that'd be good. It's good for content. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. Rockets had a big win last night. I'm looking at a story right now of something that others have tried to involve the Rockets in. Don't do it, Rockets. That is next.
So, I don't know how many wives you have to take.
artificial intelligence in advertising can work for you.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Now 4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot. Oh! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the lead. Are you kidding me? Richard! Oh, the Rockets win the game.
All right. So just in case, for those of you that didn't see the end of the Rocket game last night, it sounded like a buzzer beater, right? With Amen Thompson, and there was 0.7 seconds left. It just felt like there was still another shot that needed to be taken by the Celtics. It was a three-quarter court shot that landed in the fifth row. So last night, 114 to 112. I'm looking at the standings in the Western Conference. I'm trying to come up with right now, Seth, just looking, because the Rockets are for real. Like, they're beating good teams. With the Texans during the season, we knew that there were good things about the Texans. They weren't a bad team. They were a good team, but they played a lot of close games. Their point differential was very slim. You know, among the teams that were in that 10 or 11 win category, they had the lowest point differential, and they didn't beat a lot of good teams during the year. The Rockets are the opposite of that. The Rockets are beating good teams, and they've got a decent point differential. They're second in the Western Conference right now, and all the teams that are around them in the standings, they've beaten at least once or twice this season. They've beaten Oklahoma City once. They've beaten Memphis a couple times recently. They beat Denver recently, albeit without Jokic. They've beaten the Lakers. The Clippers they've beaten a couple times. Minnesota. So they're not lamb killers at all. Like, they're 31-14, and we're getting to the point now where these teams have all started to play 45 to 50 games. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm looking at they're 3.5 games ahead of Denver, the 4 seed. My floor for this team right now, assuming relative health, is that they have a home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs. That they're somewhere 1 through 4 in the seeding right now.
No, I think they can definitely sustain this.
Yeah.
And with Jabari Smith Jr. coming back to round out the regular season, they play tenacious defense very, very regularly. You don't expect hiccups in that. You know, shooting comes and goes. The defense, and they've had some defensive letdowns, some notable ones at times. That's going to happen, but it's more consistently available every single night. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. This is not a team, hey, you don't have to worry about them going dry from the three-point line because that's their status quo.
Yeah.
So it's more about the defense and the offensive rebounding that is going to sustain them. And I'd be really, really surprised if there's a huge drop-off or a huge dip somehow.
The Miami Heat have taken decisive action by suspending Jimmy Butler indefinitely after he walked out of a team shoot-around. The move has led to a significant recalibration of the Heat's trade strategy, with the team now lowering their asking price for Jimmy Butler. I don't want Jimmy Butler at any asking price on the Rockets.
No,
with his act.
Yeah, I think this is a team that's playing above the depth chart and how it looks on paper, partly because of chemistry and because of the right mix of veterans and young players. And I don't think this is not the scenario that makes me feel like, oh yeah, this is what you have to do. You need to do it with this. Plus, the notion of trading away either active players or draft picks for the future, which can be used for trade pieces elsewhere. I'd rather that be more precision and less of a grasp at something this year than to go after Jimmy Butler, who's a very, very notable malcontent.
Malcontent as it gets. Walking out of the shoot-around. He missed a flight last week. It's bad. It's really, really bad. They mentioned the Grizzlies and the Bucks as teams that might be in the mix. I guess there was a trade with the Suns that they might have been able to do, but there were complications with Bradley Beal's contract to make that happen. But I don't want the Rockets anywhere near Jimmy Butler right now.
I was just looking at the offensive rebounding stats, and it is, I've just kind of they've been leading the offensive rebounding for most. Right, but they're very, very good at it. They've been leading it but it's by such a big margin too. The Grizzlies are second in offensive rebounding at 13.1 per game. The Rockets are at 14.7.
Nice.
That's a lot over the guys. That's damn near 2. It's 1.5 to 2 extra per game.
Yeah.
That adds up over time.
Now,
man.
some would say they've got more misses to actually
That's a
rebound
good point.
on the offensive end.
But the Rockets, they're like Dennis Rodman, and they know where exactly where their missed shots are going to go.
But I would say I like that. But it matches the eye test. Like they are relentless on the offensive glass. Like they're always getting a hand on the ball. So no, I'm with you on that. You were reading a Greg Olson piece to me during the break. What's Greg Olson?
He sat down with somebody. It was like a sit down with Bryce Young or something. What was this? Sorry, it was. I found it on the Spun, but he was doing an interview, and somebody was asking him about it was at the Athletic. Asked him about is it tough watching Tom Brady sit there and do those games that you would have been doing?
What did he say?
He said a couple really diplomatic things. It's hard to sit there and watch games that over the last couple of years you were preparing for and you were calling, and then you're sitting there on your couch and you're watching the game. You're almost kind of broadcasting the game in your brain. You're saying, "Oh man, what would I have said on this play?" There was so much to talk about there. That would have been super fun to dive into. That sounds like veiled criticism at what Tom Brady chose to talk about. No, I'm joking. I don't think it sounds snarky at all. It makes sense. That's what he would.
No,
be
and I thought to be clear, I thought Brady did a good job in the NFC title game. I haven't gotten to watch much of him this year because you and I are busy on Sundays. But the parts that I had seen up to this past Sunday, I wasn't totally enamored with. Understanding it's the first year he's done it, he's just getting paid a lot of money, and he's Tom Brady, so we expect him to be good at everything right out of the chute. I thought he was really good in the NFC title game. Well, that kind of sucks for Greg Olson, man. Like that it actually makes it hard to watch football games. You know what I mean? Like that's a big part of his job is watching football games.
This is the other quote. I don't think resentment's probably accurate, but I also think it's not too far off, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm not resentful, but it's close.
I wonder if Olson. I wonder what his contract's like. Like I wonder if he has a clause like as part of the negotiation, knowing he was going to be getting moved down to the B team.
Yeah.
If he had any leverage to say, look, if I get offered a number one chair with Amazon, NBC, CBS, Netflix,
any of these other ones that are doing games,
any of these other outlets, if he had a clause in there, like Lou Holtz had a clause in his contract with Minnesota, the University of Minnesota back in the day. No buy if Notre Dame offered him the job. I wonder if he's got like a favored nation kind of thing like that. Like, hey, who would you like them to replace?
I would say, you know what I'd say to Greg Olson?
What?
Like, I don't know, man. Maybe you should have played quarterback and been a good quarterback.
And win 6 Super Bowls.
Yeah, you're an awesome tight end, but maybe you should have been a better tight end.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
That's the sum total of what it is. That's what I would say to him.
That's what you would say.
What are you going to do? Well, it's the same. Like, if you get caught up, and I don't think Olson's the kind of guy to get caught up in that resentment or being jealous or whatever. I mean, that's the reality of the situation is, that big name helps you a lot when you get into broadcasting, and nobody's got a bigger name than Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole. I always tell people in sports broadcasting, because sometimes some young sports media people will get upset about athletes getting these jobs when I put in so much work. I'm like, listen, they're two separate jobs.
Yeah.
There's the former athletes in media that listeners or the audience member likes to they like them for their experiences and everything else, and then there's like the actual media professionals.
Right.
Those are who you're competing with.
Yeah.
So like, don't sit there whining and complaining about these guys that get this opportunity because they're football players when there are other guys who are just like you that went to broadcasting school and everything who are doing better than you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are your competitors, and they're outperforming you.
Yep.
So why are you wasting your time whining about this? So likewise, I think Greg Olson knows the deal. That there's a certain element there that it doesn't matter whether it's fair or not. It's people respond to people with big names.
Yep.
So like that, the situation is just that.
Nope. Yep. John Lopez.
Podcast. I would like to no.
Yeah, go at it.
You're gonna rail against the jockocracy
Go at him.
for the next
That's right.
4
Get him,
hours.
Reggie.
Yeah.
Get him.
They're expanding their way out of this though, from the analyst to now it's the athlete doing all of the other things that previously went to the broadcaster guys.
That is true.
No, but one of the things that I do find interesting, and there was one of the things that I thought Tom Brady would be really good at is just. And Seth, you've been, great at this. Clint's been great at this. It's one of the reasons that we're really happy to have both of you guys on the station. It's awesome. is that, some of the athletes will get into these media spaces and they take it like, this is my new career and I'm going to put that same level of work ethic that I did in my playing career into my work. And you could tell that not all the athletes do that. And I imagine that that's also a point of frustration for other folks where they're like, oh, you are simply coaching.
Just showing up and turning the microphone
right,
on.
and you believe that this is going to work that way.
That's true. Yeah, I could see that when people are just phoning it in and just giving such – like if Magic Johnson's Twitter account were actually him talking on an NBA broadcast – you'd be like, oh, what the hell is going on here? I mean, come on. There's kind of a spectrum, I guess. Of I get that. That makes sense.
I like that. How you doing, John?
I'm good. I just to weigh in on that because my thought has always been it depends on what lane you want to pick. The professional broadcasters are more of the research and analytics and doing that, whereas the athletes, their experience in sports is their experience
is a human
that
experience.
leads to what they do.
Yep.
So they pick that lane. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all.
I've got a PhD and spent years honing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Welcome to the club.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I might have like a bachelor's degree. I don't think I can compare.
You guys have a great question of the day today.
Well, thank you.
In light of, I want your
answer.
Okay, well, tell the people the genesis of it and what it is for the day. Here.
Well, it's Duval.
Upward inflection. Duval? Question mark? Yeah.
Well, so the question of the day is, what's your most humiliating public moment?
Okay.
And this is such a tough question because, look.
Speaking, obviously, would be the main gist of it.
We're all human beings. You try and insulate yourself from constantly putting out your most. So, I think in my mind, I've been doing the calculus of how embarrassing is embarrassing enough to fulfill what we're trying to do.
No, we want the best.
Without putting out the dirtiest of laundry and making yourself
now is this the most humiliating moment, or does it have to be like a behind the microphone?
Behind the microphone is the gist of it.
I've got one that pops into my head. So back when before I got into radio, when I was vice president of sales for the company that I worked for, at our annual meeting. We had to get up and present, kind of the outlook for we had to recognize all the achievers and give our presentation on the upcoming year, which became my last year as the VP of sales. Well, the company got bought. I got fired because the company got bought. I didn't get fired for this particular meeting, although I would have fired myself. Well, the night before, like always happens at the night before, man. The meeting was taking place at the nice hotel in downtown Chicago, the Four Seasons. That we all had hotel rooms there. It wasn't one, and we flew everybody from the company in, and we had a big presentation room, big meeting room, and whatnot. And we had a big party the night before, and boy, did I get hammered at that party. And so I woke up the next day. I was really hungover for this presentation, but my mouth was so dry from being hungover that my enunciation was affected by it, and I didn't have any water up on the stage. So I'm talking I am talking in a manner with that people are like, is there something wrong with him?
Speech impediment?
Yes, like there's something wrong with him, to the point that there reached a point in the presentation where multiple people walked up with huge glasses of water and put it on the dais right there for me.
Drink this,
please. That would be. I'll tell you what. That would be pretty insulting if you did indeed have a speech impediment.
Right. Well, my speech impediment. I had one the night before, but that was because I was stuttering from alcohol.
Seth, you've spoken a lot, whether as a player or as a broadcaster. What's your most humiliating public speaking moment?
I remember going to.
This is going to be good.
This was for a Special Olympics event when I was a player. And somebody had asked me, don't worry, no, it's not going to be this. It's not going to be bad. It's the person who asked me to do the speaking engagement framed it as basically get up and make a comment or two, and that's it. I got there and to me to speak for a half hour.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
And I had done zero prep. I had like a nice little couple sentences I was going to say. And I tell you, I might have given them 15 minutes, and I don't remember 13 and a half of the minutes. And I remember getting very tepid applause at the end of it. I was devastated ever since then. It was awful. It was awful.
Okay, I remember one that was fairly
and this
recent.
and real quick, this is like when I was a young player in the NFL. Like now, I'd be able to ham my way through that pretty easily. I was not ready for that. Yeah,
that's a good one. I actually have one that's related to the station. Remember the toast or roast of John McClain?
Yeah,
I was emceeing that, and I was killing it. I was doing really, really well till we got to the very end, and there was a certain speaker who was supposed to be there at a certain time and was very late getting there. I'm not going to say who it was.
But he saves you money.
He was late, and John still hadn't spoken yet, and I had I'm up on stage. I have no action plan for one of these speakers being late.
Criminals off the street and in jail.
I'm just up there like, okay. I'm thanking sponsors multiple times.
That's right. I remember that. I went to the edge of the stage thinking I could just go up there and riff with you.
Dude,
that's the same night that I spoke when Rich Lord couldn't speak, and I did my entire set off the cuff.
Yeah. Well, and when you're in that position, you're like, okay, well, I have plenty of funny stories I can tell right now, but I don't know if this audience has the appetite supposed to do here. And so it was probably 3 or 4 or 5 minutes that felt like 30 minutes up there. And eventually McClain, we just waved him up on the stage and said, all right, you're supposed to be the grand finale, but come up here and you can be the warm-up act for your last presenter, And so that was uncomfortable. That was awkward.
It was.
Not as awkward as having a hangover-induced speech impediment in front of very large shareholders of our company back in the day.
Yeah, the stakes really make it tough.
Yeah. Like I wasn't even getting paid for the emceeing gig. Like this, my job was on the line.
That's right.
I guess the presentation was okay. It just sounded really, really funny with my foam mouth.
How many of these people did you know ahead of time?
In that room?
Yeah.
All of them.
Okay, because I was like, maybe this is one of those things where this is like a corporate.
Wait, which one are you talking about? The speech one? Or
the speech impediment.
Yeah, I knew everybody.
Okay, because I wonder if it works a little bit better if they don't really know you. You're just like in another arm of the company, and they're like, maybe that's just the way he talks.
That's the way he talks. No, they all knew I needed water. Yeah.
Or they would have congratulated you on your bravery.
Yeah. You're doing so well.
That would be the worst is if you did so poorly that people congratulate you for your bravery.
I feel like the worst version of that is, you're so strong.
Yeah.
Bless his heart. They were all saying bless his heart, I promise you. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
That's what everybody was saying to Brandy at our anniversary party. So got to reevaluate that now. Yeah, antibodies to you.
Okay. I thought that's what you meant they were saying. That would have been weird. All right, Payne and Pendergast, we are done. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2. Hugh, Red Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start Duval now.
I love making fun of Liam Cohen. I just feel like, are we counteracting what we're doing by constantly doing the Jacksonville Jaguars?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So we're just going to keep making fun of them. All right. Very good. That's what you can expect here on this Tuesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. You got John Lopez. You got myself, Reginald Atatula. You have Figgy Fig. You have the text line, and I haven't even read the text that just came in. But all I just saw the word nudity. That popped out to me. So that's what we're on today. If you have that kind of vibe, go ahead and tap in. If you don't, tap in as well. 713-572-4610. We are on one. And I mean, imagine some of that, at least for me personally. I can't speak for John. I can't speak for Figgy. I can't speak for the rest of you on the text or the YouTube or the Twitch. And really, the Odyssey app is probably where you need to be. But I'm on one because the Rockets look phenomenal. What a game last night. What a game. A 114-112 victory over the Boston Celtics, the reigning NBA champions, one of the teams that has the best records in the league. Not better than you, though. Not after last night. The Rockets have a better record than that team. And, man, that was a phenomenal game. But I feel like the stakes of it, after now having 3 games in a row against teams that are in those top echelons, and winning all 3 of them, and doing so in a fairly convincing manner. I feel like the style of play, maybe not the margins of victory. I feel like the stakes on this one mean something a little different.
We've been talking about posing the question, kicking it around. They're up there. They're one of the teams that needs to be a threat. They could get this far. Just yesterday we were talking about teams that had the same record and how far they win in the playoffs, et cetera, et cetera. And I walked away from last night's game, which, by the way, there were all the little things that fed into this thought that I had after watching this game. So many little things that, like, actual contending. They're there, is my point. They are there. They don't need to change very much at all. They're a team that has all the elements. And you know why? Because last night had all the elements. Huge opponent, tough stretch of games. You win them all. You get some of the best coaching that you could possibly get in crucial minutes. You have two players that are having, for the most part, off nights. And then you see, players making plays at the end, and you see a star becoming a star right before your eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Just right before
Dylan Brooks was phenomenal. I was playing. I know you're talking about
Well, and then you have that, too.
Yeah, who the hell does Dylan Brooks think he is?
But you have that. Like, all the elements that a team in a contending role needs to do, they did. Dylan Brooks was one of them. He's a role player. We can say that. He's a role player. Not only 10 threes, but 10 out of 15.
That is correct. Like, the 10 threes, I believe, are the most three-pointers that has ever been put up against the Boston Celtics in a victory. And the Boston Celtics ain't no new team.
No.
But then also, career-high number of three-pointers in a game for Dylan Brooks. I feel like that is fairly obvious. 36 of the Brooks in the game. And that's one of the things about this game that, look, we've talked about this time and time again, especially yesterday we were just talking about the fact that this Rockets team was, 12-4 against those teams with the top 10 records in the league now, 13-4 in those same circumstances. And we talked about it like, oh, man, this team has an opportunity to contend. This one felt like it really solidified that, in part because this was another instance of one of the things that I will liken to the AFC Championship game, right? Both the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills seemingly had this on offense, which is, hey, it's cool to have one dude that's a go-to, but it's actually kind of interesting when you have a circumstance where you spread the ball out to a place where a defense can't key in on one dude necessarily. And this felt like a full confirmation of that, with Amen Thompson obviously having he's been surging in a way that's incredible. Like, he is, as you mentioned, his star is rising, and we'll talk even more about Amen Thompson as the show goes along today. Dylan Brooks goes off, but Alper Sengun only had 11 points with two centers on the floor in Luke Cornett and Kristaps Porzingis. Fred VanVleet had a pretty so-so game when it came to actual point scoring. Yeah. He was moving the ball, and his defense, really good hands, in the pockets of various Celtics players. Jalen Green, in addition to getting hit in the eye, only 12 points, didn't have a lot of scoring, and wasn't knocking down shots at a high rate. And some of those guys are the guys that you go, oh, okay, well, if it's likely to happen in a big situation, it's Jalen Green putting up a whole bunch of buckets, or it's Alper Sengun being a hub and restricted it. Nope, this time it was Dylan Brooks and Amen Thompson, and it just feels like you are playing whack-a-mole against this Rockets team, especially the way that they've had a surge offensively in January. It's like, yo, who do you choose to take off the table because you can't take them all?
Well, that's a different way to say what my takeaway is. Like, what do you have to have if you're a legitimate contender? What do you have to win these types of games? They had it last night. They showed it last night. All those things I mentioned, from Dylan Brooks to Amen Thompson to being able to come up in big moments, even if you're having a bad night like Sengun did, I got to tell you, one play I was just like, I actually kind of stood up in my chair. The inbounds play to Sengun for the dunk.
Yes, that was the one that put them up.
That was a thing of beauty. The way that Ime, and they said afterwards that he in fact himself drew that play up. Drew it up. He actually had a ghost screen just to get a guy out of the way.
And that's because, remember, in that sequence, the sequence that you're talking about is the very end of the game. It's the bucket that actually puts the Rockets up, 114-112. It is before they are inbounding the basketball, there's a foul to give. So they get the ball in, and the Celtics do foul. Yeah. On that play, they have circumstances that they saw the way that Boston responded to the action that was run on the inbounds play. Yeah. And they use that against Boston, as you're talking about there, a ghost screen that then Boston reacts to, and then you
opened up the entire lane.
Because Boston is playing really high up the floor. Obviously, you start doing that when a team is bombing three-pointers on you in a way that the Rockets did. 17. Well, bombing was probably 3 on 42% three-point shooting. They're playing high. And that's where you get you're able to draw that defender. I believe it was Luke Cornett on that particular play as well.
I think it was.
And then you get Alper and Sengun heading downhill with nobody at the rim and with an opportunity to make an easy bucket. Like,
that was a thing of beauty, man.
That is one of the things where you talk about the contention, man.
And what do you have to have? You have to have that. You have to have that. And
a coach who gives you a schematic advantage, right?
Yeah.
A coach who makes it easier on the players. Yes, there are instances where, that was not the game winner because it was Amen that had the actual game winner, but that was the one that tied it up at 112 apiece. Of course, I was like, let me just trust my memory because I watched this recently and my memory failed me in that moment. But yeah, man, a coach that gives you an advantage, a coach that makes things easier, and a coach that can draw things up against a Celtics team that is a good team that is well coached by Joe Mazzulla. Like, you have Ime Udoka putting them in a decidedly advantageous position because of what he brings as a coach.
And not just that with Udoka. Like, I thought he was absolutely on top of his game. He is an advantage against most everybody, if not everybody, that he faces. Not only that, but everybody's going to talk about Amen Thompson and the game he had, and we're going to dig into it again.
33 points,
later.
9 boards.
But for the head coach,
and the final shot.
For the head coach, it's not just that he, scored the game winner and felt like Kobe, which was really kind of cool. The way that whole exchange at the end of the game was really cool. It's that Udoka drew up the play for him. It wasn't a scramble. It wasn't he gets a loose ball and knocks down, some buzzer beater. No, it's like for Amen Thompson, he went to work, got the bucket. That's what a great coach does. The feel of the game, actually the feel of the game for that inbounds play that I liked as well. I mean, this was an Udoka win as much as anything.
This might have been the single best regular season game of this young Rockets team's tenure. Maybe the single best game, especially since they haven't necessarily been in the playoffs as a squad. And this felt like playoff basketball.
Yeah,
like that was another thing,
part of it. Yeah.
Right? This was not just okay. This is a game against a good team, and you happen to win. Now I know Al Horford wasn't there, and you had Luke Cornett starting, and then that led to some of the dudes that you ask yourself, who the bleep is this?
Yeah.
Getting minutes. I know that you had some Drew Peterson minutes where I was like, what is that Drew Peterson? You had Nehemias Keita playing at points. But, I mean, the way that this game, from the jump, you could see that, one, obviously there was a level of hard play being had out there. Like, they were playing very tough basketball. They're playing with a lot of energy and excitement. But you could see that there was also, there was a chess match back and forth.
Yes.
And that is a thing where, having to make adjustments in that game. And, of course, over a 7-game series that is expanded further, and you go, a different level of that chess match, because not just within the game, but from game to game. Okay, we saw that. Now we take an opportunity to think, how do we counteract that? What are the counter shots here and there? But even within this game, you saw that. You saw instances where the Celtics started double, or vice versa, rather, the Rockets doubling the ball handler. You saw instances where the Celtics went to zone in order to slow down and calm a lead, or a swell of scoring. You saw that, and ultimately the Rockets not only held their own, but ultimately came out on top. And again, that's a shout out to Ime Udoka, but a shout out to the Rockets being able to implement those things on the fly and execute them in a high level.
On the fly, you said it, because I think Jaylen Brown said it after the game. Kind of tip of your cap to the Rockets, because we picked the guys that we didn't want to beat us, and they focused on that, namely Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun, and they still beat us. So he did a tip of the cap there at the end, and Amen Thompson after the game. This was just really cool.
How would you describe the feeling as that shot left your hands and you knew you guys had it?
That felt great. I knew that was going in. I knew this was rip. That's my first game winner. I feel like Kobe.
And Kobe. The young man should. The young man should. And also, that is another thing, right? I talk about the idea of you playing kind of whack-a-mole with all these various dudes. Also, are you going to have Amen Thompson as possible game closer?
Well, that's what's on the table now. It's a pick your poison kind of thing. We saw him becoming a star right before our eyes, and we have over the previous games. But the fact that they called that play for him, I mean, there wasn't any doubt, there wasn't any question who was going to get the ball, and I think that's what you're talking about when you're talking about a player that is going to reach that elite level, and I think he is, in fact, reaching that elite level.
Entering this game, 18-1 when they shot 47% from the floor, 18-1 with an effective field goal percentage of 56%, 23-3 when out rebounding another team, and 26-5 when leading by 12+ points. They hit all 4 of those and lost in this game. That's just, this team is capable of overwhelming the odds because they are that damn good. And at this point also, right, the game itself, I think we could point to all the reasons why it's a championship. Or I think it makes you feel a lot more comfortable about this being a championship contending type teams, in spite of the fact that you don't have like all of that experience with this core. Like when you go to the playoffs and have your knocks in order to come back around and get those wins. But this is again another in a sequence of games for this Rockets team where they get an opportunity through adversity to get a victory, right? Obviously, you have these 3 games here because you had the Cavs previously, and maybe someone goes, "Oh, the Cavs are just upstarts." What you gonna say about the Celtics?
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
The Celtics have had, they've had some instances where I think there's some things that you could point to where it's like, all right, they've had a step back, they've had some funny, but they're a proven team. They've been in those moments.
They've done it. They've been in bigger moments than that. They've been in this atmosphere, and you stared them in the face, and you played up to the atmosphere, and you had all those things. You had guys step up. All these things that we've been talking about, like the 281 says it very, very nicely. The Rockets are back, and it's time to pay attention. I think this is a game that kind of solidified that. There was no fluke in these last. In these last few games at all.
No. And again, talking about being, I think Seth just mentioned it, like the offensive rebound, the offensive rebound in this team. And I talked a little bit about, I was a little interested about the rebounding this month with this basketball team where it's dropped. The offensive rebounding is still up there. Oddly enough, it's the defensive rebounding that slipped in this month of December. January. What month are we in? We've seen that slide to like 28th. Of the 30 teams in the league, defense rebounding. But that hasn't stopped their ability to get stops. In fact, the defense has been really, really good in this Celtics game as well. Like, one of the things in basketball, and you know this very well, having coached basketball, what the basic premise of what we're trying to do, we're trying to create an advantage, and then we're trying to, stretch that advantage by swinging the ball or whatever, and then getting a good look. The Celtics, inherently are trying to do that as well. But this team closed down so well, right? Yeah. Like, okay, you run a pick and roll and you create an advantage. By the time they had that first pass, wasn't no second pass because on the backside, the Rockets have, gotten to the place that they need to be. And if you're going to take that first shot off that first pass, someone was closing down heavy on the Celtics. Like, there weren't a lot of just great shots for the Celtics. And that was another thing for me is like the offense has found a way to come up. We've seen the offense be a lot better in this month. They have not really sacrificed all that much on defense. That all feels like, again, talking about them being a top 10 offense and a top 10 defense, top 5 defense, in fact, like that feels like as long as you were doing that, even with the ideas of experience or whatever, this feels like an opportunity for a team that can go. Plus, how many teams are really and truly experienced at that high level right now?
Right.
Is it just the Denver Nuggets, at least in the West? Because the Thunder, I guess, do you look at that? You're like, yo, they are real life contenders in that way. The Grizzlies.
This changes the way you look at them. Completely. I feel.
Man, this is. I was exhilarated, very exhilarated by this. Somebody said Rockets' best wins in their opinion, overtime in Minnesota, home win versus Oklahoma City, which again they've done that, which broke the losing streak. Golden State back-to-back wins against the Cavs, and then this one beating Boston. In Boston. And then shout out to the various people that kept me clean there. The Alperen Sengun play where you had the overhelp by I believe Cornette, and then the dunk, the easy dunk down the lane.
That was to take the lead.
Took the lead, 112-110. Celtics go scored, and then Amen Thompson feels like Kobe with a little Euro step pull-up jumper from like 8 feet, something to that effect. To win the game 114-112 over the Boston Celtics. You have a better record than them, the third best record in the NBA, and continue to roll on with big-time victories. This Houston Rockets team, man, they're special. And let us tell it, they're championship caliber. Yep. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Your Rockets are back in action again tonight in Atlanta, right? We right back at it, baby, right back at it. They will face off against the Atlanta Hawks, a team that has been a little bit nice of late. I think that they offered some different challenges, so another opportunity for the Rockets to do something special. Coming up next, though, in the loop on this Tuesday, what is the most important characteristic for the new offense coordinator for you? 713-572-4610, because Clint put up an idea that he has. Let's see if we agree with him next.
Hold the phone. to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Figgy has hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope that you are having a blast. Man, we're having fun. We're just over here talking about, municipal funding.
County funding.
That's exactly what everybody does for fun, right?
Yeah.
713-572-4610 is the number to text from the 832. The Rockets are the 2017 Astros.
Mm-hmm.
How you like that?
I mean, I could see where you could get there.
Okay, so that's a no. That's a no, thank you.
It is a no.
That's like when
Lopez says, slow down, cowboy.
That's when you at somebody else's house and they're like, hey, you want to try this food? And you're like,
yeah.
I ate.
like
okay.
like British people say, instead of no, they go, well, that's interesting.
That's interesting. And I feel like people are going to hear when I say interesting and think there's a lot of times when I'm actually interested and I say that is interesting, but there's also times where
Lopez gonna give a take. He's like, that's interesting.
That's a thought. That is definitely a thought.
Mm-hmm, that is one of the thoughts of all time. All right, 713-572-4610. Clearly, the Texans have an offensive coordinator opening, and with that,
and that's a fact.
That is factual. Mm-hmm. You're setting up noon, aren't you? Look at you. And I feel like as you're trying to fill the opening, and we talk about the various guys that we'd like to see, but sometimes, and honestly, more importantly, you need to figure out what you're looking for. Mm-hmm. You've hired before, haven't you?
No, not really.
Okay,
no.
I would have assumed that you have had some.
Damn, boss man, you ain't hired nobody before.
Hired nobody?
That's
crazy.
Damn, man.
I haven't either, to be fair.
I thought you was a boss.
So
there's two kinds of definitions of boss.
No, there's not. I feel like people might call you boss, but that don't necessarily mean that.
Right.
But yeah, man, I maybe you take this for a grain of salt, but I imagine the people that have hired, what you're doing is you're looking for characteristics. That's what hey, what are the things that we need, and what is the most important is probably the one that you need to determine as well. So let's do that. With the offensive coordinator position here, what is the most important characteristic that you want in the new OC? Because Clint Stoerner of The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley yesterday, he put on table what he felt was the most important characteristic in this hire.
The Texans offensive coordinator search, high up on the priority list, should be, I'm going to rule with an iron fist, and I don't want to be anybody's friend. I don't want to be lenient on Laramie Tunsil. I don't want to be C.J. Stroud's buddy. I don't want to be lenient to C.J. Stroud. I don't want to be anybody's buddy. I'm coming in here and I'm putting my foot down. And we're going to demand perfection across the board, whether we're talking route running or we're talking about the footwork, the mechanics and techniques associated with executing certain blocks in the pass game and the run game. You're talking about chips with the tight ends and being more physical, just the thought of being more physical, right? I don't want to be nobody's buddy. This is how the Texans offense is going to operate. And if you don't agree, if you don't want to operate, if you don't want to fall in line and you don't want to show up and show out and show this level of physicality, this level of technique work, this level of commitment, then you can be a great player, like D'Amico said many a times. It just ain't here. You can move on and be a great player in the NFL. It's just not here if you're not going to do things this way on the offensive side of the football. I believe that high up, if not number one, extremely high up on the priority list, that's what the Texans need in an offensive coordinator, not another guy that is just familiar and close to C.J. Stroud.
The only way it would make sense, and they're the only ones who know, is if this was just simply a deal where Bobby Slowick was just going rogue.
All right, so let's talk about that first, what he said, because I think what Clint is saying is valid. There's nothing wrong with what he's saying. But the implication that Bobby Slowick was not that, I don't think is altogether accurate.
Okay.
I think the beginning part, I was just like, I think he was kind of that. Iron Fist.
I don't even know how Iron Fist, I read it as like being like Inflexible is the word. I was going to say inmalleable, but I don't think that's actually a word. Inflexible.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think that if we looked at the way that Bobby Slowick ran, where he was just, this is the way that we want the offense to run, and, in my system, tight ends block.
Yeah.
Dalton Jones can't block.
Yeah.
Well, tight ends block in my system. And that's what and I feel like what you need is actually a coordinator on the offensive vein who is more malleable and willing to fit your scheme to your players in some degrees. Not saying that you completely change what you're doing, but be a little bit more, willing to mold to what you have, and not necessarily anything that you have, because there still needs to be a standard. Because I understand that is inherent with what Clint is saying there, and I don't think that he's wrong. There needs to be a standard, and DeMeco Ryans is very staunch about having a standard. You remember in his what was it after the loss to the Chiefs, where CJ was talking about, well, I want to talk to guys about, maybe we need to make sure that everybody's holding the standard. And then someone asked DeMeco about that. Well, CJ said this, and he was like, there's a standard. Like, he almost was offended. Like, no, there's a standard. And I think there's a standard on this team. However, I feel like you need to be able to also still, within that standard, be malleable. And I don't know. I mean, just looking at the way that the offense was called up until late in the season, you didn't see many changes in what they were trying to do. And I feel like that malleability is actually something that they do need.
Couldn't agree more. Because like what Clint is saying is fine. And there are a lot of successful coaches that are like that. They're inflexible. Get your ass over here and do this. But I think the problem is, that's what got Bobby Slowick fired.
Yes.
He was inflexible. He did say, this is the system. This is the Shanahan system. And our tight end, as you pointed out, and I think that's a great point, our tight end has to make that block.
Man, that was
we're not going to get you help.
And I'm surprised because I felt like Clint was the flag bearer on that. Like, why in the absolute is that man blocking right now?
Because Bobby is telling him, we're not going to change it. You need to change to make it happen. By the way, offensive line, one of the biggest topics of the season, maybe the biggest topic of the season for this offense.
Not very good.
Bobby Slowick refused to change the way his offensive line blocked. His offensive system, the Shanahan system, is predicated on these linemen need to be nimble. They need to be able to get to the second, take some angles, and then get to the second level. And he was inflexible on that. You know what? That got him fired. That got him fired.
As you say that, I just vividly in my brain just think of these screens where Laramie Tunsil is having to rumble and bumble and stumble out in the space to try and go block.
How many times he Titus Howard on the fateful game? And I think this was a fateful game for Bobby Slowick. All those screens that were just blown up in the backfield. Titus Howard couldn't get there. But in Bobby Slowick's system, he's like, damn it, Titus, you got to get there. Or whomever it was, maybe Blake Fisher in some instances. You got to get there. Look, I love the premise of a coach that has the, quote, iron fist. The iron fist got...
I was going to say, sometimes iron fist ain't necessarily a great thing. I think it depends on the personnel because I think the most important thing is to be able to adjust. Like, knowing Dalton Schultz can't block or won't block, whatever
and
it
Titus
is.
Can't get out there.
Yeah, these guys ain't moving.
Yeah.
You got to be able to go to plan B, go to plan C. If this is not working, we have no time to put these in these guys' head that, hey, you got to do. No, let's go to something else. Let's try to find something that fits for everybody.
Remember in the preseason and training camp, this is not revisionist history. I know I was, and we were collectively as a station, a lot of guys were saying, boy, they're going to have the tight end play fullback? They're going to have the tight end play fullback? Really?
Yeah.
You know why? Because Bobby wanted it that way, and he got his way, and he got fired because of it. Like this is, like, it's cool to have that guy, but I think and the question is, what's the most important characteristic of your new OC on your list? I think it should be the exact opposite. Of a guy that is flexible enough to say, these linemen cannot do that. So let's do what they do best. This tight end cannot make that block. So let's figure out a way to get him help out there. This is not a fullback that can protect our quarterback because he weighs 230 pounds and he's a tight end or whatever it is. Let's get a guy that can do that. We need my number one characteristic of the new OC is a guy that is flexible enough to adapt the system to what they have.
And I think that some of that 3-7. Oh, that's interesting, Erico. They think that Bobby, it's all Bobby knew. Like, and
I think they're right.
And I think that, yeah, inflexible in part because this is what he knew and what he felt worked, but this is all he knew. And, it's not necessarily, maybe not necessarily that he refused, that he just couldn't adjust because he didn't know. And I think that that's where you also, and I know for me, that's where one of the places is, I would love somebody with experience who's had not only who's done different things, but has seen the ways that different things work and the circumstances in which those things work. So if a circumstance pops up, you go, oh, I know what to do for this situation, right? Like,
yeah. To me, that sounds like somebody that didn't really experience other things happening on the team.
You know,
that's
what else,
kind of like that. Kind of remind me of like Bill O'Brien say, "Oh, this the Tom Brady way. This way works, so you got to keep doing it this way." It's like
100%. 100%. And you know what else is interesting now that you look back at it? And nobody here wants to pile on Bobby. But the question
Screw
is.
Bobby.
Hey, yo!
Okay, maybe one of us. Okay, maybe one of us.
I'm
does.
just playing.
But you have to realize, like, when you are that headstrong about this is my system, you better darn well have the personnel that can fit and the coaches. You know what's interesting now that we look back on Bobby Slowick? Not a single offensive coach from San Francisco came with him.
Sure.
Not one.
Sure.
Not one.
And I mean, there's people texting in saying that, maybe we're misinterpreting what Clint said. He's talking about less, like more just not being friends with the guys or whatever, not being buddy or whatever, being.
But I think Bobby wasn't.
I was like, I can't say definitively that he was or wasn't.
To me, it seemed like Clint was trying to say, you know what, Titus, get your butt out there and move. Like, kind of tell them that, hey, we need to do it this way. You need to block. You need,
but maybe a different system.
Yeah,
because Bobby did that.
Yeah, and I feel like it's grown ass men, man.
Yeah.
If they ain't doing it, man, they ain't gonna do it if you yell at them.
Yeah. And then I also, like, if somebody's talking about the idea of that accountability of if you can't block, get the hell off my field. Well, there's a certain limitation, like that works in high school. In some ways, there's a certain limitation in the NFL. Like we got a salary cap, we have a roster, and I understand. Like, that works to a point.
You're not benching Laramie Tunsil, man.
How many dudes do you have to be able to even put in here?
Exactly.
In these
Especially if you got like 3 or 4 dudes that ain't really doing what you need them to do. What you gonna do? Put in the third unit?
Yeah. And a texter says Lopez is conflating iron fist with stubborn. Bobby was stubborn and refused to adapt. No, I'm not conflating it. What I'm saying is if you're going to be iron fist and stubborn, at least be adjustable enough to make it fit your personnel.
All right.
Yeah.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into our question of the day. Inspired by a certain man saying Duval.
Well, even worse than that.
That's right. What is your most humiliating public moment? 713-572-4610. Let us know, and we'll talk about that next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, man, the vibes are immaculate on this Tuesday. In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Question of the day. What's your most humiliating public moment? Let us know. Let's enjoy it together, or at least, be vulnerable with one another. Liam Cohen, the new Jacksonville Jaguars, previously was the offensive coordinator in Tampa with the Buccaneers. Had a fantastic offensive season with Baker Mayfield and such, and now has the opportunity to try and do something after he's already has an accolade on his badge, which is getting Trent Baalke fired, which apparently was a hard thing to do. So salute
Build
to
him a statue.
Yeah, salute to him.
Well, hold that thought.
I mean,
hold that thought.
Look, that might be statue worthy in and of itself, if we're going to be completely honest. But yes, he has an accolade, and he already has a low moment. As yesterday, he was announced as the head coach, and he got out in front of the people in Jacksonville. And one of the things that he did, the first thing he did, in fact, when he stepped into a microphone, was this.
Duval. Ouch. 0-17.
Really? That's it? That's how it goes?
0-17. The best part of that is if you watch the video, he did the alternating raised eyebrows. He went one and then the other, and it was just like, I
ain't gonna lie. When I seen this, I thought it was AI. I thought it was an AI little skit.
Play it again. It was Duval. Oh my God.
You know what that sounds like?
Oh my God.
That sounds, and usually I give people grace on this. That sounds like when somebody tries to say a word that they have always read and never heard. He was just like, I know that it's D-U-U-U-U-U-V-A. All right. So I know that's, but how do they say it?
Yeah.
And that's not it. I'm just going to let you know. Kind of embarrassing, and we're not going to let this go at any given. And people are already running with this one.
Yeah.
So I imagine
protect yourself. We got to be vulnerable here. Like your most embarrassing. We're all friends.
Well, y'all might can be able to not hold back because we just see your phone number. Like I don't know that this is going to be on you. I might hold back a little bit. I'm gonna be completely honest. People see my face and know my name. I don't know. Not that I'm like trying to brag or anything.
Man.
But, okay.
Come on, man.
I'm gonna be completely honest. That's also because I had thought of a really great answer for this, and in the first 40 minutes of the show, I've already forgotten it. So I'm going to try and draw back up from memory. While I do that, can you jog my memory by giving your answer to this question?
All right. So about 10 years ago, some people are familiar, some are not, with this phenomenon that's called Aggie muster. And what it is...
You said Aggie mustard?
Aggie muster.
Who?
Muster. M-U-S-T-E-R. And what it is I think it's every April 21st. Aggies all over the world, and it started during World War I.
Aggies all over the world.
Aggies all over the world.
Aggies, like in A&M Aggies?
Yeah, Aggies all over the world. I was about to say,
I definitely don't know what this is.
All right, so let me just draw it up real quick. It started in World War I. Some soldiers had lost some fellow Aggies, and so they had a little meeting, said their name in remembrance, and somebody always said here for that guy, like he's still here. All right. And
Got you.
And so now it's done every year all over the world, Aggie muster. And it's a big thing. Like I was invited to speak, I believe it was at the Kingwood-Humble Aggie muster. There was about, 100 or so people there. And they give you a list of some of the people. You do your little speech, which went off fine. And then they give you a list of some of the people who died the previous year, the Aggies that died the previous year. And says here. Pretty solemn, nice ceremony all over the world. So they gave me a list. I did my little speech. They gave me a list. And on the list was this name of a Vietnam veteran. And I went through it and I said, and this person, I don't remember his name, so-and-so. He was alive.
Oh!
He was alive.
Oh, he was like, no, I'm still with you.
Not only was he alive.
Still in the game.
He was in the audience.
Oh, no. Did he stand up like, hey, wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Like, wait.
He was not.
So you killed a man, is what happened.
I killed a man.
You tried to kill him.
At Aggie muster in front of about 150 people.
That's a good start. Like, way to start the bidding there. You did a good job. Figgy, I'm coming over to you here in a second on the text line from the 713. Most humiliating moment was when they threw up mid-sentence, no physical warning around coworkers in a booth at Bennigan's during happy hour. Oh, that's Ocho. Wow. Yeah, there's a lot of things happening there. And the first and foremost thing that I would like to say, I miss Bennigan's.
I love Bennigan's.
I enjoyed me some Bennigan's. But yeah, that's got to be no physical warning. Just wow, there had to be something. Like your body just doesn't just all of a sudden. Well, anyways, I trust you and I believe you. Figure you got one.
And mine, this is not like too crazy, but y'all know I used to rap and all that stuff. And my very first show, it was which was super weird, it was like a cabaret party. And that kind of threw me all the way off because all of my music was cussing. So when I walked in, it's all of these older people. It had to be 55 and up. Yeah. And I'm just like, man,
this is not going to work.
Yeah, so I tried to do something different, man. It didn't work out right. I couldn't remember my lyrics. I tried to rap clean. It just didn't work out right. But it was like, the good thing is it was only like maybe 10 to 15 people there, so which make it worse to me because I do better when it's just like a full crowd where I could just kind of block everybody out. But when it's like 9 to 10 people there and they all focus on the entertainment, and by the way, we were the entertainment. So I was just like, oh man, I hope y'all ain't paid no money to get in this joint right here. But that was probably one of my worst ones.
All right, so the one that I can think of in this moment, obviously working radio here, we work in sports talk radio. You guys understand all of that. And a friend of mine who worked at a middle school was like, "Will you come to our career day?" Big bet. Like for the kids, absolutely, no problem. So I take a little mixer, I take, laptop, take a microphone, just, this is what we do, whatever. Man, nothing like middle schoolers to humble you because I got in there and it's just like, well, what do you do? Oh, are you a music producer? Like, no, man, I work in radio. Oh, do you choose the music? No, I work in sports talk radio. Like, your dad might listen to this in the car. Yeah. And they were giving me a lot of, either
what are you doing here?
A few of them were trying to seem interested.
Yeah, exactly.
Middle schoolers made me feel terrible about myself. I was like, I mean, it's not a bad job.
It's not a bad job.
I felt like I was chopped liver, brother.
You weren't cool enough.
Not at all.
That kind of
not even close.
That kind of show you where we are today, man. It's like, man, them kids ain't thinking about no sports on the radio, man.
When his sports talk radio has never really been a kid thing, and I'm like, I was embarrassed to be there because I'm standing there like, yo, I'm supposed to be something. Not to these kids.
Hey, I bet you they know the personalities on the rap station.
That's right. That's right. But the problem was because I had a microphone, like that was the embarrassing part as well. It's like, all right, if the kids don't care about me, the kids don't care about me. They would come over so excited. And then it was like I was breaking little middle school hearts one at a time.
Never mind.
Just by being who I was. So that was deeply embarrassing for me.
Texter just reminded me of the most embarrassing one. That was embarrassing, the one I shared. So when I did the Pastorini book, we went to, I think it was
still waiting on that one, by the way.
I've got it on my desk and I keep forgetting to grab it. I'll grab it tomorrow.
I'm a real jerk.
So we went to, I think it was Alvin Community College. Big. This was like 500 people for a little book signing and speech and everything. Man, I can't believe I'm saying this. But
nobody's making you, by the way.
Well, I said don't hold back.
Nobody agreed to that.
Right before the speech, I went to the bathroom. Okay? And unbeknownst to me, how do I put this? There was a little drippage.
Oh!
Oh, man.
This man peed himself. That's crazy. That's insane. We understand what it means.
And so I did the whole speech with a couple drops.
He peed himself.
Oh, man.
And I didn't realize it until about 5 minutes in.
Man, he forgot to shake.
The man peed himself. It's fine. On the text line from the 512, by the way. Oh man, I've got one. I was giving a presentation to an assembled group of students and professors on proposed anti-money laundering legislation, third year of law school. And at the last minute, they threw a short clip that they remembered from Ozark in the PowerPoint presentation without watching it closely. Oh, no. It had lots of nudity in it, and you couldn't skip it because they had to shut off the computer.
That's like isn't there a commercial or something along those lines right now?
That is incredible. That is incredible. From the 281, was doing a World War II Holocaust play. Oh, this is not going to
Oh, man.
Forgot all the lines on the night where the Holocaust survivor was sitting in the front row.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yep. And how about this one? They said they were a vocalist in a metal band. One of their songs starts with a long scream. First song of the set. Literally opening this thing up. Didn't take in enough air. passed out on stage. Yep, that's tough.
That'll do it.
That is tough. That is tough. And there you go. So there are those. Keep sending those in. When they were in junior high, the coach was giving a speech, and they were all sitting on the gym floor. All of a sudden, without warning, huge fart. Not only did it vibrate the floor, it echoed through the gym. and in middle school, I bet everybody was like, "Hey,
oh hey,
hey, yeah, that's the one. That is the one. You nasty, you farted."
Everybody's scooting away.
Oh, you middle kids, not good people. But yeah, this is all inspired by. Can you give it to me one more time, Liam Cohen, on his introductory press conference there in Jacksonville, doing this.
Duval.
Yeah, he's gonna have to live with that one. Somebody say he sounds like E.T. You know what he sounds like to me? He sounds like Wall-E. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, that's wild. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope that you're listening on the Odyssey app, because from now all the way through February 23rd, if you download and log in and listen on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes a day, you get an entry for an opportunity to win a fantastic prize, college basketball prize, which is a travel and accommodations for 4, you and 3 guests to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 in each of your pockets. Yes, $20,000 total. In order to help the viewing experience, a slam dunk of a travel prize. So make sure that you're locked in. It's the Odyssey app, both on your phone or your desktop. Go ahead and do that. Listen there, because you're going to do it anyways. 60 minutes a day, and you have an opportunity to win. All right, coming up next, we'll welcome in the man himself, Brandon Scott, to join us. We'll go around the NFL next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level, and what do they need to do to get over the hump?
We're really close, and first it starts with communication, and hard conversations have to be had. There has to be things fixed and things worked out, and just really honest conversations.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From Attorney Seeley Traffic Center, 713 call.
HD2 Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Radio 610.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Tuesday, and that means one thing around these parts. That means we got our guy, B. Scott, in studio. What's happening, Brandon?
That's right, man. Living good, man. I'm actually excited about the Super Bowl, despite the fact that it is chalk. It is a rematch of one that we've already seen. I'm happy about it. And also, I know we're going to get into around the NFL now, but I can't wait to get into my thoughts in the next segment because we got to talk about these Rockets.
Yeah.
We got to talk about this franchise player, and we got to talk about the epiphany I had. And it might seem simple when I say
epiphany.
Had an epiphany that was special to me as a basketball fan in Houston, in a football city, that I realized after they won that game last night. And so we'll talk about that in the next segment, man.
All right. Now that's a tease.
I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah, you know how to do this thing, man. Have you ever considered a career in radio?
I've been here, but act like you've been here before.
That's tough.
I've been here before in this chair.
I love that. All right, let's do a little around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Tired of the hassle? You would think I know how to do radio. Tired of the hassle of selling your tickets? Say goodbye to the stress and let the experts get the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. That's QuickAssist, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. And I kind of want to start in a place that's a little off center, right? You talked about the Super Bowl being set, and that was set this weekend with the championship games. One of the championship teams, the teams in the championship game, I was pretty shocked by being there, which is the Washington Commanders. And I'm very happy that they're there. Apparently, there was a piece that was done on ESPN where someone talked to, I think it was Seth Wickersham and Don Van Natta, which, by the way, if Don Van Natta shows up to your place of business, know that there are problems, right? Especially around the NFL.
And Wickersham, to his credit, is kind of the modern-day version of that, or at least is known to do a lot of these deep dives. And, of course, Van Natta is the OG of it.
Yeah, I always say that those guys are like the feds. If they show up, they already know something, so you might as well talk.
That is a good way of putting it. Yeah. They already know, and your days of keeping whatever secret it is are numbered.
That's right. Well, it's not quite in that same vein, but apparently they heard from a certain Daniel Snyder. Are you familiar with this gentleman?
Yes,
former owner of the Washington Commanders franchise. Apparently, he is absolutely incensed at the Commanders' success, and that makes me even happier because he's a bad person.
Yes,
and he was an even worse owner. But apparently, like watching the Commanders in the new look situation, having their glow up makes him very, very mad.
Yeah, well, so the thing that I think we forget about because he's such a scoundrel, and we focus on that. But all of this starts with Dan Snyder being like Dan Snyder. The era of him being the Washington owner starts with him being a fan of the team. So, this is all born of a passion that he has for that franchise, which I would suspect lived before he was the owner, while he was the owner, and will live until the day that he dies.
His daddy had the team before that, and he thought it was literally his birthright.
Yeah, and even before, So this has been this is almost sounds cliche, but feels like it's in his blood. Like it's not owners; it's just a business venture, a way to make foolproof money, right? We say that because of the television contracts. We talk about this in baseball.
The value of the team.
The value of the team. You can be bad. You can be bad at this and still make money. It's one of those types of things. But it was not just that for Daniel Snyder. So he actually cares about the team. This is some real life resentment. And I would agree with you, Reggie. Revel in it. Live
what
in
a shame.
Because he earned his lot in life.
What a shame.
Couldn't happen to a worse guy. No, but that's the thing also. And the reason why I bring this up is just another time to bring back around that when it comes to these owners, and particularly just dudes of this caliber of wealth, there's not many things that you can do to get at them.
Yeah.
Right? There's times fine him. Yeah, buddy, that's not going to work or whatever.
Yeah.
You're just not going to make them dudes hurt. But in this moment, forcing him to get away from ownership of that team and not being a part of that team, that hurts him more than anything.
Embarrassment.
But how petty do you think it is, Lopez? Think about it. They've come up. Maybe I see how you could feel a way about it, and you feel like you were forced out. But if you're supposed to be a fan of the team, you're supposed to want what's in the best interest of the team or whatever it is. You should be happy about the trajectory, the direction that it looks like.
You think Daniel Snyder cares about other people?
But as a fan of the team, he supposedly cares about this franchise, or at least did at one point.
You would think,
man, they've changed the conversation in NFC. Washington's going to be a factor from until Jaden Daniels is no longer playing.
But he's a fan of himself more.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, he's a fan of himself more.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Commanders, mind you, Zach Ertz, like he looked rejuvenated this year playing with the young boy. In fact, I think after that game, the Eagles beat them pretty soundly, at least points wise. He said that he wished that he was 22 so he could be doing this in his prime with them, and he means that apparently, because apparently, according to Zach Ertz, he is considering not retiring. He's not retiring. Not even not considering. He is not retiring. And he will return to play again with the Commanders.
Yeah, I mean he's still on top of his game. Correct me if I'm wrong.
He was this year.
Like I thought
he was in the grave.
Yeah, before
football wise.
Yeah,
before going to Arizona days.
Yeah, but he's been rejuvenated. It was weird watching him ball out against Philadelphia.
Yes,
like in your mind, Zach Ertz. Maybe this is just being aging. But you're like, nah, Zach Ertz plays for Philadelphia.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He hasn't for years. But in my mind, I'm like, wait a minute, he's doing that for the wrong team. But that's how I felt watching him. But no, I did not watch a player and feel like it was time to retire or that he was declining. The only reason for him to retire would be if he was just ready or didn't want to.
The game was out of him.
Right, exactly. Yeah. But if he still has that fire in his belly, the ability is certainly there.
Yeah, and just invest in yourself. I'm sure he is. And at least one more year.
Yeah. Man. I'm with it. Give me more Zach Ertz. Give me a tight end that plays more like Zach Ertz.
No
How about that?
Well,
no kidding.
I mean, look, that's gonna. Wow, look at this dork. Liam Cohen was
both eyebrows going.
Liam Cohen was announced.
To be fair, okay, about this Liam Cohen thing.
We don't have to be fair.
And no, it is corny as hell. I'm with you. But others have failed press conferences before. Have gone out there and looked like
Jonathan Gannon.
Sirianni.
Yeah.
Like it's
biting kneecaps happened on the introductory.
We thought that was ridiculous, and he turns out to be one of the better coaches in all of the league, right? So, like, I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen here, but I don't think it's the end of the world for him. But this will be memeable forever.
I will remind you.
Like, he can be good, and we will never let him live this down.
Yeah.
No, I will remind you, though, Adam Gase also had his introductory press conference where he had his eyeballs damn near falling out his face. That didn't go well either.
What was that about?
That's just how his eyes work, I think.
That's still the most bizarre.
I don't think it is.
He came in sitting down
I've seen him before, and I've seen him since, and that was the only time I'd seen that happen.
Yeah.
I feel like he did something ahead of the press conference.
Took something?
Maybe he hadn't.
What do you
done
take
before.
that makes your eyeballs pop out?
I don't know.
I've never done those kind of drugs. But he might have.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah, just to clean that up, Liam Cohen was introduced. He was one of 4 head coaches, if I remember correctly, who was introduced in a press conference yesterday. In fact, we'll talk more about that as the show goes along. It was him for the Jaguars. It was Brian Schottenheimer for the Cowboys. It was Pete Carroll for the Raiders.
How about that?
And it was Aaron, not Andre Glenn, for the Jets. I realized that I've been calling him Andre Glenn. I was like, why is that happening? Am I just doing that's a popular black man name? But no.
Not Nimitz's own, Texas A&M's own, the Texans' own.
That's right.
He is very, very, very Houston.
Absolutely.
It's on his resume. It's in his voice.
That's right.
Sure Shout out to Aaron Glenn.
Absolutely. I realized I have a good excuse, though. I literally went to college with a dude named Andre Glenn, specifically.
That's probably what it is.
And so, like, my brain deep, but of course, Aaron Glenn.
Aaron and Andre are close enough, too.
By the way, Aaron Glenn coming with that heat in his introductory presser. In fact, Fig, can you help me out here? This was the statement that Aaron Glenn had, just to let you know that he mean business.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
I love it.
I love that he was so excited to get to that line that he cut off his previous sentence. He was about to finish. He was like, "No, we got to move this forward. I got to get to the line."
That sounds familiar too. I know a lot of people like that. I got some of that in me. Midway through a sentence, no, I got another sentence. This sentence
Let me get
is
to
better.
the hook.
Right,
exactly. I got to get to the hook.
All right, did y'all find it interesting that he was like, "I will say the S word, but the F word I got to make sure I can't. We can't get away with both of them. I'm gonna say freaking here." and then I'm gonna actually go for the full.
Yeah, well, not to break down cussing, but freaking is a good enough substitute for the F word, whereas you don't have a good enough substitute for the S word. You got to say that.
That's fair. Yeah. That's fair. But Aaron Glenn looks like he's ready to go there. There is some situation that he's still not certain on whether or not Aaron Rodgers will be returning.
That's
as a quarterback.
huge. You think that's big?
Why don't they get certain? How about that? Am I speaking out of turn here?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, what about just getting certain?
How about Woody Johnson? I mean, they asked him specifically after the press conference about it. And he goes, I'm not going to have a say in this. Sure.
What's that Jamal Adams video that everybody shows whenever somebody does something silly? And it's like the Jamal Adams video being locked out of the New York Jets facility. It might be a Hard Knocks video. I don't know.
It is Hard Knocks.
But he's locked out of the facility.
Because he goes with his key card.
Yeah.
Boop. And he tries to pull the door, and he's like, it's not opening. And that's when he realized,
I feel like there's the solution there.
Yeah.
I feel like that should be instructed.
With cameras in full, because I imagine there's a lot of people that would like to enjoy that particular brand of schadenfreude, seeing Aaron Rodgers have the indignity of his key card.
Somebody said David Culley owned his press conference. What? It was awful. It was one of the worst press conferences there's ever been.
Tell me how you really feel.
It was awful.
And just the fact that somebody would even text that shows you that how that whole thing is, the beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what you saw, but me and Lopez didn't see
We
it.
were standing in the back of the room, and there were Texan staffers looking at each other like, what did we just do?
Yeah, but you know what? He's a country boy. I wonder if this person, if the 713 who texted this is country. Because there was an appeal. Like, if you're country, he had like a charm about him, but it didn't give off head coach. It gave off, look at this really nice countryman.
Okay.
But to be fair, ain't that why he got the job? Being really nice?
Yeah,
like,
that's
hey, this is a really nice guy. Hey, you want to get this check right quick?
Man,
just come be a steward of what we're doing here for a moment.
What a time. What an era.
I can't believe it
The
happened.
most important thing about football is the football.
Hey, you know what? To be fair,
that is technically correct.
I just don't know why he said it. And he thought he was spitting.
If we got to go 3 and out and punt it, we're good.
We good.
Hey, when he said the football, when he put the emphasis, he really thought he spit.
The most important thing about football is the football.
The football.
It's the football.
That's really, because if you just said it's the football, like you got to add the emphasis on the right play. The football. Yes, sir.
So you just saying football, but you ain't really breaking it down.
You're not really.
It's a football.
It's a little preacher in there, just a little bit. I'm gonna put this emphasis right here so you really feel it.
Man, that was Southern Baptist if I ever heard it.
So how about this? I think there was some because somebody texted in. What do y'all think about CJ and Slowick's reported altercation? Apparently, there was some more news that came out, or some more kind of talks. You know how when somebody leaves a building, all of a sudden you get like reporters and stuff that are willing to let out some more
there wilding out, man.
And you're like, why didn't I know this? But it's kind of.
I always hated that guy.
Man, you ain't hear about that time when
he was a dark cloud in NRG.
Man, he threw a dumbbell at his head, man. You didn't even hear about that.
Yeah, but it's like, hey,
he was crashing out the whole season.
That's right. There's like a professional understanding that in some circumstances you don't talk about these things.
Yeah.
But when that person is gone, you're like, hey, I can let this go.
Yeah.
We find out that when it came to like the draft. With this Houston Texans team, it was surprising that they even drafted C.J. Stroud because according to, Lance Zierlein, who talked about it, does a lot of draft stuff.
Yeah.
And he has a lot of NFL connections. Apparently, on the first meeting with C.J. Stroud and the Texans, because C.J. Stroud, very aware of what's happening football-wise. Like he's, junkie in that way. He worked under Ryan Day at Ohio State. Bobby Slope does, like, hey, this is what we want to do. And CJ's like, yeah, no, I've seen that before. We called it so-and-so with under Ryan Day at Ohio State. And supposedly Bobby Slowick just lost his composure and got in his face.
Well, this is the NFL now.
Yeah, this is the NFL. We don't care what you called it and all that. And apparently, like, that made such an impact that according to another NFL team, on his next visit, C.J. Stroud was asked, just make a small talk. How was your last visit? And he was like, horrible. I don't think that I'm going to go to the Texans. So it seems like maybe that relationship got off on the wrong foot. I don't know how much that factors into what ultimately happened, but it was a wild story to hear. Like, what did you guys think of that?
Yeah, that was an interesting draft story that I had never heard before. All we knew, and this was public, and we had kind of known this also behind the scenes, was that Case Keenum was a nice buffer in that room. He was an advocate for C.J. Stroud. Case and Davis Mills both to a certain degree, especially even that rookie season, where if there was any kind of disagreement or C.J. Stroud I didn't feel like he could say something or speak up, that they would speak up for him, and they were kind of the voice for him. And Case not being around as much, not being in the room as much this year, I do feel like was a bit of an issue from what I can tell. But I hadn't heard that. Did not know that there was and who knows what that was about, right?
No idea.
If that was just like some type of bravado of trying to see how a rookie would respond in a situation like that.
Sure, they do that a lot.
Yeah, they test guys in ways that they probably shouldn't, but feel like they need to.
Oh, we've heard a lot
that are very weird in the draft process. Look at that point to challenge C.J. Stroud in that way.
You're right.
That could be more something that he's doing for the team, if that makes sense.
You're right, 100% right. Oh, that does happen. But it might also speak to the whole thing about flexible versus inflexible, and what we were talking about an hour ago. Bobby Slowick got fired because he was inflexible, and maybe that's a reflection of that.
Maybe. Or maybe it was just a wild story about on draft day, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, there's a lot of those. I still vividly remember Dez Bryant being asked if his mother did illicit services.
Was she still?
Yeah.
We
know that draft season is lion season, and there's a lot of misinformation, disinformation, but that would be a nice little vignette, especially in the backdrop of all of this.
Yeah. All right. That's Around the NFL here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Sitting in with our guy, B. Scott. And because he's here, let's get into B. Scott's Thoughts. We get in Rockets edition of B. Scott's Thoughts. We'll do that next.
Yeah, right now let's talk about the Franklin. Man, I had a great
Sportsman's in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's going down. H-Town, Howard Clark, B. Scott.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark. Yup. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. He is in the studio. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. Brandon K. Scott in with us in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And we have been promised an epiphany from B. Scott in this segment. So with no further ado, let's get to B. Scott's thoughts. What you thinking, my boy?
It occurred to me as the Rockets were winning this game last night, and y'all talked about it. We all watched it. A thriller, I would say. It had the playoff vibe, playoff atmosphere.
100%.
And I think we've known this or felt this for a little while, but it really hit me with this game, given the opponent, given the moment, given the way it unfolded, how this game went down. We're going to get playoff basketball in Houston for the first time since the pandemic.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. We're going to get playoff basketball in Houston for the first time since the pandemic. And even when the pandemic hit, the last time we got playoff basketball, they went off to Disney World and played it.
That's right.
Right? So,
Russ was still on the team at that point.
Russ was on the team. And that feels like a whole era ago, moons ago. Generations ago.
Eons, if you will.
Eons. Like the James Harden era, and certainly the height of it, like the part of it that was good, and however you reflect on it, like the part of it that was successful, feels so far ago. It's been that long since we've watched playoff basketball in Houston. I am going to get to go to the Toyota Center and at some point watch the Rockets play postseason NBA ball.
You know what's even better is they're going to be able to do what the Texans could not. They're going to play at home.
They're going to play at home.
They're going to have home court advantage for a big chunk of it.
Yeah.
So that's going to be nice.
And the thing, just specific to the Rockets, I think there was an expectation that they would come into this season and certainly compete for a play-in spot. And if they're really good, if they play up to their potential, maybe they could be a 6th seed or a 5th seed and have an actual real spot in the playoffs, even if they're not hosting a series.
Yeah.
But to your point, they're going to be able to do that, and they've certainly just outlived whatever the expectation could have even realistically been at that time. So like, yeah, man, it is. It was like, because it wasn't just the game, right? It was the game, but you also, like, if you're following along, you know the background story is, man, they also just won back-to-back games against Cleveland, which is another juggernaut. They're also about 2 weeks removed from winning back-to-back games against the Memphis Grizzlies, which is another one of the better teams in basketball. So if you think about the month of January that they're having, the month that Jalen Green had been having for the most part until – I know the last game, this most recent game, it wasn't there. But for the most part, he's been dynamic. And then the Amen Thompson thing.
Yeah.
Guys, the Amen Thompson thing.
That's right.
The revelation. We've been leaning toward this way, like dipping the toe in the water. Like, man, is he going to end up being the franchise player? Is he going to end up being the best player? It may not look traditional because he's such a unique player, but that is their best player. Like, Adam Spillane and I have talked about this on the H-Town Who's podcast about how close.
Wherever you get your podcast.
And also on the Sports Radio 610 YouTube page where you can be watching us right now.
Go ahead and subscribe. Yeah.
Make sure you subscribe. We've been talking about this. He is inching toward becoming their best player. I think it's undeniable at this point.
Well, it's funny you say that.
Just because of how many ways he can impact the game. There's still a lot of development to be had there. He's still a really young player. I don't think we've even scratched the surface of what his potential is or what he could actually be in this league. But even right now, like what he is right now, to me is good enough, and he's consistent enough to actually call him the best player on this team.
We've spent a lot of time, Reggie and I, and you when you're with us, and Adam as well, talking about this team and the wins against Memphis and the wins against Oklahoma City and the way they're playing. And we've spent a lot of time saying, I think they can be that team. I think they can be that team. I think last night for me, the best way I could put it is I know they are.
Yeah.
And that's a big difference. I know they have the elements. I know they have the guys, and maybe the guy in Amen Thompson. I thought that was one of Ime Udoka's best coaching jobs I've ever seen in game. I thought he did some fantastic stuff, making the adjustments, seeing that in a playoff atmosphere against a proven quality championship team, they're taking away these two guys. So what do? I get these two maybe role players stepping up. Certainly end of game play calls and inbounds calls and all that. It's like I think that, Reggie, that's kind of where if I had to just kind of funnel it down to one thought. I've thought they could be that team. I think now I know that they can be that team.
Oh, I'm definitely in that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I've just been, because you talked about expectations from start of the season to now, man. I've altered them at least 2 times at this moment. And I'm in a place where first round series, if they don't do that, I'll be disappointed if they don't win a first round series. And at this point, second round series, if they don't take it 6 games, I'll be disappointed. Like, that is the caliber of play that they've been in. And that's kind of wild to think for a team this inexperienced. But in a way, right, playing games like these that feel like playoff games are like, I don't know how I do this, but like half experience points compared to like going and doing in the play. Because, again, that was a playoff-like experience. Like, even the style of the game, the way that it played out and the chess match within the game felt playoff-like. And so, on top of that, the young guys that need experience, they are the ones doing the heavy lifting here. It is not Fred VanVleet carrying them through all these things, although he has had some valiant efforts during the course of this. It is Alperen Sengun carrying them. It is Jalen Green carrying them. And more importantly, every single night, it is a large part of Amen Thompson putting in or specifically carrying them like he did last night.
Yeah, and I think Lopez makes a good point about the coaching and the playing marrying up, right? Like, sometimes you might have the players, but you don't have the coaching. Sometimes you might have the coaching, but you don't have the players. And it seems like you got the perfect fit of coaching and players.
Recognizing what they
are. Yeah, recognizing what they are, all of that. But then on top of it, like, and this is what makes them such a unique team, trying to figure out where it's going to come from, who is it going to come from on a night in, night out basis. Yeah, some nights you are able to rely on Jalen Green or Alperen Sengun. Last night you were able to rely on Dillon Brooks and Amen Thompson, and Fred VanVleet in a lot of cases has been your closer.
I probably need to give Dillon Brooks a little bit more love because somebody said no love for Dillon Brooks, and we gave him some love.
He hit like 1,000 threes.
But on top of that, continue to be a menace defensively. Like, the villain persona came out in a big way, forcing illegal screens and things like that. Like, those things that he does also are so valuable. And again, also, I think you talked about, and I mentioned it, I said it like as whack-a-mole. You can never pick one guy that you take out of the game because someone else pops up. It feels like also that is a full-throated, I guess what's the right word, confirmation of Rafael Stone and this organization's plan of attack here, where they were like, no, we're not going to go and work around the edges. What we have here will develop into something that we need for those situations. And currently they have hit 100% on that feeling. I mean, again, in that game, you didn't have Jabari Smith Jr. You didn't have Cam Whitmore in that game either. Like, that was a pretty shallow rotation of a team that still got that done. Talk less of, you still have a couple of tools in your back pocket that you're not even using against a team like Boston.
Yeah, and I do want to acknowledge from the 832 on the text line, they asked, why does it matter who the Rockets' best player is right now? I think just to be clear about this, I think part of the said, and we talked about that it can come from a number of different ways, and that the best player on the team is not always necessarily the same guy on a given night. But as it relates specifically to Amen Thompson, this is one of the questions that we've had, and one of the relevant questions that we've had about the Rockets for a long time is who is going to be the guy? Who can they hang their hat on? Who is the future of the franchise?
Who's the final 30 seconds?
Well, because the best teams that win championships have a guy like that, and the issue was the guys on this team that were like that or that have been like that are somewhat inconsistent, aren't always like that. Amen Thompson, this is not a shot at the other guys, it's just more of a credit to him, is consistently affecting the game in multiple ways. It looks different in terms of what a best player can look like, but I think it's absolutely important to identify who your best player is.
100% matters who your best player is. And again, as Reggie's been pointing out, a lot of guys can have a huge game, and that changes the course of kind of how that game is going.
Yep.
But in the final 30 seconds, you have to have a guy, and they called the play for him, which I thought was another Udoka, smart move. He's like, he's our guy. He's playing his ass off. We're calling the play for him. It wasn't a scramble and a jumper or whatever. They called that play for him because that's what you need. That's the answer to what does it matter. It matters because you got that guy doing that.
Yeah, and then that guy also being a guy that you can call plays for, but absolutely don't need to. You don't need to do it. Like, you just put him in the game, and he just does so many different things. So, like, it's perfect. I can call plays for him. I can just let him be. Like, just his activity and athleticism and his understanding of the game is going to lead him to have these sequences, and you can point to them throughout the season where he's had them, where it's like block shot on this end, layup on this end, deflection over here, and it's just he's got his imprint on the entire periods of the game. Great to watch.
Absolutely. 832 Pistons won the title with no one best player. See this team in that light.
All right. Okay. So thank you for
what is that? 04, and I will say that is an anomaly of a championship, right? I will point that out. But you can play at a high level like that, and I think that is the indication.
Yeah,
that's the Tom Brady was drafted in the 6th round of basketball.
Thank you for going to 21 years ago to point it out. And I like what they're trying to say, but I think they're trying to have an argument that I'm not actually having. Like I like that they got all of these different players and that they can rely on, but that one of them has revealed themselves to be chief among them. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging that. That's actually a cool thing.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that came out of this is they feel like they can beat anybody, and they did on last night versus the Celtics, 114-112 from the 409 playoff atmosphere. Ha ha ha. That was just another game for the Celtics during a long season. Win means a lot to the Rockets. Would have meant nothing to the Celtics. I don't fully agree with that. I do understand that what you're saying there. The Celtics have much higher aspirations, but they knew who was coming in that game, and they played in such a way. And I was really talking more about the way that they played. Like they played in such a way where they were playing with the level of toughness. Yeah. Sure, don't get me wrong, and that's why I said, hey, man, there's a multiplier on this, that brings it down, right? That maybe it's even a quarter of a playoff type, but they have more of these situations against the best teams in the league, and currently, 13-4 against those teams with the top 10 records in the league? That means something.
No way you watched that game and felt like the Celtics were playing with their
the Celtics wanted to win that game, man.
Yeah. Oh, and they've got the relationships and the history.
Yeah, they wanted to win that game. They know about the Rockets, man. They wanted to win.
And the Rockets had not beaten them since Udoka got there. Yeah. Right? That was and then that was also the first time this year that they were getting this version of Amin Thompson because he was suspended the last time that they played.
And the Celtics beat him pretty bad too.
Yeah. So this was their first shot at this version of Amin Thompson against their old coach who had never beaten them.
Yeah. So congratulations to the Rockets. A little bit of B. Scott's thoughts there here in the loop on Sports Radio 610.
Basketball season, baby.
It really is. It really is. Speaking of basketball, man, if you enjoy college hoops, I got something for you. Just keep listening to Sports Radio 610, but do it on the Odyssey app. Make sure you log in there. And for every 60 minutes, or if a minimum of 60 minutes, you get a daily entry into a contest the Odyssey has going on. And you have an opportunity to win traveling accommodations for 4. There's you and 3 guests to Vegas with $20,000, $5,000 a piece for you to go and enjoy tournament things that are happening. So, yeah, make sure that you listen on Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app, 60 minutes a day, and you'll get an entry all the way up to February 23rd or through February 23rd for that fantastic prize. All right, coming up next, let's go one out again. We'll do it next.
All right, guys, got a question for you.
Pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The Penn Entertainment Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right. I don't know if I'm doing the tease right. Right. I'm only a radio host, and I'm only so good at it. However, we've just been in here in the break talking about what Amen Thompson's ceiling is, and that is what we will be discussing at 1 p.m. So make sure that you keep it locked here on Sports Radio 610. And if you're on the Odyssey app, again, you'll have an opportunity to win a prize just off of listening to what you was going to listen to anyways. But let's get into what's popping. We still have our guy B. Scott in studio with us, and obviously you had a big time win by the Rockets. We just talked about that. The NBA at large is kind of in a funny space right now because we are a week and a half away from the trade deadline, and Jimmy Butler does not want to be in Miami, and he wants to be out, and he is turning up the fire. Apparently, Jimmy Butler yesterday was suspended indefinitely. Was suspended indefinitely from the Miami Heat because he was notified by the Heat that he would no longer be starting anymore, and starting in his place, Haywood Highsmith.
Oh, God.
I don't blame anyone listening right now who had the reaction of, who? Because I understand. Like, unless you are like just a real basketball head, you don't know what the hell Haywood, that's right. Haywood Highsmith is. But that is the new starter for the Miami Heat in Jimmy Butler's stead. And apparently he thought that indignity too much to handle. He walked right out of practice. And this is after, a week or two ago where he missed the whole team plane being late, just behind. He does not want to be there anymore. And the crazy part about all of this is this is the second time that he's done this. Like, he has blown up a relationship with a team, all to try and get somewhere else. And I think it's going to work.
Yeah, I think it's going to work too. But, man, this is just like, would you want to trade for Jimmy Butler? Like, I'm trying to think of what team, if I was a fan of that team, that I would be like, you know what, I want to sign up for that. And I understand that whenever he gets to the next place, certainly once he gets there, it's not going to go the way that it's been going.
Oh, he's going to be a new guy.
Yeah, he's going to be a new guy. It's not going to be like it is here. But, like, I wouldn't really want to bring that in. And it's just hard to, like, I'm usually pro player. I'm usually on a player's side. It is hard to get with this, man. It is hard to get with not showing up to work. Like, I got plenty of days where I don't necessarily like what's going on or don't agree with everything, and it's just not all rosy and everything. But I'm grateful to have a job. You know what I mean? I'm grateful to be in a position to go to work, and so I go to work, man. You know, like, and I get it's a different
world.
You don't get that big head coffee money.
But to me, it's even greater because it's even more heightened because it's like, man, you make $50 million to do something that he can go out there and get 30 in his sleep.
Yeah.
This game comes easy to you. It's just a business. I know he wants a new contract. I know that there is some issue with the interpersonal relationship with Pat Riley because of what he said about him at the end of the playoffs last year.
Yep.
So there are hurt feelings. There are things that go beyond that are deeper than the way I just laid it out. But at the same time,
what happens when going to work is your leverage. Right, that's for him.
Yeah,
right, because this is the thing.
I get that.
He requested a trade, and the Miami Heat were like, "No, we're not trading you."
Yeah,
and he was like, "Okay, my recourse at this point is to make this super uncomfortable." He's done this before, and it's worked for him. Yeah. And I can't blame him for thinking, "Well, this is the tool that I have in my belt."
I just don't have no sensitivity for him not getting traded.
Funny enough,
you live in Miami making $50 million playing for the Heat, man. One of the class organizations of all of sports.
This is all relative.
To hell with what you talking about, man.
This is all relative.
Sit your ass there and go to work.
We could do this with every single sport athlete in general.
No,
it's
but
like
this is
you
better.
Make enough money.
This
right?
is better than playing in Tennessee.
It's all relative.
For the Titans or whatever the hell, or Charlotte playing for the Hornets. Right? Like this is the life, man.
However,
and I ain't even brought up the whole the other issue of the child support situation. Got this woman wanting more money from him. Like, bruh, go to work.
Look,
go get that money.
Well, here's the thing: the money keep coming.
Yeah, he's gonna get traded. I think,
and they've come down on the price supposedly.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. He's gained leverage and he's lost leverage. He's lost leverage from your point.
I don't think he's lost leverage.
Well, I don't think he's lost leverage. I just think he looks silly.
He's lost leverage in the sense there's not a lot of teams that are going to trade for him. There's not a big pool of teams.
I don't think that's about the shenanigans. I think that's about being 35 years old.
I think it's a little bit of both.
being 35 and making $52 million.
But don't he want a new contract, though?
Yes, he does.
I think that's the issue, too.
I think so. And I think B. Scott's right. All of a sudden, like you said, who's going to trade for? I think there are teams, not just the shenanigans, that's just like, we don't need that. So I think he lost some leverage. But he's gained leverage because they have no choice but to trade him. Yeah, like there is zero chance.
Because he'll just opt in for that 52 next year and bring this back around again.
Right, exactly. No, somebody's going to trade. Like to Reggie's point, like this behavior, I do think is going to ultimately be rewarded. I don't want to seem like I'm naive here. I just have a hard time respecting.
That's fair.
I don't like it. I'm not into some kind of guise of this isn't going to work or like if somebody's going to do this. And the way I presented it is if I was a fan of that team, I wouldn't be thinking, oh, they're not going to do it. I would just be like, oh, man, I hope they don't. Yeah. Because I don't want somebody that seems to be as unreliable as Jimmy Butler has been over the last 6 to 7 months.
You say unreliable. He only gets unreliable when he gets aggrieved. So if you can keep him happy, you know how reliable he is? He dragged an 8 seed to the NBA Finals. That's the reliability that we're talking about.
I'm not arguing against him as a basketball player.
And somehow, like, all of that grit that he has been bolstered by the time that he did this in Minnesota, where he took the C-teamers, he beat the team, and then he walked out of practice. That has bolstered his personality and all of these things that we tend to actually give him credit for. That has allowed him to be the Jimmy Butler that does things like take a 8 seed that had no business being in the finals to the finals.
It is an interesting dynamic between Jimmy Butler and the Heat. It always has been because the Heat have their culture, and Jimmy Butler kind of came there with his own culture. Yeah. And so it's been a marrying of cultures over these last 4 years or however long it's been.
Sure.
But now we see what that looks like. Like he's not Dwayne Wade where this is all he's like, like the guys that are tried and true in the Heat way. Like he's got his own way. And, so now he's just kind of looking at it like, hey, I want to do my own thing.
And you talk about, Miami and $50 million and playing in the NBA and all that. It really comes out, he hates his job, though. It doesn't matter where he is. He hates that. He hates his job.
Hey, man, that money don't bring you happiness. And that's one of those things that ain't nobody trying to hear when you don't got money, myself included. However, it is true.
Yeah. I struggle with high maintenance people.
Sure.
And I understand that they exist. I understand you have to coexist with them. I
apologize
that
for that
a lot of times the great ones like yourself can be that. That can be the trade-off.
But I think that's why some teams are like, no, we don't need it. It's not just shenanigans, it's that.
Yeah.
And it's demanding the trade.
On top of $52 million for a 35-year-old.
On top of that, but he's going to get traded. It's going to work.
Yeah.
And, I think somebody's probably going to benefit from it too, ultimately, because he's going to be a new guy wherever wherever he goes.
Go to work or quit.
Yeah.
But ain't it nice to not have that?
He ain't going to quit.
Right, exactly.
Isn't it nice to not have that right now with the Rockets?
Yeah. None of that.
I didn't anticipate us talking about that long. However, I did want to get to this and what's popping. The Astros, we've all been kind of excited about the possibility of the return of Alex Bregman, right? That door cracked open, if you want to listen to Dana Brown. But, I mean, look, Ryan Presley is indeed traded. We're getting confirmation from Dana Brown that Ryan Presley was not happy about when they brought in Hader. And so this seemed like it was bound to happen at some point. But the Alex Bregman thing is it's not going as well. I think it was Michael Schwab had tweeted out something that because, Ari Alexander, KPRC2 yesterday was saying that, it seems like they're still off on some of the dollars amounts of getting this thing done. Michael Schwab was saying that average annual value might be the sticking point. Alex Bregman is still hoping to get that $30 million a year. The Astros, as their the contract offer that they previously put out, that 6-year $156, are sitting at $26 million and seemingly don't want to budge. And that is all still sitting there. That is the idea of, hey, this is not a done deal yet. I'm surprised that Alex Bregman is still out here expecting that level. But to complicate all these things, the Astros continually having a backup plan. Apparently, they are also interested in maybe talking to Jorge Polanco, another dude who is an infielder, exclusively an infielder, at an advanced age and has a WAR, I think, nearer to 1 compared to like the 4 that Alex Bregman was putting up. And I'm like, is that really what you would do with the money if not Alex Bregman?
I'm missing something here. Well. Jorge Polanco, I think, would come at a decent enough clip where you could also still spend some money elsewhere and still get you that outfielder. But, how many infielders do you get? 4, right?
At any given time,
it's a new strategy. You're going to have 6.
Yeah.
I thought we banned the shift.
Yeah.
Did we not ban the shift?
Yeah, first, second, short, and third.
Yeah.
All right,
Rover.
So
Don't forget Rover.
But I guess there we go. So that must be the plan. Because I'm like, where's everybody going?
There's going to be a box safety.
That's right.
I'm so confused by this, man. And you're talking to somebody right now who very much understands, and I've been close enough to it, very much understands the value of Alex Bregman to this team, what it means. Like, even some of the slow starts, like I get what he brings to the table, both his knowledge, his competitive at bat. Even when he's not hitting worth a damn, he's up there making the pitcher work to get him out, and he's going to always play above average defense for you at third base. So I understand him to be one of the better third basemen in the game. You want Alex Bregman on your team. But based off of what they've done so far in the offseason, it seems like they already moved on from Alex Bregman. So I just don't understand the space for bringing back a player that's going to be as expensive as Alex Bregman if it means that you're also going to have to make all of these other tough decisions to put him back in his spot. It's almost like you get the new girl and the old one.
Why not two girls?
Yeah, but you to move the new girl in and you ain't kicking her out. So it's like, can you bring her in?
There's
The old one in.
There's a guest house.
It's just,
we'll turn the garage into another room. That ain't no problem.
It's like,
what's interesting
all we got to do is insulate it.
What's interesting about what Dana Brown, and he spoke today, and we'll probably hear some of that at some point, but he said that the conversations right now are all internal and that he hasn't really spoken with Scott Boras and he needs to get back to him. And I'm like, oh, maybe it's not as far along as we think it is. It's like,
well, Dana tried to let us know at FanFest. He was like, look, man, he at any given chance, he tried to make it abundantly clear that this ain't as close as y'all seem to be talking about.
Today he said it's all internal conversation.
Yeah,
like they're thinking about it.
This is what this seems to be to me is from the Astros side. We still love Alex Bregman, rightfully so. So we still love Alex Bregman with the Astros, and from Alex Bregman not necessarily materializing the way that he and Scott Boras perhaps anticipated it would.
Which, by the way, is Scott Boras out here? Are we seeing the decline of his super agency? Because this is the second year that he has had a knock it out of the park type client that should just be like, hand over a bag of money, run me my money. Been out here for a very long time, not reaching the market that they have set for themselves.
Yeah, well, baseball has become even more so. I think it's harder to be, a creative agent. Like the players set the market for themselves. So it's like you can try to be this super agent for Alex Bregman, but I think the numbers that they want are not quite exactly the numbers that align with what he's worth.
Yeah, you've said that a couple times, and I don't buy that. Scott Boras still runs baseball.
Yeah, well, I still think
he might have some hiccups
agent.
along the way.
I think a lot more of it is boilerplate now than it ever has been.
Maybe
he's still who he is, but I think that the game has changed a little bit.
Right.
I didn't even mention now that Presley's gone. What does this bullpen look like? Because your bullpen was already like very, I guess, top heavy or back end heavy would be the way to say that. That becomes even more so now. Because someone texted in, they were like, "Look, man, love Breggy, but feel like pitching should be the priority." And there's still some of that because. Another thing that Dana Brown mentioned is that the idea of Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers, those guys are not going to be ready to start
any day now,
baby.
Season. So. Any day now.
I ain't holding my breath on none of them. None of them until I don't want all these reports. I know my guys are going to be out there.
I've already seen videos. And,
pitching from the mound.
He's throwing off the mound, guys.
He's playing tall with that.
Looking good though. That's what I heard.
Get out of here.
I heard they're looking good.
He's looking good the last 3 years, man.
He's stretching.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I just like the idea. Can you imagine just someone being like, guys, this guy is stretching.
He's stretching.
Woo!
He's playing catch.
Hammies look good.
Yeah. Oof. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Always appreciate to our guy Brandon Scott for jumping in with us for this hour.
Yes, sir.
That's my man's. Coming up next. Let's talk about this offensive coordinator situation because the Texans have interviewed, at least reportedly have interviewed another offensive coordinator. And also, how real is this Chip Kelly thing? Because John Lopez has a little bit of skepticism. We'll talk about that next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio. Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. Again, our appreciation to Brandon Scott. He had to hop up and go get some more work done, but he did some work in here with us. The B. Scott Stoss was really fun.
How dare he?
What? Go and do his job? He was just talking about how he makes his job. He was like, man, I got to go do my job, brother. What you mean? These paychecks, you got to keep coming. Yes, sir. What you mean selfish? He got 3 babies. He better go to work. All right, but speaking of work, speaking of jobs, there is a job opening down there on Kirby. It is offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans, and they're doing the work of looking for someone. Joseph hopped in the YouTube and was like, "Has Hannah hired our new offense coordinator?" Not quite yet, but she and I imagine the rest of the front office.
She out there looking.
Hannah's working. She out here working.
You go, girl.
That's right. That's right. Women in STEM somehow.
Yeah.
But
imagine her conducting the whole interview. So, what kind of plays do you run?
Exactly.
What would be Hannah's most important? What would be the number one question you imagine Hannah is asking these offense coordinators? 713.
Do you run screens?
57246. Hey, yo.
Hey, yo. Hey, I just want to know, hey, just stop running them damn screens, and then we good.
I bet that did.
You're hired.
Drive her up a wall.
I'll bet it did.
But, the Texans obviously are moving towards doing some of those things, and they've interviewed Jeff Nixon, who is...
Who?
Jeff Nixon, offense coordinator. That is fair. Offense coordinator of a little disrespectful, but fair. Previously, or I guess he still is, the offense coordinator at Syracuse. College football is the place that you're looking at here. And I thought Sam Warren of the Houston Chronicle put together a really interesting kind of thread on Twitter about this dude. And of course, as I go to look for it, can't find it.
I just went through the whole thing. He led the nation's #1 passing game at Syracuse University.
Kyle McCord. He got that dude, Kyle McCord, looking like he a first overall pick. Man.
And Kyle McCord was out here talking crazy behind it too, like basically telling Ohio State,
"Take that, Ohio State." Yeah. How y'all looking right now?
Well, they won the national championship.
All right, but yes. And again, I encourage you at Sam Warren _3. He's been doing some really good work for the Chronicle this year as well. But talking about the ways that McCord's offense sets up. But not McCord, Jeff Nixon and his offense sets up. Does that move anything for you? Like the idea he gets the ball out quick, and then some of the connections that he has, and the ways that this that Syracuse Orange offense worked really well.
I think it's an interesting kick the tires. But I also think it's kind of fascinating. Like there's a lot of people out there like, ooh, nation's #1 offense.
Is it when you say fascinating, how much of that is just like the idea of how wide the search seems to be?
Well, maybe, but I was thinking more in the line of, a name I haven't heard that seems really interesting. I want him. Like just the recency. Not even bias, just sort of like.
Oh, you just think everybody being.
Oh wow, we got that.
Being football hipsters, is that what you're saying?
Football hipsters is a better way to put it, because let's keep in mind, one of the biggest reasons that those who maybe are skeptical about Gerard Johnson, first time play caller in the NFL.
Jeff Nixon would be his first time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So why would you
because it feels like he has a schematic advantage. I feel like that's the reason why you go with one of these young play callers
for against a guy that has been in this system and has been in multiple systems, and all of a sudden you're just like, but I like that guy.
All right, well,
who literally has never done the same thing.
Well, I think that is why the popular name has actually been Chip Kelly, right? The offensive coordinator at Ohio State and the national championship winning offensive coordinator at this point, and he has experience now. Of course, his experience in Philadelphia and San Francisco for that year, and neither of those stops were like particularly incredible, especially with him as the head coach. And especially in Philadelphia, it really felt like it came to a head when he wrangled more responsibility for himself, having personnel decisions, which I just never understand that perspective in sports. When the head coach is like, I would also like a second job. And I'm like, really?
Yeah.
You're not having enough work doing that one job? You want a second one as well? All right, more power to you. But yeah, that seemed to harm him. But when it comes down to it, seems to be a very smart and well-respected play caller. And then also on top of that, like he has experience being a head coach and kind of being a charge of things. I think the experience there, and all of those things seem to be appealing for folks. You seem to be skeptical that this is actually like a thing.
Yeah, look, first of all,
not the qualifications.
No, the qualifications.
The idea
that
that
he's
a
gonna,
possible answer for the Texans at OC.
And let me explain it. Like, his qualifications are undeniable. We talked about it yesterday.
That's right.
He is so much more qualified than any other name that has been out there. It's not even funny. So I started digging in. Like, it's weird to me. This whole Chip Kelly thing is really weird to me. There's a lot of buzz around Chip Kelly and the Texans. You know what there's not a lot of? Actual hard, well-reported facts that the Texans are actually, or at least reports that the Texans are actually interested in him. Have you seen one DJ Bieniemy, Aaron Wilson, go down the list, Jonathan Alexander, like say the Texans are going or are interested in interviewing Chip Kelly? The answer is no.
Not as of yet, but I mean, the ones that we have gotten information on are what? Jeff Nixon and Gerard Johnson. Those are the only two.
Right. But, it's like we're all jumping to this conclusion that Chip Kelly and the Texans are a match made in heaven. And they might be. They may, we all know there's been a connection back there. But, like, even some of the national reports, I was digging in on them about Kelly and the Texans. And there's a lot of is considered to be.
All right.
There's a lot of logical choice.
Now,
there's a lot of makes sense. There is not a lot of, in fact, there is zero, and you're going to hear the audio of some of this. There is zero. The Texans are interested in Chip Kelly. Chip Kelly is interested in Texans.
I disagree with that.
There is, and we'll hear it, and we'll argue it because I don't mind arguing this, and I get your point. There is zero. The Texans are connected to Chip Kelly, and there's interest. And just before we hear that, I think there's some other things that are at play here. Kelly relies really heavily on shotgun formation. Very heavily on shotgun formation.
That is true.
And up-tempo. One question. Do you want to see C.J. Stroud in 60, 70, 80% shotgun?
I don't think I'm that upset about probably the big one.
Second part. Do you really want to see Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, and Shaq Mason in up-tempo?
Now, I think that's historical. I feel like he has shown an ability to shift that. I think that we might be leaning more on his earlier days when we talk about Oregon and then Philadelphia, the ways that he's done that. He has, come down on that kind of. I think PC called it the 7 seconds or less offense in homage to the Mike D'Antoni offenses. He has come down on you don't need to go in that same with that.
But he still leans heavily on shotgun.
Yes, he does.
And occasionally, maybe not as often as you say, on up-tempo. I don't want to see Laramie Tunsil doing that or Titus Howard.
No, but again, I feel like the malleability that Chip Kelly probably has within the experience that he has probably does offer that opportunity. But again, let's come back to the idea of Chip Kelly even just being an option out here. I think that there is something to be asked about, like, is he attainable? Because Chip Kelly is, he has a certain level of respect in the industry. And, Figgy, you're familiar with this. Ohio State, like, they just lost a coordinator, right?
Yeah, Jim Knowles.
Jim Knowles, defensive coordinator for Ohio State, just took a big payday to go to Penn State. Now, I'm going to step into the college football world for a second, so rock with me. But Penn State, this new world of, openly admitting that you are spending money on these various things, players, and then obviously you've always had the opportunity to spend on coaches, but all of this kind of trends up with the money. State is made abundantly clear. No, we want to spend, and we want to try and spend to get ourselves to that place. Ohio State did that last year as well, right?
Yeah.
So teams feel like, hey, putting money on the table and going forward in some of these ways is the way to go. I imagine that once you have that with Ohio State losing your defense coordinator, you probably don't want to get poached on OC as well.
Hey, Ryan Day is just getting into the good graces. You think how would that go, Figgy, with your Ohio State connections if he loses the DC and the OC?
Yeah, people going to be worried, man. People going to feel like
all on Ryan Day again.
Yeah, it's going to be on him, and it's probably going to look like Michigan the year or this past season, where they just won a national championship and now they got a sorry season, pretty much.
And by the way, the highest paid offensive coordinator in the NFL last year made $3 million. I think there were two of them. Most of them made about $1.5 million. The Ohio State Buckeyes are probably going to offer him 4 or 5 to stay.
It's possible. I don't know that I'm very very I don't know, hesitant when it comes to numbers around college football because there's nobody reporting this, like, or no, not reporting it, but there's no like overarching body that collects these numbers and verifies them. Nobody's actually looking necessarily at all these contracts, or I guess when you have some of these schools,
or at least coordinator contracts,
right? You might be able to freedom of information request those. But yeah, maybe he gets to that number, but I imagine just the idea of him going to the NFL, it's something that he has held a level of interest in, but I do wonder if like he gets money whipped. But I think the other portion of it, like the idea of interest, I'm gonna have to disagree with you on there. Jonathan Jones of CBS, I think he is the main person who was reported about NFL. And in his written report, he said CBS Sports, sources tell CBS Sports that at the top of the list for several teams is former NFL head coach and current Ohio State coordinator Chip Kelly. He went further to say Kelly is considered a target for both the Jaguars and Texans OC positions, sources say. He could also get a look in Tampa and amongst potential landing spots. And I feel like that's clear enough to say that, hey, man, there are people, sources, that have told him that he is one on these on lists of teams. And then once you say that, saying that he is considered a target for the Jaguars and the Texans, that feels direct, or as direct as you could probably be in that situation with a coordinator or with the reporter.
And it does not to me. And let me explain. And maybe this is just the old, get it right, get your sources to tell you at least or indicate off, not for attribution, that there is interest from this, and this team. Not is considered. Is considered. By the way, you write these things, and you've done it. I've done it. A lot of people in this industry, you don't choose those words arbitrarily. You choose those words very specifically. And he said, he's considered to be at the top of the list of several NFL teams. I don't doubt that that's true. I think Jonathan Jones is fantastic. But I also think he's one of those guys that knows what he's writing is not necessarily anybody from the Texans saying, we have interest in him. And to me, I haven't seen one yet, including this one. And you and I disagree on it. That's cool. This one does not sound like the Texans are interested in interviewing Chip Kelly. I have not seen a single one of those. I do sources, whether it's a scout, a coach, a coach that's not in the game anymore, is saying, hey, I could see the Texans being very interested in him.
Yeah, but that's not the language they use. Considered a target is, all right, again.
Read it again.
And actually, you know what? Rather than reading it, here's Jonathan Jones. He was on the, I believe, which podcast was this again? He was talking about Chip Kelly and, the opportunity of making it back into the NFL.
Chip Kelly is not going to be a head coach again in the NFL. Will he be an offensive coordinator in the NFL? I think that suits him quite nicely. Look, he just went out, won the national championship with Ohio State, has a good thing going there. I don't know that he'll be too banged up if he has to return to Columbus, but I do know for a fact that he is at or near the top of multiple teams' lists for offensive coordinator. In Jacksonville, Liam Cohen. However, Liam Cohen's going to be calling offensive plays. I don't know that Chip Kelly, you bring in Chip Kelly, you better have him call offensive plays. That's why the Houston Texans make the most sense for Chip Kelly, having just fired Bobby Slowick, having D'Amico Ryans, a defensive head coach who is going to cede complete and full control and authority to his offensive coordinator for the offense, and of course, their background. I mentioned Chip Kelly coaching with the Philadelphia Eagles. D'Amico Ryans played for a time for the Philadelphia Eagles. They know one another. They go back like rocking chairs. So with all of this, you could see this potential union taking place. Wouldn't be surprised as interviews go on, if it does happen, that it could happen in the next week or so.
All right, let's go through that, because that's where I had the story. If I had the information, I would say sources say this. What he said is suits him nicely. At or near the top of multiple teams. Makes the most sense. Their background. You could see the potential. Wouldn't be surprised. None of that is a report.
He said he knows for a fact that he's...
No, he said he don't know. He said he knows for a fact that he's at the top of many teams' list.
Correct.
Once he got to the Texans, he said makes the most sense. This is not a report that the Texans are interested in, and they might be interested. I'm not saying he's wrong. What I'm saying is I still am waiting for the Texans are interested in Chip Kelly, sources say. Because none of that is that.
Do you think it would have been, they would have been interviewed him or said anything by now?
Well, no, I think they're going to probably have it done maybe by the Super Bowl or shortly thereafter or whatever. But when I hear suits him nicely, I'm like, yeah, it does. at or near the top of multiple teams, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. Makes the most sense? Yeah, that makes sense. You could see the potential? Sure, I could too. Wouldn't be surprised? No, I wouldn't be surprised either. That's not a report. That's not a report.
And I don't know. I feel like this is probably not even worth like having that.
Well, I mean, we're parsing it out.
I think eventually, even if you're willing to say, okay, they're not in that place where they're actually already talked to him or whatever. They've already talked to Jeff Nixon at the college level. It seems like they are interested in interesting people at the college level, and with how well it fits the idea, I imagine they do talk to Chip Kelly. The thing for me that is interesting is, would they, if that is a guy that is indeed high on their list, is that a guy that they will be dealing? You have the quarterback, you do have the space, the leeway. That's one of the reasons why I'm not worried about the Jaguars, and you shouldn't be. Like, he just would not be. Liam Cohen said yesterday in his press conference that he will be the play caller. You're not having Chip Kelly go and sit, just as Jonathan said. You're not having him go and sit and just like work on the game plans and not call the plays. He would be the play caller and have a lot of leeway to have free reign on the offense. I just wonder, are you going to be able to like match the salary?
Yeah,
that
all
probably
those things we're talking about,
and all of those things that would be there. But CJ would be a great draw. Like, how would he feel about the idea of where the offensive line is and those types of things? I'd be interested in seeing. But I do think that this Texas team is and should be interested in Chip Kelly as their offensive coordinator. All right, you're in the Lube right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level? wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, first comes the Dallas boys.
Okay.
But I think that we can bring them home, so to speak, and talk about them as it relates to things that we're interested in. The first one is, and you probably did know this, my confession is I had no idea Stephen Jones was as despised as he is.
Correct.
I knew he was like, okay, well, Jerry's kid inherited the money. Maybe a lot of people were not big fans. Did you hear the introduction to Stephen Jones yesterday at the press conference of Brian Schottenheimer?
I did.
Did you hear it? Or more specifically, not hear it?
Our new Dallas Cowboys head coach, Brian Schottenheimer. And Chief Operating Officer, Executive Vice President of Player Personnel, and co-owner, Stephen Jones. All righty.
Dude, nobody clapped until Brian Schottenheimer said, oh, and he started clapping, so everybody kind of picked up. Dude.
I thought somebody said, give it up for Mr. Randy Watson. Yes.
Literally no one clapped.
That's right.
I think Randy Watson got a little more claps than
Correct.
that.
I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, I don't like him.
That was awkward. And Stephen Jones. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Him too.
I had no idea. He's that hated?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, he's the director of player personnel, and he is viewed as much as like Jerry be saying doing anything. Stephen Jones is viewed as the penny pincher around there, who just is tight with his money.
And this is a press conference where you clap for everything.
That's right.
You know.
Well, them people not happy. Wait, you said you were trying to meld a couple of things. I'm wondering, was the other thing the thing that Stephen Jones apparently said?
Yes, and it's more of a personal. I'm a grammar geek guy. Let me go ahead and do my second one now.
These are my confessions.
All right, if you're going to use air quotes.
Yes, okay, very good.
If you're going to use air quotes. So Stephen Jones was talking about this, and he did the bunny ear air quotes, 30-year drought. It's accurate.
Yeah, no, he said what people have been saying, this, like basically, the idea that people have been calling it a drought that people have said. I'm like, hey, dog.
It is a drought. It is a drought. It's like saying, people say that the sun rises every morning and using
that's right.
It's something that is actually fact, that is actually accurate. It's like, it
is quantifiable.
Yes.
It is. Yeah. There's no other way of.
To me, that's a little troubling because it's like y'all don't think it's a drought.
A little troubling.
Air quote drought.
So y'all good then?
No, dude, it's a drought.
So y'all good then?
No, dude.
So y'all been.
It's an actual.
Y'all been
drought.
fine the way things been going the last 30 years.
Everything's good.
People talk about this sky being blue. With the air comes. No, the sky's blue.
See, everybody
rises.
Talking about the Texans not making the AFC Championship.
Yes,
game.
they have not.
It's a drought of not making the AFC Championship.
I was like, what are you doing? At least use air quotes correctly.
Yeah, they're not happy up there about it. I got an earful about that from a homeboy of mine for sure. Yeah, no, that's the worst part.
Drought,
right? You imagine the Cowboys fans look over there like, oh man. Once Jerry Jones goes wherever he goes, right?
My goodness.
Well, then you just you have that guy step up.
That made me laugh out loud.
That's right.
These are my confessions.
One of the things I've been working on as a broadcaster is I realize that, I can cut people off sometimes. I get excited, you try and get your words in there. You're excited to talk. Mm-hmm. And I realized last week why I do that. I realized this while watching tennis. I was on the phone with my mom. Because she's the reason why I love sports. She's the reason why I love tennis. Wimbledon was always in our house.
Oh, that's cool.
U.S. Open was always on in our house. So, lately I've been watching sports with her on the phone. Just, spending time with moms. and we were watching a match of the Aussie Open between it's a quarterfinal between Iga Swiatek and Emma Navarro. Iga was playing incredible, and I just realized I was not getting a word in edgewise. I was like, oh, okay, this is where it is. This is where it is. And it's just, if I want to get a word, you better move quick, because that word will not happen if you just waiting and letting it occur naturally. So I guess I want to confess, 1, I understand that I be cutting people off. 2, I know where it came from. And 3, I am working on it. John and Figgy, my sincerest apologies, but I know where it started.
It's cool.
And I know why it's happening.
Really noticed.
Hey, you talk too much, man. It's cool, man. And I like people like Reggie because, like me growing up, I wasn't a talker at all. It's kind of shocking that I got a job talking now. But I was always a quiet guy, so I will always latch on to the guy that talk a lot.
Yeah.
And
they will always. So you can just go,
And they will. And the thing is, they will always latch on to me because I listen.
Yeah.
Like I don't have to say anything. Like you could get your stuff off the whole time, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, that's cool.
I gotta tell you, I haven't even really noticed that much.
Good.
I think we both just kind of go back and forth. I do have a question, though.
Okay.
Before, Figgy, you get to yours. Now, when you say you were watching the Australian Open together, you happen to be talking to each other and happen to have the Australian Open on, or did you talk and watch like the entire?
Not the entire match.
Yeah.
I mean, I end up
that's interesting.
I end up talking to my mom's maybe like 1 or 2 times a week. Just checking in.
Yeah.
And I had the Aussie Open on, but also one thing I will do, because like she likes sports, but she's not like planning her life around sports.
Yeah.
So there'll be times where I'll call her up and be like, hey, just in case you know, this match is on. You might want to watch it.
Okay.
Or sometimes like last night, she knows I'm gonna be watching sports, so she calls me to check on me, and she's like, "I'm watching the game too." And so we're just that also becomes a topic of conversation. So like a little bit, kind of in the middle. Sometimes I will call her to let her know, "Yo, this is a thing that is on," or she knows, "Hey, I'm watching a Texans game," so she might call me and be like, "Hey, I just saw that," because she knows I'm watching. So it's a little bit in between.
Yeah,
it's in between.
That's actually pretty cool.
It is.
You got somebody. Hey, this tennis match is on. You want to watch it? That's actually pretty cool, because I'd be like, hey, this tennis match on, let's watch it.
That's the beauty of sports, though, which, by the way, if you want to hit me up about a tennis match, I am game. But what's one of the beauty of sports? It brings people together. How many of you listening have like a relationship with a parent or a sibling or someone else that's just like, the reason why this is special, we bond over this sport?
Yeah,
and for me, that's mom.
And not only just like a football or basketball game or something like that, just specifically tennis.
Yeah.
Because everybody ain't watching tennis.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a, I guess one of those sports where it's kind of a little, I don't want to say nerdy, but only a few people watch it, where you be like, oh, you watch tennis.
My mother,
we could,
until her dying breath at age 90, baseball. Baseball. It was wild. Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So today I'm a little nervous, man. After the show, I don't know how this gonna go, so I'm gonna probably hit up Laura and Parkin to make sure. But I got another doctor's appointment, man.
Oh no,
Lord! All right, Figgy about to be on the IR for another week.
Yeah. So I'm actually going to the ENT this time.
Okay.
Because I still got the same cough. At this point, man, I just quit taking my medicine. I'm just like, man, ain't nothing working, man. I don't care. I'm just going around, just got this hard ass cough. So I think it's kind of related to allergies too. So I'm gonna go to the ENT, see what they got for me.
What is Figgy gonna have?
Yeah, I'm like, hey y'all, they said,
the plague. Figgy's got the plague.
I ain't gonna be able to go to New Orleans. That's my confession.
Go ahead and push that back.
Rickets. He's got rickets.
Not rickets. I don't even know what the hell is that.
I don't even know what that is.
I'm trying to think of the funniest disease names. Rickets is bones, I believe.
What about Crohn's disease?
Sure, you got that too. And you got polio. Don't forget that.
Wait, polio's not still in the game, is it?
Well, I don't know. What else might he have?
Chicken pox.
Yeah. Gangrene. You got gangrene.
Probably gout as well. No, just make sure. I don't know, man, Figgy. You probably don't. I'm the person who is like, go to the doctor, make sure you're good. Missing the New Orleans trip might not be. I don't know.
And it's funny because I'm like becoming anti-doctor now, because I feel like every time I go, they never solve what was going on. And I'm just like, man, this is all a scam. This is all an insurance scam. Like, man, ain't nobody helping me, man. Like, I'm getting very frustrated, man.
They said Figgy got mono. That's crazy. Keep sending those in. We'll take all of those. But yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know. Like, I'm seriously thinking about the idea of asking you, Figgy, to hey, go ahead and push that appointment back. Don't go there.
Yeah.
All right. Those are the confessions for this Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. I did mention yesterday was the day that a lot of head coaches were announced, including one in division and Liam Cohen. Of those head coaches that were officially announced yesterday, Aaron Glenn, Liam Cohen, Brian Schottenheimer, Pete Carroll succeed. And which one is most likely to succeed immediately? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
We're bringing the best. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, man, we chilling here on Sports Radio 610. It is In the Loop. You got John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That is Figgy Fig on this Tuesday. And yesterday was, if the day after the season is Black Monday, what is the day when damn near all the head coaches get announced?
That's an interesting question.
I don't know.
I don't know if they've ever put a name on it.
Yeah, I don't think that they have, because I don't know that it typically happens in the same way. But, yeah, you had 4 head coaches.
The press conference Monday.
I know who didn't win one.
Yeah.
I don't know who didn't win it, but he's one of these 4 guys who were announced as a head coach yesterday. It was the Raiders, the Jets, the Jaguars, and the Cowboys all announcing their new head coaches. And I kind of thought, I was like, hey, man, all of these happening on the same day. Which of these guys has the best chance of success in your mind? 713-572-4610, because one of them's in division, and I wonder if he isn't the one who's best situated for a level of success in Liam Cohen.
You think Cohen might be?
I do wonder. I do wonder, and somebody's already clamoring for it. If you're wondering why he might not be, it might be the fact that Liam Cohen, and introducing himself to the Jacksonville Jaguars fan base, and trying to ingratiate himself in a suit that looked like it was his daddy's, and a tie that looked like, I don't know, he might have bought it at Walmart. He said this.
Duval.
Which is not how you're supposed to say it. I can say that definitively. That is not how they say that there in Duval County. But, I mean, he did also say, and this is Cohen 3, in talking, like, and once you actually got past him, mispronouncing the chant that they have, this is what he said about, kind of the focus of the team and his job.
How do we make Trevor Lawrence and this offense as dynamic and explosive as we can be, right? We've got to build it around him as well, right? We've got to make every part of this about improvement, and he will be a part of that process. He's earned that right. I cannot respect his toughness and mentality and work ethic for far, and this will all be about Trevor right now.
That's what you want to hear, right? If you're a Jaguars
fan.
If you're a Jags fan, that's what you want to hear. I think all the kidding aside, and winning and losing press conferences and goofball moments. There are guys that have had goofball moments that were awful coaches. What's up, David Culley? We've had guys that had goofball moments that were pretty dang good. Jonathan Gannon being one of them. So if you set that aside, I do think that Liam Cohen probably stands to be the most, because look at the rest. I think there's a strong number 2, though.
Okay.
Like the Raiders, yeah.
They don't have, I think I started going, what are the things that give you an opportunity to have success? And first and foremost, if you step into a place that has a quarterback, and it feels like as much as Trevor Lawrence has had his struggles, it still feels like they have a quarterback that is of some level of it'll be he's a little bit beat up, right? He might need a little love, put a little bit of, get a wax on there or what have you. Maybe change the bumper and see if you can get this thing going, change the oil, all those types of things, and see if you can restore Trevor Lawrence to the glory that it seemed like he was going to have coming out of Clemson as the number 1 overall pick. What can you say for Pete Carroll in Las Vegas with no known quarterback and maybe drafting one of these young guys? And I'm personally in a place where I'm not jumping out the gym for any of these quarterbacks. I understand Shedeur Sanders and what he was able to do at Colorado. I like Cam Ward, right? Loca Cat. H-Town, what's happening? Even that, I'm high aspirations. Whoever they ultimately end up with at quarterback, I'm still not certain that you can jump in and immediately see a level of success there in a huge way.
And look at that division, man. That's one of the toughest. Look at those head coaches in that division.
Yeah.
That's one of the toughest divisions. So that alone, I feel like he's failed to, or he's going to fail.
Yeah, the Raiders are not. I think it's the Jaguars, if you had to be honest. The Raiders are not it. Because look at the rest of the associated talent, not just quarterback. Max Crosby, okay.
They did have a pretty solid defense under Pierce,
but I don't think that's it. I don't think the Cowboys are it. I think they're going to just be gradually getting worse and worse and worse.
And that has less to do with Brian Schottenheimer, who, although I will say, damn near uninspiring hire. I don't think anybody else was checking for him. And he is going to call the plays. And historically, I mean, he's never run an offense that's been all that inspiring anyways. They do have a quarterback in Dak Prescott, and I will say that I'm one of the people that believes Dak Prescott's a pretty damn good quarterback. However, they have a lot of places that they still need to invest talent or, get the right amounts of talent in, and that's an organizational issue.
Yes.
Right? That's a Jerry Jones as general manager, Stephen Jones as, vice president of player personnel, whatever. That is that level of issue that is also in there. And so they have talent, and this is the tough part. That was a team that had how many wins? Like 7 or some wins. And they had some crazy injuries where it just feels like they actually probably still could be pretty good. We're just all done with them because they get an outsized amount of attention. So they could actually still be pretty good, but I'm just not inspired.
And nor should you be. I think, boy, we talked about this word earlier, how different ways it can be put. I think Aaron Glenn is interesting.
Yes.
I think Aaron Glenn is very interesting.
That might be the best one, to be honest.
I think it's a strong second right now, at least. And that is.
On the long-term or short-term scale?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And the reason is, can you get Woody Johnson out of the picture? I think the answer is no, you can't. But can you at least, put your own stamp on there and have him at least siding with you on some issues? New general manager as well. Aaron Glenn, I think that he's just so good in everything he does. He's gone from scouting all the way up, played in the league, All-Pro, Pro Bowl, clearly won the press conference of all the guys yesterday more than anybody else. You want to believe in him, but can Woody Johnson stay out of his way? That's the only hitch.
No.
Then you got the Aaron Rodgers thing.
Right, and that was the thing that I was thinking of is, he's been non-committal on Aaron Rodgers, and I imagine the likelihood is that Aaron Rodgers isn't back. But if you do get Aaron Rodgers back, as much as a head case as he is, right, and as much as he likes moving to the beat of his own drum, he's still a pretty quality quarterback. Although he can't move in the same way, and I imagine if that is just one of those things that is that's disqualifying in this modern iteration of the NFL. However, he still has a level of capability of being able to play offense in this league. Can you make some things shake in a pretty quick way? But you talk about this is Aaron Glenn winning a press conference.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges gets opportunity. But here's what I do know: we're the freaking New York Jets. So we're built for this.
Like maybe he can just get dudes to run through a wall. Will that work?
No, it did. Well, it did in Detroit.
Yeah, and I felt like the Jets were actually okay team. Like their roster was okay. They just had a bad year the last couple years with the quarterback injury and all that stuff. But they had a decent roster. They just need a quarterback.
And you say short term, long term. Clearly they're going to be stronger long term. I think he's there for a while. I think fans are finally they have someone they can believe in that they cheered for as a player. So he'll have a longer rope. Short-term quarterback Aaron Rodgers, who knows? Long-term, they're going to have a quarterback. They're going to have someone that fits what he wants to do.
Yeah, I feel like short-term, especially Liam Cohen, he's had a lot of short-term jobs recently as offensive coordinator. A weird kind of bouncing back and forth. He's had some stops, and then he got to Kentucky as offensive coordinator, went to the Rams, worked under Sean McVay, then went back to Kentucky as offensive coordinator, then ended up in Tampa as the offensive coordinator for the Bucs with Baker Mayfield coming in after Dave Canales went to go take the job in Carolina, and now he ends up as a head coach. Like he's had the opportunity, or he's had the chance of having to make things happen quick, or his input on something very quickly. I do wonder if that changes here because of the scope of the job. You are having to establish a culture in Jacksonville while also, trying to rehab a quarterback while also being the play caller. There's a lot of things on your plate as a first-time head coach. But you do have a quarterback that's interesting. I also feel like talent-wise, this is one of the reasons why Trent Baalke needed to be out there. That's kind of a weird organization. They do have some good players, though. They have some
talent.
They have, obviously, Brian Thomas Jr. They have, Tank Bigsby. Bigsby is a very solid running back in that core. Like, they've got some talent there. So maybe, can you see an offense that's there, productive, and that maybe is even a hassle to the Houston Texans?
Yes, I do. I don't think the Texans should necessarily be, shaking in their boots or anything. But you mentioned culture. See, I think that's where I just can't. from afar, I don't know if I could buy into that guy. The X's and O's, yeah. Maybe.
Is it just based off of the?
It would have to be the X's and O's, to be honest, man, because maybe his nerdy self could, put together a really good offense, and like, who cares about the coaching part?
Mm-hmm. And then the other interesting one, I don't think it's, like I said, it's probably a third in my line. Pete Carroll does know how to build a culture, know how to get the players on his side. Players, I've obviously followed his career, for a long time. I know some players that have played for Pete Carroll. I can't remember one that just didn't really enjoy playing for him.
No, he talk about culture. You're right.
Yeah.
Like he will establish that. I just wonder if he's not beyond the place where his understanding of the game makes reasons why Seahawks wanted to move him out of that head coaching position and into an advisory role in the front office.
I think he's just in the wrong division too, man.
That too.
Like, I would not go to that division.
The Hall of Fame division.
Yeah, man. You going against Jim Harbaugh, Andy Reid, and then you got
that Broncos team is kind of nice.
Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Man, it's an old-ass division, ain't it, when it comes to coaches?
That's like an old school, old coach.
It's a Hall of Fame coaching division.
Man, I would have just went to the Saints, man. I just go to the Saints.
So if you got to go ahead and stack these, and by the way, someone on the text line, I think that they are probably pretty right in the 832 talking about Ben Johnson in Chicago. I was limiting these to the coaches that were announced yesterday. But if you open this up to all the possible, the new head coaches this year, the rookie head coaches, or I guess the ones that are new to their positions, Ben Johnson probably does have one of the best circumstances of all of them.
That's the reason he took the job.
Right.
You talked about it at the top. You look at who's the quarterback. Oh, that guy? Yeah, I'll take him. Yeah.
Young guy, a lot of talent, opportunity to bring in, but that's also a decently tough division. And you wonder how well the Vikings will play in the upcoming year. But no, that's a tough division all the way around. All right, if we're going to power rank these on a short term of these four, again, we're talking about the Jags, the Raiders, the Jets, and what's the fifth? Oh, the Cowboys. That's right. And again, I think they could be an 8-9 win team pretty quickly. He was there while they were being a 7-win team this past year. How do you see it?
Short term, I'll say Jags 1, Jets 2, Cowboys 3, Raiders 4. That's 1. Raiders 2? Dare I say the Raiders? Long term with Pete Carroll figuring it out. Then Jags, then Cowboys. Cowboys they're falling.
Yeah, I think the long term on the Cowboys is where I really push them down. I think I talked myself into the Cowboys being short term. They get their quarterback back off injury as well. And then they still have one of the best defensive linemen in the league in Michael Parsons. He ain't better than these dudes down here, but one of the better ones. And then
had to get that in.
That's right. CeeDee Lamb, you still have a high wide receiver. I just don't know that they're going to do the right things, right? They'll be annoying, but they will be annoying in the way that the Cowboys hate is that they'll be that middle mediocre team where these other teams are trying to establish a lot more. But then I think Jacksonville's second, and that's the thing that I find to be interesting. Short term, Jets and then Raiders are the way that I stack the rest of them. But the Jags have an opportunity to be a nuisance. And look, again, I thought the Trent Baalke was going to allow the Jags to remain this nebulous team that you don't have to worry about. I think that Liam Cohen, I will give him the respect. I think that there's going to be some learning curves along the way that he's definitely going to have to deal with, including finding out how to say that properly.
I changed my mind again.
But I do think that they'll have an opportunity. I don't think that they will be a team that will actually contend for the AFC South for at least a couple of years, but I do think that they can step into a place where they can maybe be a nuisance.
And by the way, right on cue, the Cowboys officially have hired Bears head coach Matt former Bears head coach Matt Eberflus as their defensive coordinator. So he's good. No, he's a good defensive coordinator.
Although when the Bears hired him away from
that's been the report, but he's been solid. He's put together some good defense.
He's been solid, and I think he has some familiarity in those parts. He was a position coach in Dallas before. Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get back to these Rockets because Amen Thompson put up a phenomenal game after he had already had a triple-double the game prior. What is Amen Thompson's ceiling? And maybe the player comps of this all will make this more fun. 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Hold the phone. KILT, KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. What do you believe Amen Thompson's ceiling to be? He had a phenomenal 33-point performance plus a Euro step. What was this? Was it a fade? Just kind of leaning to his left?
Yeah, Euro step fadeaway.
Fadeaway game winner for the Rockets in a 114-112 victory over the Celtics. Somebody on the YouTube was like, you can't mention Amen Thompson without mentioning Dylan Brooks, and okay, I will oblige. 10 3-pointers for him, 36 of them things. He was the leading scorer for your Rockets in that game. He lost his damn mind in that game.
Did.
More than he does other times. And I say that with all due respect, because in a way that is very useful to this team. But he was talking all that trash. He was knocking down jumpers. Man, what a beautiful sight, especially for this Rockets team. Like, the way that they've been shooting has been incredible. But Amen Thompson, and this was a question I've been mulling on for a little bit, especially with the Cavs games that you saw. But you saw that really come to a head with a 30-point performance. He had a triple-double against the Cavs. Like, what do you believe he ultimately can reach? Because this man is 21 years old. This is year 2.
Yeah, look,
of his career.
He is a franchise player. I don't know if we can say the franchise player. They've got a lot of guys that are – I'll put it this way. Right now, I think it's Jalen Green and Şengün for show, Amen Thompson for dough. They're like the old drive
what is you doing,
drive
man?
For show, putt for dough.
Okay.
I think because Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün can score a ton of points, can swing games in your favor, can go over in dominant stretches. But I think the player you trust right now the most is Amen Thompson.
Well, I mean, and this is where I start making distinctions in some ways, and maybe you can tell me that there's no difference. But when people are talking about like your best player, I'm like, I'm still trying to figure that out. Most important player is Amen Thompson.
That's what I'm saying.
Huge connector.
It's exactly what I'm saying.
Like primary defender. Like he is.
Both
is the
sides
ice,
of the court are his.
He is the Iceman in a way, and then hey, we need to ice that dude. All right, there goes Amen Thompson. Hugely important schematically in the ways that he helps teams not load up on whoever the ball handler is, especially if teams don't trust or don't respect your three-point shooting, which they should start to be doing now after this January run. But if teams don't respect your three-point shooting, backside ability to cut 45-degree or cut down baseline, because the Rockets have been giving people hell when they get, they kind of probe, get into the middle of the floor, and here comes, and the defender steps up, especially the big. And here comes Amen Thompson. Just throw that thing up there. Here comes lob, and here's a dunk, and we're going the other way. Like, he's so good at all of those things. But with all of that being said, like, where do we see this going? Because I think growth. It's crazy. This team has an opportunity to contend this year, and it's a growth year. Yeah. This is a year that you were looking at growth. Someone on the YouTube mentioned it, right? Rafael Stone, man, he's looking real smart in the light with the way that they've developed. And this is just, again, a year and a half with Amen Thompson. Where do you think you can ultimately go? And I have a name that I've been talking about with the homeboy of mine, and he was just like, absolutely not. And I'm like, no, I think I see it. I know that people have talked about various things. In fact, on the YouTube earlier, someone said that they heard last night someone call Amen Thompson a young off-ball LeBron. And I don't know that I can go all the way there, but I can see how, like, a solid defender, has a lot of aggression getting downhill. I thought about a dude who was once worn this Rocky jersey before. I thought Scottie Pippen.
I could see some Scottie Pippen there.
I think that could be
finishing, defense.
He came into this league
strong,
and I don't know. I mean, he's a guard forward.
Had a come out year. Yep. I think his third year might have been fourth. Had a big come out year
in a little bit of a different era of the league.
Different era, but I was covering the league at the time, so I do remember Scottie very vividly at the time, but he was a complimentary player. See, I think Amen Thompson can be the finisher.
And that's the thing I'm not certain of. And maybe I need to completely continue to see it, and I'll be, wrong again on where this ultimately can land. But it feels like Amen Thompson is the type of dude who's like, I can do all of the things, but I probably still need a star next to me, for this to happen at the highest level.
I mean, he didn't last night,
right?
But
I think on a consistent basis, right? On high level role players, they can have those nights. 100%
for sure. And Pippen did.
And of course, and I say high level role players with all due respect, because I don't want to make it seem as though I'm trying to knock down.
A role player at the elite level,
right? And I think that he's the dude who does all the dirty work, that has the ability to move the ball and be a passer as well. Like we talked about him possibly being a point guard at times early in his career. Like Scottie Pippen was a great passer as well. defensive lockdown guy connector, does all the things, all the little things, and he can be the second guy to a really great scorer that allows you to be a championship, like a dominant championship type team.
The thing I love about his game, and there are not a lot of players that can do this. LeBron is one, but I don't like that comparison. Just the size of LeBron, the height of him, and everything else. But he can do this like some of those players. He can beat you and overwhelm you with athleticism. He can overwhelm you with his size, depending on the matchup, and he can overwhelm you with his strength. So he can beat you with athleticism, size, and strength. And that's a rare combination. So it got me thinking about a player comp, because you were talking about this. At first, I kind of thought, well, he's kind of like a Russell Westbrook. He kind of has
is that a knock on him not being able to knock down threes?
Well,
he knocked down one
because of the defense, because of the passing, because of the ability to overwhelm people with all those three traits that I just talked about. I think he reminds me of Kawhi Leonard. I think he's got a real Kawhi Leonard gene, that right height that can go all over the court.
Yeah.
Who do you want me to defend, Coach? Because I'll lock him up.
Get to the mid-range, knock down his jumper.
And actually, probably needs to improve his free throw shooting, like Kawhi Leonard, to be honest. But he reminds me of that guy. I think that's the comp where I would go.
And you know what's the fun thing about a potential Kawhi Leonard comparison there? Mm-hmm. Well, yes, better be healthier than Kawhi Leonard. Great point. But
early in his career,
the thing that was scary about Kawhi Leonard is that you started, and again, maybe similarly, you were like, okay, he can be this, like, oh, he's a nice defensive piece or whatever.
And you didn't know what he was going to be.
And he just kept adding to his bag.
Yes.
He kept adding to his bag. I don't know that people were like, oh, Kawhi Leonard's going to be a primary ball handler at some point. He kind of ends up being that. Going to be a scorer at this point. He becomes that, like getting down to the rim, a driver, being a shooter, like Kawhi Leonard has become capable of. Like, he just kept adding, almost robot-like. Like he was.
Well, he is a robot.
Yeah, that's true. Just continuing to add files. Like, here's the different .exe. Like, run primary scorer.exe, right? And now, boom, that execution is going, and now he can do that. I wonder if you continue to see that level of growth from Amen Thompson, who is, again, 21 years old and has room to grow. But yeah, I'm interested in that, but I'm not certain that is the place that he gets to. However, that'd be really, really interesting if you get there. Somebody said Amen is Pippen. I appreciate you going back into that bag. But like, ultimately, I'm like, how likely do you think that he gets to that place? Because you talk about him as maybe Kawhi Leonard or Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook, obviously, a little bit different. I think people feel differently about him, but the way that he plays, the effort and energy that he plays with, and that vigor that he has is probably, the tenacity is probably the word that I want to use. Like, how likely does it feel that he gets there?
Well, let's look at how far he's come.
Yeah.
When you look at how far he's come quickly, much like Kawhi, if we're going to use that example, when Kawhi came into the league out of San Diego State, you thought, great defender. What a great defender. And he can finish, too. Then all of a sudden, as you pointed out, he can do everything. And then, with studs around him, they're still calling plays for Kawhi at the end of a game in certain situations. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but I think if you're looking at where he is right now, where the Rockets are, with him there.
Oh, the whole segment is getting ahead of ourselves. I'm talking about player comp. I'm typically not the player comp guy because we're getting ahead of ourselves. Yeah. Like, it just adds an undue level of pressure to the player you're talking about, because it's like, oh, they're going to become this. But I think we're seeing enough where we got to start thinking about, hey, where does this go? And I imagine, and I'm certain, in fact, Rafael Stone and the Rockets have had some of those discussions to try and figure where it goes.
He's your franchise player right now, and you cannot take him off the starting lineup.
No, I think that feels evident.
Because if you look at some of the questions we've had with Jalen Green, it's like consistency. Is tonight gonna be a scoring night? Or is it questions? These are great players. Don't get me wrong. I mean, like, you love having these guys on your team. But if you look at some of the questions we've had on Şengün, it's like even the coaching staff apparently has questioned. Is it in him to be that dog all the time? Is it in him to buy into everything we're doing? You don't have any of those questions with
none whatsoever
with Amen.
And one of the things that B. Scott, when he was talking with us earlier in B. Scott's thoughts, I really did appreciate one of the things that he talked about. And, of course, as soon as I say that and set that up, it leaves me – oh, no, there it is. Right. You don't have to draw nothing up for him. he'll go get out the mud, right? Is it just that I need to get rebounds and putbacks? I can do that, right?
Yeah.
Is it just off-ball cutting to get some buckets? I can do that. Or, and of course, we're getting the early implications of this. Maybe if you draw something up for him, he'll be able to go and handle that as well with the moment where he ends up feeling like, he says he feels like Kobe after hitting a game winner versus the reigning NBA champions on their own floor. But let me take you here. And then we got more text coming in on the text line, 713-572-4610, as we continue to ask, what is the ceiling on Amen Thompson? This was a comparison that was given by former NBA player Danny Green. He was on with Kevin O'Connor. Always want to make sure I get that name right. On his podcast talking about Amen Thompson.
When I look at Amen Thompson, I'm thinking like for some reason Andre Iguodala comes to mind. You know what I'm saying? So like I could see that being like his ceiling. You know, he could be that type of player. You know, Iggy came in very athletic, long arms, wings, defender. Became an all-star at one point in Philly.
And that's the thing. It's offensively they use him as a screener, on ball, off ball. He's in the dunker spot.
He's athletic enough to play all 5 positions. He's quick enough. He could jump. He could play the 4 or 5. He said he could be a roll lob threat guy. Like he's just athletic as hell.
That's kind of, I'm with you.
Isn't it crazy that kind of I felt a little disrespected.
How so?
Andre Iguodala, who, like, there was a point in time where he was kind of the go-to guy in
Philly.
League in Philly early on.
He was all right in Philly, though.
He was pretty solid. But, like, ultimately, he is, like, really well-respected role player. It feels like Amen Thompson has a higher ceiling than that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'm talking. I think they were. I
talking
heard
more
it.
in a more.
I heard it as what he is right now.
Yeah,
is how I heard it. But no, last night. I mean, and we mentioned this. Like I felt it just watching the game. Like I'm watching a star become a star. Like last night. I mean, we've known what he is. We've seen his good games. But we've always talked about who's the guy. Is it Jalen Green? Is it Alperin? Is it this or that or Cam Whitmore's really playing well. We've never really seen that's the dude right there. We're seeing a star. We're seeing a star being born here.
Yeah, it's ain't like it's no drop off because you see other people like a Cam Whitmore. You're like, okay, he had a good game, but
and then all of a sudden,
that's it. Everybody, I mean, everybody gonna shine at one point, but it ain't like now. I don't see him going back to what it was before.
Right.
But I mean, imagine just go back to some of the guys we've talked about here as potential comparisons, and maybe doing too much in this moment, but. Even at the, I guess, relatively low end of the comparisons that we're throwing up there, we talked about, Andre Iguodala was brought up. We talked about Russell Westbrook. We talked about Kawhi Leonard, Scottie Pippen are some of the names we came up. Some of the people on the text line, somebody said Scottie Pippen, body type, defensive skill set with the unique athleticism of a Dennis Rodman. Someone else said plays like Penny Hardaway, size, handles the rim, finishing, and that type of things. Somebody said, isn't he just a shorter version of Ben Simmons? But some of these guys that we've been talking about, right?
That's disrespectful.
Of what Ben Simmons was supposed to be.
I was about to say, that's a little disrespectful.
Yeah, at this point, we just got to let that one go. But some of these those guys that we're talking about NBA 75 players, all 75 players. Like we're talking about all-time players that he has the similar, game like
we're really
style.
just traits and
Of course.
What's the potential here?
But that's the thing is he is so young that if you have those traits and if you use them to the maximum of your ability, like all-star given, right, opportunity to win championships depending on how the squad is put around you is there. Like you're talking about a dude who could be really, really good.
And let's also not forget this. Even some of the best stars in the history of the game didn't really make that rise and become those players until they did it against the highest level of competition.
Sure.
Like they come in and like, oh, so-and-so is going to be really, really good. And he has some good games, but until they beat the Celtics in Boston, go back-to-back against Cleveland and have big – that's when even they're human. That's when they realize, like, damn, I am that good. I can be that good. I think that's what we're seeing as well.
Yeah. So, shout out to Amen Thompson. Like, again, the one that sticks with me is Scottie Pippen because I feel like doing all the dirty work, doing all the things, and really capable of being an elite player, but also I could be wrong in this, feels like just put him next to somebody who was really great as well and then flourish. And it feels like that's where Amen Thompson could be and hopefully bring another title to this Houston Rockets team.
Pray for Victor.
Oh, what are you doing right now?
Think about it. They wanted Victor Wembanyama, which, by the way, he's.
I mean, who didn't want
That's what I'm
it,
saying.
man?
No.
Man, what kind of foresight?
No. What I'm saying.
They saw the 7'6" alien and was like, I should probably have him on my
You think the Spurs
team.
missed out?
No. What I'm getting at is they actually lucked out. Like, everybody, Victor Wembanyama is going to be the NBA. I mean, nobody's doubting that. But they fell to fourth. Amen Thompson fell to fourth.
I think the real story is because we knew they wasn't going to get Victor, but Scoot Henderson, that was the one everybody was like, man, that was the second. I thought that was the second best player in the draft. And then you had Brandon Miller, who's okay right now, but
I think he's scoring he's averaging a lot of points, but that team is not all that good. And that's the thing is you're also seeing Amen Thompson give you.
I'm just saying, funny how it works
on a
out.
good basketball team. Oh,
Funny
it's always incredible how it works out, ain't it? Shout out to the Rockets, who again
that's how they drew it up.
That's right.
Shoot.
Well, I mean, Rafael Stone
They drew
never
it up
doubted.
just like that.
Yeah, we don't want Victor.
Never a doubt. Never a doubt. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll see this Rockets team, including Amen Thompson and Dylan Brooks. We'll see what they're back up to when they face off against the Hawks tonight as well. All right. Coming up next, look at the time. It's about that time we return it over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. Fig, what you got?
Yeah, man, it might be a rough couple weeks for rapper Drake and why he might have to turn the TV off, no pun intended. And is it time to kill the penny in the U.S. of A?
Oh, all right. We'll do that next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 6. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the accordion. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Next week, we will be in New Orleans.
You're darn right.
That's true.
We'll be in New Orleans.
Shout out to Flight by Yingling.
Yeah, man. Flight by Yingling. Shout out to all the homies. Flight by Yingling, Low T Center.
That's right.
Exclusive furniture. And if you watching on YouTube and Twitch and all that good stuff, shout out to the Mokaram injury lawyers, man.
Absolutely.
Where they
Looking forward to it, man.
Yeah, man. I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
I got the red car.
You got the red car.
I got the rent car.
Rent car. Okay.
I'm gonna be driving.
By the way, where did you get this rental at, man?
Costco. I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Hey,
No, you
you
didn't.
talking about the store, like the
Costco,
actual.
the big
No, you
box.
didn't.
Costco. I got my rent car at Costco.
They don't rent cars.
Yes,
dog.
they do.
Stop that.
Yeah, come on,
I got
man.
it's like $120, $130 cheaper than anywhere else.
They do not rent cars.
Yeah,
I got my rent car
let
at
me,
Costco.
Let me go get Airbnb at Costco too.
I did.
Come on, man.
You don't believe me?
No, man.
I got the rent car at Costco.
Nah, dog.
You could get a roof at Costco. You can get air conditioning.
You're just saying things.
You can get
now.
tires. You
Well, I know you
Can you get a
tires.
girlfriend too?
Well, maybe.
All
Well,
right.
you show her that $2, $1.50 hot dog, maybe.
Yeah, shout out to Costco, always looking out for the people.
No, I got my rent car at Costco, man.
Okay, what kind of car?
It's so I wanted to treat you guys in style, man.
Thank you.
Nice, man.
Just
I
let
can't
you know,
wait.
I'm not driving.
Yeah,
I'm
are
driving,
you
I'm
driving
driving.
the whole way?
Oh, yeah.
Are you now? Do you got to stop? Now, do you got
Oh,
to
he
stop
gonna
every 30 minutes to go to the bathroom?
No, 40. No,
We gonna get the Beaumont. He like, hey boys, I got to pull over.
Gotta
man.
go.
No.
As long as it's Beaumont, not vital.
I am going to stop at Poche's in Brobridge, Louisiana.
Is that
Okay.
something I'm supposed to know about?
Ooh.
Maybe not.
What's there?
It's a little bit off the road, so we're going to take a little bit of about 5-mile detour. It's where I get all my Cajun spices, and they got really good cracklins and boudin and
Okay.
all that. So you
All
got
you had to say was boudin.
shout out if you've ever heard of Poche's in Brobridge, because it is a cool stop along the way.
I'm excited about this, man. Take a road trip with the homies, man.
I probably will have to go to the bathroom before we cross Pontchartrain, though. That's a long.
How far is that?
That's a long
all the
ass
way
bridge.
in
the one
New
that's
Orleans?
over the swamp, basically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay, yeah, man. But
Costco vehicle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man.
Am I going to need a membership to get in? Or?
Maybe.
yeah, I need to borrow your membership,
Right.
man. So hit up Costco's and get something. But yeah, we'll be there. Kendrick Lamar will be performing at the Super Bowl halftime.
We won't be there for that.
Yeah, it won't be there for that, but I'll be watching.
That's right.
And this Sunday though, he'll be at the Grammys. You know why?
This Sunday's the Grammys?
This Sunday is the Grammys.
I really didn't realize.
And he's looking to make history because his song "Not Like Us," which is a diss song towards Drake, it might be the first song ever, the first diss me.
Oh wow!
It's gonna happen.
So it's gonna
isn't it?
It's gonna happen.
It's gonna be a rough couple weeks, and I think and if you haven't been following, Drake is suing UMG, which is a record label,
Universal Music Group.
Yeah, over the song "Not Like Us" and all that stuff. It's a long story, but a lot of people feel like he was trying to do this to prevent Kendrick from performing that song at the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of looking like he might perform this song at the Super Bowl, calling this man a PDF.
So what
on stage.
if he wins? What is the acceptance speech going to be like?
I don't. I ain't even think.
Is
I
he
ain't even
actually
think that far. I don't know if he's gonna be there, but I haven't even thought that far.
Because he's
man.
going to just go into a big old.
This is the first time for everything, man.
Yeah.
What are you gonna get up there? I want to thank my Lord Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
He might get that in there.
Yeah.
And that's the thing about Kendrick. Kendrick has so many different, like, I don't know, different passions or whatever, that he could go all sorts of different places. He is the pettiest person, so he could be real petty, or he could try and like just go real, I don't know, religious on it.
Yep.
He might try and like have a message. He might go a little hotep on it. I have no idea where he could go all sorts of different places.
Yeah, I felt I got to
probably go South Cali, like Southern Cali, just where he was. Like, shout out to the home.
Yeah, the thing is, I felt like he never really had like a live interview since this whole Drake and Kendrick beef.
Yeah.
So he never really spoke on it outside of.
That's
the
what I'm saying. So the speech could be.
Yeah. So be watching on Sunday, man. I mean, if you ain't got nothing to do, no sports and nothing like that, man.
Hey, we're gonna be driving.
I'm gonna be live streaming the Grammys then.
Oh, that's right. We will. Yeah, no, that's perfect.
No, we'll be there by the time the Grammys start.
Okay.
Yeah, but
how big is the house, by the way? Because
I think it's big enough.
It's going to be all the 610.
It's 11 people. 11, 12
Is it 11,
people.
12 people?
I think it's 11, 12 people. So you got Payne and Pendergast.
I'm getting a room.
Yo, so is anybody? Are we supposed to share rooms? I don't think I actually asked this.
I think it's a big Airbnb with different rooms.
It better be.
They got 12 of them?
I think so.
Okay.
From my understanding,
think so?
yes. Yeah, so it's going to be Payne and Pendergast.
And I'm the newest, too. They're going to have me in.
It's going to be us three. It's going to be Clinton Ron. It's going to be Parker, Brandon Scott, and Aaron Raybor, our engineer. Ooh. That's a lot of fellas, man.
Yeah, I'm getting a room.
It's a lot of sticks.
A lot of folks.
It's a lot of sticks in the woods, man.
A lot of folks, man.
So Elon Musk is pushing the U.S. of A to kill the penny. So I feel like this conversation pop up once in a while where they say, hey, we don't need the penny, who uses pennies and all that stuff. But I guess he's calling for the penny to be killed off and save the government money. He said it costs more than 1 cent to make every penny. And I just kind of want to know, like, do y'all think we should really, do you think it's about time to get rid of the penny?
I don't think it's a bad idea. I think it's going to be next to impossible to implement because of taxes, sales taxes. Say it's 8%. Well, how are you gonna? You're just gonna add 2% and make it 10%?
I think the other thing is I think people are afraid that everything is going to go up. Too.
Well, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But like, think about it. Let's say it's what is the? I think it's 8% now, right? Sales tax in Texas, something like that, 8.5%, whatever it is.
I honestly don't even remember. That sounds about right.
It was last time I
But
checked.
it's not a multiple of 5. So like taxes. How are you gonna? If you're paying cash, how you gonna pay for that?
Yeah, and see, this is the other thing. This is what made me think about it too. I feel like the rare times that I do pay for something in cash, and I'm supposed to get like a couple pennies back, they never give me the pennies back.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I kind of, I'm not the guy that give me my change and all that type of stuff. I'd be a little offended, like, man, give me my money back, man. Like, but
I'm not gonna put it in that cup.
But at the same time, I'm just like, man, I don't want no damn pennies. So I wonder. So that kind of got me thinking about that. I also was thinking, if you could get rid of one thing in life, what would you get rid of as far as like some useless thing? Because the first thing that came to my mind was throw pillows. So the little throw pillows that
I don't know if I can top that one.
That go on the bed that you don't really use to sleep. You just throw them on the floor.
Spoken like a couple of men who are married.
No, not you. They. Not you throw them on the bed. They. It is an ongoing, why are we doing this argument? Like,
it's a cute pillow.
Dude, no one sees our bedroom but us.
Something nice with some extra pillows.
When was the last time you went to someone's house and said, hey, can I see your bedroom? I want to see how many pillows, what it looks like. So you've got some cute pillows on there. I could go for 20 minutes on that. We've got, I think, 10 or 12 pillows. She makes the bed every day and puts these damn pillows on there. Different sizes, different colors.
Some embroidery on some of them.
So at night, I can grab all the pillows and throw them to the other side of the room.
Sometimes you get creative. You be like, oh, the pillow right here. Let me throw it. Let me see. I've got a curveball.
Sure.
Get out.
I can't top that. Get rid of all bedroom pillows.
Not all bedroom
except for
pillows.
The ones you sleep on.
Well, you need to get rid of all your bedroom pillows.
Yeah, you still got that one. Yeah, that one nasty coronavirus pillow.
Somebody said fake eyelashes. I don't know. Some of them be working.
I like them. Man, I'm a fan of the eyelashes. I like the fake eyelashes.
On a thing.
As long as it's not too much.
Yeah.
Honestly, funny enough, I would normally if I was just thinking for myself, like just myself personally, I actually would like to do away with change. Like, I'm rarely wearing some like pants that I feel comfortable jangling around in with this extra change in my pocket. It's one of the reasons why I rarely carry cash, because I'm not really looking forward to having change. However, like, I don't know that I would actually want to get rid of all change out there.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea.
I think that there's probably unintended consequences that I have not fully worked through, and that's what would keep me from doing. I'm like, actually, I feel like there's probably some instances where that might not be the best thing in the world.
Yeah, it probably been maybe I actually used a couple pennies.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was the only time, and that's when, and I only used those pennies because I didn't want to get a bunch of change back. Where that one time I paid with cash, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I got 4 pennies. Let me try to find 4 pennies so you don't give me 94 cents back.
Yes.
All this change.
Now that comes in handy.
Yeah. Outside of that, man, I don't need to use.
How are they getting all these pennies out of circulation, though?
I guess you just can't use them anymore, so you do what you do. People collect them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get y'all out of here on some nasty ass flavor food, man.
Oh no!
Did y'all see what they doing up in Cincinnati? You know what they got up in Cincinnati?
I did see
Cincinnati
this.
chili?
I saw this.
You
the
see
Skyline
that
chili?
Skyline chili?
Yeah, which apparently, I mean, it's real polarizing. I have never had it.
To me, my son made some that was excellent, but he's from Houston.
Yeah, it was Houston. It was Skyline chili, though.
Yeah.
So Cincinnati's famous Skyline chili got its own ice cream flavor.
Well, they can leave it in Cincy.
Chili flavor ice cream, and is available for a limited time. And I think that time gonna be up, and I don't think they're gonna double back on that time.
How do you enjoy forget Skyline chili, any chili flavored ice cream?
There are some people that appreciate novelty, and there are some people that are excited by weirdness.
Yeah,
and I think
that's what it is.
So this flavor is called Skyline Spice. And it's supposed to remind you of the chili, obviously, without being chili. Or crackers in it.
What?
That's my point. How could you possibly enjoy that? Ice cream. It's ice cream. Ice cream is sweet.
They doing some wild stuff with ice cream, by the way, man.
Yeah.
Like, I think I went to an ice cream spot here, and they had some type of garlic ice cream. I'm just like, what are y'all doing,
You're
man?
thinking too much.
Yeah, we're all trying. Sometimes, you do too much, and that feels like too much. I know I saw Mike Golick Jr. win an 8th ice cream. I actually didn't see what his review of it was, now that I think about it. But yeah, you keep that. Although, to be fair, I'm not the target demographic. Like, I don't get very fancy with my ice cream at all. Like, I don't eat ice cream frequently enough to have a whole bunch of different flavors. Give me some basic French vanilla.
Vanilla, chocolate, strawberry. Now, I do like occasional, what is the, now I'm drawing a blank. The
Neapolitan?
No, the green nut.
Pistachio?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm more of a
the green nut.
Yeah. I'm a cookies and cream guy.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, but
Cookies and cream solid.
Yeah.
Oh, people are getting rid of some stuff from the 972. Get rid of temporary paper auto tags. Oh, that you have a very particular.
Well, you got to have them.
Sure.
You don't get your plate right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to have them.
I feel like they might be upset about like the people that kind of violate the spirit of the rule out there. And
right.
As much as for me personally, I'm like, as long as it does not affect me, I'm cool. I don't really care that much.
By the way, 281, the pillows are a conditioning tactic to slowly implement stressors into a man's life, just breaking us down pillow by pillow.
Open up your third eye. Open your third eye. It's a conspiracy.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah, big woman. I don't think that works that way. But this the women out there.
Big spouse.
Big spouse. That's right. They're trying to break you down. Trying to break you into submission, brother.
Yes.
Hold strong, brother. Don't let those throw pillows get to you.
One useless pillow at a time.
Yep. Don't let it get to you, brother.
That's insane.
I don't know if anybody's ever seen our bedroom.
Oh wow.
Somebody come over. Ever.
Yeah. I think the first time I came to your house, you was kind of showing me around. I didn't even want to see your bedroom.
Yeah, exactly.
You was just like, the bedroom back there. I'm like, all right, cool.
Why do we do that, by the way? Like, it feels like it is necessary for folks to, when you get into the house, well, let me give you the tour.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, I don't really.
Yeah.
Where are the common areas that I'm going to be?
Man,
That's all I need. Man, show me to the restroom.
Man, we over here trying to set up for a doggone housewarming. I kind of don't want one, man. I ain't tell her that.
But big spouse, you see, brother, you gotta have.
I'm just like,
Big
man.
spouse.
Now we gotta clean up Spotless now, and all these people over where they gonna park and all. I'm like, man, I don't care, man. Like I would just do a regular get together at this point.
Just make it casual.
Yeah.
Somebody said get rid of baby on board stickers. Actually, fair.
I wouldn't be against that.
I don't know why, but actually fair.
Yeah.
No, you know what?
I never understood those either, man.
You need to get-
so baby on board, so let me be extra careful.
Right, as if
like you are.
I was planning on T-boning you, but now
you know what? I was gonna cut you off, but you know. It's
that's a good point. And from the 713, get rid of chest tattoos on women. And friend, I understand what you mean. However, some of them hit the spot.
Yeah,
all right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Okay, all right. I probably opened myself up to that. That's my bad. All right, coming up next, we'll get ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron. But also, interesting piece from Chandler Rome about Dana Brown and his relationship with Ryan Presley that I kind of want to get into. We'll do that next.
How close are the Texans?
Select a request 2 for $7 deal to redeem. Not valid in a combo or with saucy nugs. Single item at regular price. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is
I am
sensitive.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You had to do that, Figgy. You really didn't. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a fun.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is
I am
sensitive.
I don't even know why you're doing that. You just poking at him.
It's a new random thing I just blurt out now. Don't call me sensitive. Your ass is sensitive. Every time I see him, your ass is sensitive.
We'll ask him. We'll ask Rod how he, or Show rather, how he feels about the fact that you just be blurting that out at him whenever he walks by.
That's just a random phrase now in my vocab.
Yeah, we're just talking about random things that one says. You saw one of those for me yesterday, which is, you know, when you're watching a basketball game and the player is trying to like draw a foul, and they make the noise in order to try and like, hey! All right, I started doing that, and you know, you do something like facetiously, just like, you know, ironically or whatever, and then it sticks. So I'll just be walking around, just, hey! Yeah. And I look like a maniac, and I sound like a maniac.
I want to do a sec, probably do it in the mixtape, but random movie phrases that's just part of your vocab.
Oh yeah, I want that one. I will. Yes, absolutely.
That sounds like a question of the
because
day.
remember that movie? I think it was the movie Holes.
Yes.
The grandpa. I'm tired of digging, grandpa. It's too damn bad. Like I just say that randomly. It's too damn bad. It's too damn bad.
His mama call him Clay. I'm gonna call him Clay.
That's a good one. That is a good one. That is a good. They're gonna start.
I
coming
got so many phrases from that doggone movie too, man.
Every time I have a little project, here we go. Every time I have a little project around the house, you know, I always say 220, 221, whatever it takes, and it's the most random. Way back when, remember Mr. Mom, the movie Mr. Mom?
That sounds familiar, but I'm not sure if I've watched. I don't.
Kind of,
1983, huh?
Yeah. What kind of, you know, what he's going to rewire something, and it's a 220 socket or 120 amps or whatever it is. He goes 220, 221, whatever it takes. Just showing his ass about how bad he is at this.
All right, so yeah. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Again, appreciation to B. Scott for sitting in for the 11 o'clock hour. And if you've been listening since then, I hope you've been listening on the Odyssey app because, you know, there's a slam dunk contest happening. If you log in and listen on the Odyssey app, whether on your phone or on your desktop, you have the opportunity to win a package that includes travel and accommodations for 4 to Vegas and $20,000 total, $5,000 apiece for the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. So, yeah, man.
Can't beat that, man.
Make sure you do that. 60 minutes a day secures your daily entry into that all the way through February 23rd. So, hope you are hanging out with us. And somebody said it was the caliber of a gun, not wiring, when it came to Mr. Mom.
No, it was wiring, 100%.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah, I remember that movie like the back of my hand.
Okay.
Because he was going to rewire it. Go look it up.
I'm not going to.
I will.
I'm going to be abundantly clear, just very honest.
He goes, I'm going to change the wiring.
I trust you. This,
and they go,
this one.
He goes, 220, 221, whatever it takes.
It's not even about trust. I'm just lazy. I'm not actually going to do it.
I am absolutely right on that.
Trust is an interesting word because I wonder where that trust stood between. Look at all them chickens. Oh, now we're just doing viral memes at that point. But Dana Brown. Wonder Manager Brown and Ryan Presley, who is now no longer an Astro. He is a Chicago Cub since he waived his no trade clause. But interesting piece that Chandler Rome put out not too long ago, not more than an hour ago, about, you know, this move, and Dana Brown now more open about the relationship breakdown between those guys. And of course the relationship began to break down, and an obvious point was after after the Astros acquired Josh Hader. Obviously, Ryan Presley was the closer before. Josh Hader comes in and he immediately takes over that role, which displaces Ryan Presley, and seems like he was somewhat cordial in all of those. But according to Dana Brown, you know, the relationship took a slightly different turn.
A little bit of respect for Dana Brown here, and also a little bit of like a whoa. Because we all speculated about this, we all talked about it.
Sure,
like there's no way that Ryan Presley could be happy with this. So I respect the fact that he's acknowledging it, but he said fractured. the relationship was
It
fractured.
took a different turn, is the words. He obviously talked about when you move a guy at a position who feels like they didn't deserve to lose their job. It changes the way that dynamic is, and all of that goes without saying. But all of this comes within the conversation of moving on from Ryan Presley and obviously getting off some of that money, some of his $14 million contract, and now having some of that space. But in talking about that, Presley, quote, according to Dana Brown, accepted the goal even though he felt like he could still close. I know he's going to get an opportunity to close in Chicago. And he went further to say, I feel like we had some extra relievers. And if this is an opportunity where we could free up some money and build for the future, I thought this was that opportunity. And so from that perspective, I'm interested. How do you view this Astros bullpen as of now? Now, obviously, Ryan Presley was still he's still
still set up,
part of that back end of that bullpen. But how do you view this bullpen now?
Well, we were worried about the middle relievers and other relief pitching last year, and that's when they had Ryan Presley. And even though he wasn't happy, and you could tell early on, he struggled early on in the season, then came around that he didn't like it. So now they don't have Presley. So we were worried about this bullpen even when he was here. So obviously, I think that's going to be an ongoing focal point, an ongoing discussion. Most teams, even great teams, worry about relief pitching just in general because it's just hard to find.
Yeah,
and so I think it's going to be as much or more this year.
And there's something to be said for if there is a position that you find yourself that you feel like is easier to account for in some way, it is relief pitching, right? You can go, especially if you're not talking about guys in the highest leverage situations. If you feel good about your high leverage guys, then the idea of some of these other guys, being in the pen and being useful to you, or even going and finding that kind of relief arm is a little bit easier to do at the trade deadline or what have you. Still feel good about Hader and Abreu. Where are you with Taylor Scott and Caleb Ort? Those kind of guys, Brian King, those guys are going to need to be really good for you situationally.
Well, and it's the ongoing question, that I just mentioned. Yes, they can be effective, but the consistency of relief pitching is just never there.
Fair enough.
Rarely there. I feel like this is going to be a bigger discussion now for the Astros, relief pitching setup men, so to speak.
But yeah, I guess I imagine that falls that pales in comparison to your wondering on how this outfield pans out. And of course, all of this, is still under or behind the decision of do you find the common ground on Alex Bregman where it's, there's reports or there's kind of speculation that Bregman is looking for that 30 a year. Astros are trying to stay steady at that 26 million a year on monetary value. And interestingly enough, it seems like the Astros have some level of, hedge of Jorge Polanco, something that I don't fully understand there.
Yeah. I still think the most interesting thing that Dana Brown said today was talking about Alex Bregman and the possibility. He said the discussions, we'll take him for his word, who knows, are still just internal.
Yes.
And we're all like, oh yeah, they're still in on him, and they're trying to negotiate with Scott Boras.
Yeah, he said he owes Boras a call.
They're going. He said he had a missed call from him, and I'm paraphrasing, but I think I got most of this right. He said he had a missed call. I'd get back to him. I owe him a call. Like what? We thought you guys were talking. And he's like, yeah, no, it's just internal discussions. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not the story that we thought.
Even better, J-Lo. He said it was a text.
Yes.
It was a text. That's right.
That's right.
Boris had texted him. I got a text. I owe him a call.
How are y'all with text etiquette? Because I think text etiquette is one of those places that's real fraught nowadays. Some people view text as once I send a text, you need to get back to me as soon as possible. And some people are like, hey man, that's basically an email. I get to when I want to.
To me, it's one of those just don't ignore me.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's two different deals, right? I think I'll give you an example that we can all in the room relate to. I think the fact that we don't receive important information via text message in 2025, instead it's sent one time in an email somewhere and you just hope you find it. Even if it's just reminders that you've got training or it's, hey man, you got a meeting, or hey man,
I don't know who he's talking about.
I do.
It's all of it. No, I'm talking all of it. It's everything in corporate America is it's all very, 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 very important.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
A lot of it has to do with
we
my
always
money.
Have these.
Yes.
We always have these.
Yes. And I can legitimately look you in the face and say, no, bro, I didn't get that email.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you, I can't look you in the face and say,
I didn't see the text.
And expect me to believe it.
Right. I'm telling you right now, if I tell you, oh, no, I didn't get that text. Now, my go-to, the one thing I will do is I'll get a text in the middle of the show that requires, if it requires any level of thought, then I'll put it off, and sometimes I'll forget of that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, the thought, I mean, if I really, really need to do something, call me, text me, email me. Let's hit all three chains.
But how about Dana Brown, Ron? I thought we were like, oh, they're talking. They're talking. It's happening.
I can't get a handle on that.
I know.
I don't understand him. I should have known, and we'll talk about Dana in a little bit. I should have known. Like he was handling Dusty Baker a little bit too much like you done something.
Mm-hmm.
He just like, if you just listen to how Dana goes about his business and the stuff he does, he sound like he been real successful for a long time at this GM thing. Like, I had to get back. I get back with Boris in a little bit, baby. He got McCall. He hit me a text the other day, man. I just, it just came. It just came up, but I'll get at him and hey, man,
I'll get back to him.
Yeah, man. Man. Hey, man, Ryan was a little frustrated. I mean, it was different from when we first met each other.
No kidding.
Like, damn, you just laying this out, huh?
Yep.
Right here. You feel like right now. Yeah, man. He was a little pissed off. I brought in another, elite closer in the building. But hey, man, this is how. It's like, hold on, Dana. Like
when people leave the building, people feel comfortable talking.
Yeah.
That's how we find out that on draft day or like in draft negotiate or the draft meetings that CJ and apparently Bobby was out there having a tip.
Talk about it. Because I know Clint's dying too. That just don't make no sense. that is just Bobby ain't never seen. Bobby is Bobby Knight in his free time. Is what it is. There ain't nothing. You see, I know all of y'all have seen not Coming to America, but Kings of Comedy. There ain't nothing about Bobby that says going off or getting in somebody's face at all.
Nothing. You can be stubborn.
Nothing.
Without going in somebody's face. I'm telling you.
No, I can understand.
You can be inflexible.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I can't see him walking up into somebody's face and cussing and going off of them on the first meet.
I agree.
That's just Bob just ain't never shown that.
I can hear him saying, no, that ain't gonna happen.
Turned into Dwayne The Rock Johnson. It doesn't matter what y'all used to call this play.
I can't see that. Not with all them words.
I tell you, it makes, and we'll dig into it in the show, but it makes a lot of stuff make sense.
Okay.
Nobody in their right mind waits till week 9 to try to figure out an identity off, unless there's some kind of tug of war going on.
Okay. Let's.
I can understand that. I can't believe upon the first viewing. That's not what we call it here.
Well, what we call this is the handover, and we about to call this the drive. So in the loop, done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with Figgy if that doctor's appointment don't go too crazy. But you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, the drive is
live, and as you heard there, Clint Stoerner in the building, Tyler Milner as well. However, you all are listening. You can jump in on the text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, we also appreciate you as well. Thank you for jumping in. Be a part of the show. A lot to get to today on this Electric Tuesday. And the first thing we got to get to is what's on the screen right now. Ain't it? How many times do you look up and on ESPN the first thing on the screen is the Houston Rockets? That has not been something that we have seen a lot here, and I got to give it to them, boy. That was another special win. They have the most wins against 30-win teams in the NBA right now.
Let's go, Rockets.
8 of them. They swept the Grizzlies not too long ago. They swept the Cavs, the number 1 record and best team this first part of the season. They just went through and just beat the Celtics last night, and I heard the boys on In the Loop say it earlier. It felt like a playoff kind of an atmosphere. It did. It was back and forth. They got down by double figures in the fourth. You feel like that's the end of it, and then, nope, they come on back. And, Clint, they do it without the people you would think would be necessary for them to come back and win a game in Boston. Şengün and Jalen Green were not the catalyst in this game.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing. I feel like the last time – now, this run has been absolutely tremendous. I stayed pretty excited, and actually it's grown and grown every time I watch the Rockets, my excitement level for the season. But the last time that we got good and worked up in here about a Rockets win, it was another one where Jalen Green wasn't – he's coming off of that 30-plus point tear where he scored. He was scoring lights out, and he had a night where he was off, and Van Vliet had took over and scored a bunch of points. And the way that the game worked out, Tari Eason was big time, right? I mean, you just had the way it worked out was one of those like, man, the Rockets just beat one of the best teams in the league with their B game.
I feel like Kobe.
Right? No disrespect to anybody, but just they didn't have their A game given. Şengün, he was effective, but he wasn't himself. Jalen Green wasn't himself.
Points.
Yeah, and so in that particular game is one like, okay, let's talk about it. This is one where, again, you don't have your A game, or let's just say you're trying to win left-handed again because Şengün and really Jalen Green wasn't themselves. But Dylan Brooks and Amen Thompson, man, are you kidding me?
You mean Steph?
What?
Steph Curry walked out there in Dylan Brooks' uniform. Somebody just texted in, was that Dylan Brooks or Larry Bird? Hell, it was somebody. Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks is a guy that when he was in Memphis, defenses, especially in the playoffs, they backing off.
Right.
Go ahead. Please. Dylan Brooks going to shoot 16, 15 threes in a game. Please shoot him. And he ties a franchise record making 10 of them jokers. So much mine, and now he is going to put money on Dylan Brooks in point totals tonight.
He's 14 out of him. Hey, ride the hot hand, baby. Ride the hot hand. Which, by the way, all joking aside, that's one beautiful thing about takeaway from last night is, I mean, you've got to be pretty intentional about getting Dylan Brooks the ball for him to hit 10 threes.
Or and also the guys knowing they don't have it going tonight.
That's where I was going with it. It was like clearly it was very aware. Now that may be Ime Udoka, it may be Van Vliet, it may be the young guys maturing. I don't know. But the simple fact that this squad is one that has the awareness and read and recognize, like, all right, Dylan Brooks has got the hot hand. Let's feed his ass. And they just kept feeding him. Hell, he damn near made his 11th three-pointer that would have put the game to bed within the last minute of the game that he actually alluded to when he talked to Vanessa after the game. There's so many layers to this kind of win that, boy, it's hard to not think that this is all real, Ron. I don't know how good they are, but it's hard to think that this ain't real.
And we'll talk to Brandon Scott tomorrow on and get a Rockets report for him, the first one of the year. But I heard him on In the Loop earlier today, which he is every Tuesday at 11, and I was with him, right? Not to say you didn't know it could happen. Like, if you look at the Western Conference, Clint, be honest with you, you can have a bad week and a half and drop to the 6 or 7 seed. If you're, the 2 seed, you could they're really bunt. But I think we should have known it, but there's still some skepticism. I think last night for me was a deal of like they're not going anywhere, right? Like this is a real deal. This isn't they're off to a really hot start and they're going to drop some games and, they're going to slide down and Memphis and Denver and, the Lakers or the Clippers, whatever, going to catch them. Now, they're for real. This is for real. And
I'm so happy.
Yeah. Houston is happy. Yeah. This is for real, Clint. This isn't a deal where they're going to be up in the top 4 seeds in the West the rest of the way. I mean, they've just shown too much that this isn't just a hot streak like it was last year. They went on that long run and then lost some games. No, this is different. This is a real thing, And the way that Brandon said it, like, it's time to prepare for, playoff basketball in Houston.
Yeah.
And it is. This is happening.
Well, if you're of the kind that likes them floor seats at games and likes to have a suite,
on it now.
Well, it's too late.
Yeah, you're right.
A month ago was a sweet spot, baby. Really, back in them Silas days, was the sweet spot. That was the time to get that sweet. Sign you along.
Maybe last year.
It depends on how deep your pockets are.
Hey, sign you. Well, yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah, that's what we talking about. Their pockets have been made to be deeper.
They need to be a lot deeper today after last night's performance, and they needed to be. But we can't have this conversation without talking about Amen Thompson. By the way,
I was gonna get there.
Well, Ron, here's the thing, man. Like we talked about, like the untouchables on this team 3 weeks ago before I ever turned the page off the Texans, and I think we both agreed that Amen Thompson was the one that was untouchable at that point in time. But I'll be honest with you, I didn't give the respect that was due. I really like Amen Thompson, liked him the whole time, but my reasoning was more around, if you were to move players to bring in a superstar, you would bring in a guy that would obviously handle the ball more, that would obviously be a more of a scorer, and Amen Thompson brings everything else to the table.
He's got such a unique game.
Yes.
It's just harder to
Yes. So, I thought he would be a very good complementary piece to a superstar. So that was my reasoning. But I'm going to be honest with you. After watching for the last 2 weeks, I mean, he's untouchable because he's untouchable.
I feel like Kobe.
I mean, that dude.
But he's the only – that's what I said. He's the only one for me that I would be like, nah, can't do it.
Yeah, Şengün's getting there for me too. But at the end of the day – like what he did last night, and I don't know what the advanced stats are, but I'm watching that game, and he's obviously scoring buckets, right? He's getting buckets, he's creating, he's winning with not just skill, but he's winning with hustle and strain and all the things that coaches just love. But then on the defensive end of the floor, he gives you the ability. Celtics' best players defensively, he gives you a chance. He gets after it.
Defenders.
Yes.
Huge.
Yeah. I mean,
great size, and he can guard 1 through 3 and maybe some 4s.
Yeah. So that when I'm watching that run, I'm like, wow, the value this dude brings to this squad is absolutely ridiculous. And clearly, Ime Udoka is leaning into it because, I mean, you lose Van Vliet to a little bit of an injury a week ago or whatever it was. Well, then Amen Thompson's running point. So, I mean, clearly this is a piece that Ime Udoka is very, very comfortable building around, planning around, and, hey, man, I got to give respect where it's due. That's worth
33-9 in the game winner last night.
That's worth the price of admission. That's worth like to me. Amen Thompson is worth buying a ticket and going and seeing the Rockets. Now, you may get a Jalen Green 30-point night. You may even get a Dylan Brooks 10-3 night. You may get a night where Şengün is going crazy and doing his thing. But you better believe you go watch the Rockets play. If he's on the floor, you're gonna get a all out gamer out of Amen Thompson, man. I need to get a jersey.
You're not a jersey. You're not.
I'm not a jersey guy, but I would wear an Amen Thompson.
You're not getting a jersey.
I would wear his jersey. I wouldn't buy it, but I'd wear it.
Oh, so you would have someone else get it for you and you wear it.
I sure would.
Over the top.
No undershirt.
Listen.
Ooh, straight tank.
You
pull
feeling
your
that
shirt
good?
up. Oh, no question.
Wow, Tyler's feeling that good. No undershirt.
I mean, this is.
We could all go to a game, and then you could snag one.
This is a tank top. Hey, it's been a winter, man. The tank tops are coming out, Chief.
Oh wow! How about that? Feeling good. Feeling that good. See that was I was posing a question, and many of you can answer it if you want. Like this, obviously the Rockets are serious, and somewhere at some point. It's a deal of they're so serious that they're a contender right now in the West. This is I'm not going to jump to the point of saying they're a championship contender. I mean, I know they've played very, very well. They've beaten the Thunder. They have beaten the Cavs twice. They beat the Celtics. But I obviously know the playoffs are different. But they are definitely a contender in the West, Clint. They're a contender that's going to be there to stay. And I was trying to get myself like what to me is, if I had to pinpoint one reason, like the number one reason of why I've gotten to that place, I think it is him.
Amen Thompson?
Yeah. I think he is he's the most consistent, even though if you look at his overall numbers, but you can tell he's coming. Like, you can tell. You said it. You said in about the last 2 weeks, it's like been about. It feels like the last month that his game has like grown in dog years or something.
Yeah,
it feels like he's just like, you can see something clicked even more than it had been before. To me, we've tried to figure out who's going to be their. What are you talking about? Let's stack the 2 through 6 or whatever on this. We've been talking about for the last couple of years. He has the look of someone that can be a 1 or a 2 on a championship team. I don't know if he's right now, right? But as we have said, people would say, God, like, Ryan, hold on, man. Why are you giving up on like, calm down on Sengun or calm down on Jalen Green? Like, no. You generally see it pretty quickly with these guys, right? The guys that played yesterday, you saw it pretty early with Tatum. Like, that dude's going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Saw it pretty early with Brown. That dude's going to be pretty good. Like, you usually see it. This is year 2, and this cat has made a jump. And clearly, to me, with his game, and his game is so unique because this is a dude that, to me, is the best player on the team, and he doesn't need the three-point line to be impactful. Right, he was 1 of 2 yesterday.
He doesn't need the ball at all.
And he goes 33-9 with 2 3-point attempts, right? And he's only shooting 25%. Who knows what happens if that just improves a bit? But he is impacting the game in a way that nobody else on the team does. So to me, they found that step with him, to me, to be taken really, really serious as a contender. Someone texting, you guys are forgetting about Cam Whitmore. We'll see. We're just
look. I like Cam too now.
He's just inconsistent like some of the others. But
no, look. I love the attitude and effort and physicality that Cam brings to the table. And which brings me to the point, Ryan. You mentioned Amen Thompson of why they're.
That's for me. That's the thing that's taking it up.
I got to tip my cap to Ime Udoka.
Yeah, I think people would say that.
This is, but here, this is a, like, Ime Udoka. You can tell by the look on his face and the way he handles post-game pressers and how transparent he is. You can tell, like, this thing is a spitting image, mirror image of him. Like, it's one thing for a coach to be up there and be a disciplinarian and you know, from a resume perspective or a reputation perspective, like, boy, his teams are really good on defense and they're physical and they're this and that. It's another thing when it's like he just genuinely, sincerely is cut from that cloth, and you're not going to play for him if you don't bring that to the table. And that's how he coaches. That's how he stands on the sideline. That's how he communicates with the media. It is as real gets. And this team is, because it's everybody. Amen Thompson is clearly the one that's just, I think, setting, the youngster that's really setting himself apart. But as you mentioned earlier, Jalen Green is finding ways to impact the game when he doesn't have his shot.
Yeah, that's a step. Yeah.
Sengun is lowering his shoulder and putting it in the chest of Porzingis and getting him in foul trouble early in ball games, right? I mean, Whitmore, we talked about earlier. Tari Eason and them boys, that kind of secondary role, they're doing the same thing. I mean, it's just like, it is very obvious that Ime Udoka is like, if you ain't like me, you can't be on the squad. You can't play for me.
Truly brought into Ime's what he's about, kind of what you're saying. They play as if he begged them to trust the process. I haven't been this excited about the Rockets since the 90s. Someone texted. Yeah, see, I think Ime is, like, obviously the reason for the turnaround.
Sure.
Right? Like, D'Amico, to me, is the reason, like, what he's implemented, even though I think some things have maybe soured a little bit of how things have ended, but he is the reason for the turnaround. The reason why you thought the Texans had a chance is because of C.J. Stroud. Like, the reason why you thought coming into the year and even at parts of the year was he had a player that could match the process.
God bless, brother.
And I think right now you're looking at Amen Thompson and you're like, hold up, dog, this is a year and a half?
Yeah.
Like, this is a year and a half and he don't even know how to shoot yet? And he's doing this like that's my thing is his game is so unique. Is like what is the ceiling? When I say what's the ceiling, like right now I can look at him and I'm like, that looks like modern day Scottie Pippen, right? Like that looks like a dude that could impact the game a bunch of ways. And he was the best number 2 to me in NBA history. But does he have the ability to go higher? Does he have the ability to be the best player on a championship team? How fast he's gotten to this point, I wouldn't rule anything out. You know, obviously his game from a scoring perspective, but he's something else. And I mean in the last month it feels like he has taken off even more to like the comfort even more to a certain level. They got a back-to-back tonight. Against Atlanta, I want to see what the hell he's going to do tonight.
Well, them youngsters ought to have that juice. They ought to be all right.
What did he say after he hit that game winner?
Felt like Kobe.
He said, I felt like Kobe.
I feel like Kobe.
Yeah, I did.
It's so legit, so real, and
feeling a young fella.
But you're right. That Thompson jersey might start to roll on off here.
Come on, man. That's one you can show up every night and you gonna get your money's worth. He don't need to score 40 for you to get your money's worth.
By the way, more on him in Thompson. He is just it's been reported he is going to be in the NBA Rising Star game for the All-Star game. So he's going to be there in this new stupid All-Star game format they're having.
I feel like Kobe.
There's like 4 teams that are playing they're not playing really an All-Star game this year. They're playing like a 4-team tournament or something.
The round robin?
Yeah, it's just whatever. But big win for the Rockets last night. All right, Howie Long caught some thoughts from many NFL cities around the country, including this one. He made a statement. We'll see if you agree with this statement when it as it pertains to C.J. Stroud. That's coming up next.
Hey, coming fresh off this freeze, this bad weather we had, man, let it serve as a reminder. Power outages can happen at extreme cold or hurricanes around these parts will get us every now and then. Here's the deal. You better stay ready so you ain't got to end up in a
Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up here at the bottom of the hour, some updated news on the Texans offensive coordinator search. We'll give you the latest on that. And just saw my man Chim Slice. We're going to talk about that report on CJ and Bobby. Yeah, I think we might run into it. Stay tuned, 3 o'clock.
Oh no.
We'll jump into that. We'll discuss that story coming up. All right. Howie Long, who has been doing things for Fox Sports for a long time after his Hall of Fame career as a defensive tackle for the Raiders. He was on Fox, and they were doing their pregame show talking about Jayden Daniels. Jayden Daniels, quarterback, Washington Commanders, that led them on that amazing run they had their first time in the NFC Championship game since 91. Here is what he had to say about Jayden Daniels in regards to him and compared to other teams that have quarterbacks.
I think there are 5 teams, if people around the league are being honest, that would not trade their quarterback right now for Jayden Daniels. Buffalo, Baltimore, Cincinnati, and the Chargers.
I'm going to assume that he left Kansas City off. I'm going to assume that maybe he had mentioned, or that was just Kansas City as a foregone conclusion. Because I got to believe if Justin Herbert makes the list, that Patrick Mahomes does as well. So I'm gonna imagine that is the case. And he only named 4, right? I would imagine Mahomes would be that. What Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Josh, and then Justin Herbert. I know that Justin Herbert part's a completely different, separate conversation. That some people, he's more really. Some people feel they agree with that. Some people don't. But he also, and we've kind of talked about the 2 rookie seasons those 2 have had, and I think that this kind of brings up the thought. Would you include C.J. Stroud in that? Would you have had a 6th team? Would you, if you were Howie Long, also added C.J. Stroud as being a person or a player that you wouldn't trade Jayden Daniels for?
Yeah.
Is that where you're at? You would have added him?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't have necessarily added him on this list. Hell, I would take Justin Herbert off there for damn sure. But like if we're just having a conversation, like I would never shape my mouth to say this in that setting. Just, I mean, I don't know what you're trying to get accomplished there, but it of course I'm watching through a Texans lens, and it just comes right back to C.J. Stroud for me. Is like, you know, and at first glance, while Jayden Daniels is having this unbelievable year and made it to the NFC Championship. I think it's popular to say Jayden Daniels, but I've said this a million times. It's a hill that I'll die on. The way in which C.J. Stroud revived this organization, and not the way in which, and just taking them from the most dysfunctional to winning, because Jayden Daniels did that as well. But the way in which he did it, like that C.J. Stroud is, to me, the surefire way of, 1, staying healthy, 2, consistently, if the supporting cast is right, consistently being a Super Bowl contending quarterback. And I'm not sitting here saying that Jayden Daniels can't process at the same level that C.J. Stroud can process at. I'm telling you that his legs had a lot to do with his overall success, the overall production, and had a lot to do with his arm. A lot of that is off schedule. A lot of that is stuff that you can't call on. A lot of that is, hey, if the offensive coordinator changes, who's the next guy that comes in? What does that look like? When you're talking about an extremely high-level processing quarterback that plays on time and on schedule to that degree that we saw C.J. Stroud do it his rookie year, I'm taking that 10 out of 10 times before I'm taking something that is, again, rookie, and a lot of the production is off schedule, off script, or a lot of the production is based off of him using his legs, whether it's in scheme or out of scheme. I'm taking the high-level processor that went from the pocket at that level 10 out of 10 times. So I would not. I'm telling you right now, I would not trade C.J. Stroud for Jaden Daniels right this minute. I like what C.J. Stroud did his rookie year, and how he did it, to me, is still the most impressive brand of quarterback I've ever seen a rookie play. Now, look, we're splitting hairs. They were both absolutely tremendous. But give me C.J. Stroud, and I'm not making that trade.
And they say no.
You in the same boat?
Yeah, but it's not coming from a sense of like this blind CJ does no wrong, he's our savior in Houston type of thing. It's just, I mean, we saw a great rookie year out of CJ Stroud. Like we have 1 year sample size now of Jaden Daniels, and I wouldn't roll the dice on that continuing versus what we might get from CJ Stroud.
I think there's some fairness.
That makes sense.
I think there's some fairness of also, like Clint, you also saw CJ up close every day and watched every one of his snaps.
Yep.
Like, I think, Clint, if you were in Washington and you saw every one of his snaps, you may even feel a little different there if you watched everything about him. I look at it, Clint, I think both of them have whatever that potential it is, and that it of, as you said, hey, man, dudes want to go sit by that guy in the cafeteria. The dudes respect him. The dudes immediately see him as a guy they want to follow and get behind. I think that I think I would trade him for Jaden Daniels. I think the legs is the difference, because Jaden to me is different. At least, and I'll preface it by saying I didn't get to watch all of Jaden's games like I've watched all of CJ's games, but I've seen a lot of Jaden. And as we talked about a bit yesterday, Jaden Daniels is a bit different from the other players who are younger and really dependent on their legs. His accuracy and his ability to put the ball in the offense he's in where he wants it, like the throwing part, he has that to me as well as I've seen CJ, right? Like, and he can run the ball and use that athleticism. I thought CJ was going to get hurt in Kansas City as much as he started running. I'm like, hey, calm down now. Slow down, stay in the pocket.
CJ with the legs.
I just think from what we've seen from him, he's got the in the pocket stuff, and then obviously you give him the edge when it comes to off script and what he can do with his legs. So that to me, I think they're both very, very. I think it's very, very close. I think they are both going to be top 5, top 10 quarterbacks over the next decade. It's just right now the legs is something, as you've said, Clint, changes the entire game for how teams have to defend, and he just gets to see different things that CJ doesn't. And so I think the legs are, for me, is the difference. All right, I see some people rolling in. CJ is a ball placement specialist. Jalen, very accurate, but threw a lot of 50-50 type balls. Someone said he reminds me of Kyler Murray, just bigger. Okay, it's interesting. I don't know that I'd go there.
Well, there is
not
a
turdish.
I knew Tyler wasn't gonna like that one. There is he is. We've seen a lot of guys put up in that system, that air raid system, and I'm not minimizing or degrading or anything that he did. I mean, it was absolutely tremendous. And it's we're splitting hairs here, but when you start talking about, again, staying healthy, you start talking about if your coordinator leaves, what do you look like in a different system? If you jump up and all of a sudden you play a first place schedule all year long, what does that look like? And I'm not saying it's going to look bad, because he clearly played well against Philadelphia a few times this year. But it's one of those where, boy, when CJ was dialed in, it's hard to move me off that mountain right there.
Oh, I hear you. Yeah. I understand it. Just the legs for me is the difference. All right, coming up, a little note that I think you need to learn and know about potential OC candidates. We'll let you know about that. And Dana Brown gave his latest thoughts on not only Alex Bregman and where they are, but Ryan Presley. You don't want to miss that. That's next.
Bury me in the H.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
according to MLB.
Had the trees pruned, cleaned out where the wind could blow through those trees instead of against them.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it,
leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the biggest stories we talked about last week, we may have, I want to make sure this is confirmed, we may have some understanding on Popeyes and Don Julio.
It's big time.
We may have an answer to this. We'll have to take a look at that a little bit later on. That collaboration, we have to take a look at that in a bit.
Crazy chicken.
All right, hibiscus. All right, I wanted to pass this note along because I've seen some people. I've talked to people on the text line, YouTube, and Twitch, and a little bit on social about this very thought. And this coming in from Jordan Schultz, NFL reporter, newsbreaker. He said veteran NFL offensive coordinator Eric Bieniemy has spoken with multiple NFL teams and all OCI before it went to Josh McDaniels, according to league sources. The belief was that Bieniemy was a top candidate for the New England job had McDaniels not been the obvious choice. Talks with other teams are ongoing. Now, I don't have any understanding or report that it is any kind of connection with the Texans, but he is meeting with teams. And obviously, the Texans have an opening here, and the only name we've heard connected in terms of an interview is their quarterback coach, Gerard Johnson. We've heard Chip Kelly's name thrown around. Other names, Clint Kubiak was a name before he took the job in Seattle. We haven't discussed this name. Your thoughts about Eric Bieniemy as a potential possibility? That'd be a whole new offense.
Yeah, it would be a whole new offense, and you know, of late, I mean, Eric hadn't had a whole lot of success outside of Kansas City. The times he's bounced, and so that'll be held against him. You know, look, I think I'm on record. I think they should go get the best OC that money can buy, that they can take from somewhere else, not somebody that's available or convenient in house. And so this would not be the go get the best available in terms of taking somebody's offensive coordinator. So I'd have a hard time getting real excited about this one right here.
Can I step in?
Absolutely, you can.
No chance. No chance.
No chance in it happening, or no chance?
No chance ever it happening.
Why is that?
Oh, I don't believe he fits what they're. I just think his overall his I think he's, what's the phrase I can use, rough around the edges. I think it's a little bit more rougher around the edges than what they're looking for. I think it's a little bit more aggressive in the way he goes about things than they're looking for. And the way he is very, very demanding and very.
That's the part of it I would like.
I know. I was going to say, EB, and I think there are some things you would love.
Yes.
About him. I don't think EB and C.J. Stroud would be the right mix, although I know there's some thought that he could use somebody that could be very firm.
Yep.
I don't think that is the right mix, and I don't think they think that's the right mix. No chance. I could not see them looking at him. I think EB is still a very good offensive coach, and could work somewhere. He had the 1 year in Washington and
UCLA,
and then he was at UCLA. Sam Howell was leading the league in passing, but that they were behind a lot, so that was a lot there. It was touch and go with that offense. But no, I don't think he is in any way from top. When I say top, as Whitney Merciless would say, to the tippy top of the organization to the bottom. I don't think he fits what they're looking for.
Well, I mean, look, that's the rough around the edges, no gray area, the highly demanding. That part of Eric Bieniemy was what I would lead with if that was somebody that they went with. I would lead with that. That's the part of it I could get down with. The rest of it, I mean, it's been underwhelming to be like you said at Washington. It was underwhelming, definitely at UCLA, and so that for me, the Texans firing a guy that put the numbers up there that he did for 2 years to go that route would be a tough pill for me to swallow.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think so. We'll see. I think he gets in the league again. The Texans, I would be floored. I'm not betting anything, but I would be floored if he even gets an interview. I'd be shocked. All right. Dana Brown, who is the GM for your Houston Astros, Many people are wondering about the Alex Bregman thing. I mean, Tyler, we're hearing so many different things. I saw Will Conkle of Fox yesterday say very, very slim chances that this happened. We heard from Bob Nightingale, by the way. Bob Nightingale, 640 this evening. He'll be on with the fellas, Area 45, so stay tuned for that. He spoke, made it feel like, hey, there's some talks. Here is Dana Brown, the GM, speaking himself about the Alex Bregman situation.
We've talked internally about, him still being available. We have conversations within our front office. We haven't reached back out to Boris. At some point, it could turn to that. I know that, we're taking a deep look at what it would look like if we acquired him and, how would it look for us financially? Does it make sense to do it? We know that he's a talented player. We'd love to have him, but I would mostly say it's all internal conversations as to, what we would like to do in terms of Bregman.
That make you feel any better about the Astros bringing back Bregman?
No,
sound like he's negotiating.
Yeah, I mean, what he's saying. I mean, I don't know what I haven't known what to make of Dana Brown and his comments and his meetings with the media. I greatly appreciate the transparency if that is what it is. If it's not misleading, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, they are clearly. This is one thing, and not just based off that audio, but based off all the reports that are out there. What we heard yesterday of. What's my man's name? Jorge Polanco. Is that right? I mean, they are clearly
another veteran infielder.
For whatever reason, they are dead ass serious about bringing in another infielder, which would up the likelihood of Altuve playing left field more. That's becoming more and more apparent just based on who they've been linked to, and even this one, and still being linked in any degree, even if it is internal conversations. That's clearly a plan of attack for them, is to upgrade their outfield by adding Altuve to it. And if they're going to add Altuve to it, then you're going to need another infielder to fill the void. So, yeah, I mean, they're clearly dead serious about that. So if they are, again, if that is the plan, another infielder that is a starter in this league, then why wouldn't you be in on Bregman?
Yeah, he sounds like he is playing the negotiating game.
Yeah.
To a T, man. Hey, shoot, we can have him. We don't need it. We can take him or leave it.
Whatever.
I think it's going to come down. It's clearly coming down to money, and I believe either, Boris, who he says he's got a meeting or he's got to return a text to him because he's making Scott Boras wait. Either are going to get, feel, disappointed with the offer or feel even worse, maybe feel like the offer's embarrassing and they may move on or whatever. But this is interesting to see what he's doing. I don't know what to feel. At this point, I don't think I'll be surprised how it goes either way.
Is Bregman being ridiculous?
They pop up and say Alex Bregman because clearly Bregman. I mean, I would imagine to me clearly the push came from Bregman's camp for these talks to get restarted, in my opinion. And it's just by the way the Astros are operating. So work. All right, if you missed it, he also spoke about the Ryan Presley situation. They just sent Ryan Presley to the Cubs, and he kind of actually not only talked about that, but went into the relationship and where it actually ended up last year between him and Ryan Presley.
I think the relationship took a slightly different turn. Anytime you take a major league player out of a role where they feel comfortable, I think it's going to fracture your relationship some. I think we continue to communicate. He was a true professional, and I, kept it real as a true professional myself. And so ultimately, I wouldn't say it was the same as when we first met. There was some frustration, which I would totally understand from a competitor. You're moving a guy out of position who felt like he didn't deserve to lose his job. And, because you acquired, another elite closer like a Hader. And so, the whole purpose in doing all that was to really lock down the back end. And so I know in his heart of hearts, he wanted to close.
All right. Let me get you from you, Clint. What comes to mind when you hear him talk about and he went into more detail as you said it. You said you enjoy his transparency. Well, hell, that was it right there, kind of going in depth about the relationship and especially how kind of things were with Presley.
Yeah,
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
I would rather sit over here and be naive and just believe that Ryan Presley and Hader, was a good fit, and Presley was cool with it. And I'm not saying he went in there and said, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll do whatever you want to do," but could put it aside and go out there and perform.
Obviously, it was much worse than any of us thought.
Yeah. I mean, like as a fan, like I didn't want to hear this. I didn't want to hear it for Ryan Presley's sake. I didn't want to hear it for the Astros' sake. Like, this is dysfunction at its finest. And as a fan, I look at Ryan Presley's struggles totally different now.
Bistros ain't loyal.
How do you look at it? It makes you look at him differently?
Well, yeah, it's like it seems like there was a level of distraction, a level of frustration, a level of discontent, if you will. Like there's a lot, and if I'm being honest, that's what it looked like. It looked like he was miserable every time he went out there. It looked like he was
not in a good place.
Right, yeah. And I let myself believe that, hey, man, it's just because he's struggling right now. And in reality, it sounds like, I don't know how it wouldn't be if you're at odds with the general manager and you're at odds with the organization and as he said, your relationship is fractured simply because of the decision that was made.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, I don't like the thought of our team underperformed with that being part of it, and I don't like the thought that Ryan, moved on being disgruntled to that degree where the general manager needs to talk about it. So,
well, I mean, Ryan,
I would have rather have not known.
We had never don't know a lot about Ryan Presley. It makes me wonder how well hey, this is what we're going to do conversation went.
Well, this is not good.
Right,
well,
you know what I mean?
If you listen to
him, Mr. Keep It Real with you, it makes you wonder how well how that conversation went over.
Well, if you listen to Joe, it went over well. Hell, he said it went over well. Went good, man. Both guys took it well.
I think we're starting to kind of see who's maybe trying to take the lead on decisions like this.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, look, Joe Espada said all was good. I mean, it's all fine. They took it well.
Maybe the meeting with Joe was.
Yeah, I just that's unfortunate, man. As a fan, I hate to hear that something like that was going on, clearly affecting the guy, and you continually pushed him out there and gave him opportunities to pitch and under those circumstances, and he failed miserably at times.
All right, the reports, and this is salacious. The reports that we're hearing about Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud upon maybe their first meeting, you do not want to miss this, and we got to discuss this. Is this real or not? That's coming up next.
All right, Texas.
partner of the NFL.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, man, Dana said he kept it real. Dana Brown, keeping it real, Dana Brown.
Like a true professional.
I'm telling you, baby, I kept it real. Your ass just ain't no good, though.
Myself.
I believe it. Like, I want to how real you kept it, Dana. All right, welcome back into The Drive as we'll have some fun, a lot to get to throughout the rest of the show here till 6 o'clock. Clint, this is starting to come about, and I can't wait to get everybody's thoughts on this. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, jump in here. There are reports out here. As we know, Bobby Slowick, Clint, they parted ways with him. They're in search for a new offensive coordinator. And now reports are starting to spill out, Clint, about the relationship with Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. Like, I can understand, like, hey, man, you're Bobby Slowick. 2 years you've been on the job. 1 year really, really good. The next year, not as good. Still made it to the playoffs. One thing that could quickly get you on the outs is if you have a mix-up or there's an issue, most important person in the organization. And right now, 1A, 1B, it's C.J. Stroud. Him and D'Amico, the two most important people in the organization.
Stroud House.
And now we're getting reports indicating that there were some issues there. This is a report coming. Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, according to reports, had a heated argument during the pre-draft process, Clint, creating tensions that contributed to Slowick's firing this offseason. Also, Texans quarterback and former Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick reportedly got into an altercation that showed that these two reportedly had to be separated during Stroud's pre-draft visit in Houston.
Oh, my God.
Per ESPN 97.5. Stroud apparently told other teams his meeting with the Texans was, quote, terrible.
Oh, no.
Well, wow. Well, wow. Your thoughts, everybody, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Your thoughts on that, Clint? Your thoughts on hearing this? And again, these are reports. This is alleged. There is nothing that obviously that CJ or Bobby have confirmed. But your thoughts when you hear that?
Yeah, look, it makes things make more sense for me, and I'm talking. It starts with football stuff. Like it's when you see a team that week 8 and 9 are still talking about how fluid the situation is of discovering your identity, there's probably at some level of a tug of war in the building. When you have a quarterback and a play caller that just refuse to protect yourself, the quarterback, and refuse to respond to all the pressures that the quarterback's getting by changing your style and doing something different, that screams there's a tug of war in the building. When you see Dalton Schultz in week 4 or 5, whenever they played the Minnesota Vikings, clearly him and Cade Stover clearly have zero business blocking true edge players in the NFL. When you see that same issue pop up in a playoff game, not once but multiple times in the most important drive of the season, clearly there's some level of a tug-of-war in the building going on. And so to me, that makes a lot of the football stuff that I watch this year that's so frustrating, that makes a lot of that make sense. The fact that the quarterback went out there and a lot of the times is just completely disregarding the fact that his offensive line is struggling and is looking at mid-range to deep range concepts constantly and holding the football, That screams that guys aren't on the same page. No question about it. We talked about it multiple times. They got a lot of dudes over there. A lot of consultants. Bill Lazor, I don't know what his position is. I forget what his title is. I would say a consultant that's called plays in the league, been an OC in the league. Obviously, Gerard Johnson, who's been a quarterback in the league and played a lot of football, knows the game well. There's a lot of people in that building over there. It is mind-boggling how bad they were in protection. And I'm not even talking about the mechanics and techniques of protecting. I'm talking about just the ability to go to the line of scrimmage and get a hat on a hat.
Dang it, Bobby.
You know, the ability to go to the line of scrimmage and say, hey, CJ, all these guys that are roaming around over to your left, we got them. You check the guy to the right. If he doesn't come, we got you protected. Like the very basic protection stuff was blown consistently this year and was made very, 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 very difficult. That, to me, screams that there's some level of tug-of-war in the building. And that makes a lot of that football stuff that I watched all year long, that would make a lot of it make sense for me, Ron.
Tyler, and I see a lot of people coming in. That's BS. Why are we just now hearing this? If it was a bigger issue, Bobby would have been out of here. I guess it makes sense to why CJ thought the Texans didn't like him on draft day. Shocked, but where there's smoke, there's fire from Clarence Smith on YouTube and Twitch. Tyler, I hear everything Clint is saying. And I think regardless of this report, it looked like there was some. It looked like by what we saw, but this don't sound nothing like Bobby Slowick. Like we in the reports, it's right. He cussed him smooth out, stood up in the meeting, cussed him. And not when he was a member of the Texans. Prior, hell, Bobby just got this job.
He was a candidate.
Bobby just got the job. Had never called a play. Coming from Kyle Shanahan and that crew, and he stood up and told, "No, shut the F up. This is what we do in the NFL. Yeah. This ain't Ohio State no more." Like everything you're saying, hell, we didn't need this to come out to see that there was something. Somebody was off on things. We saw a complete shift from last year. Never got. I get that. There is no possible way in hell that would have happened, and we're just now finding out about it after his firing. That just too many people knew about it. Too many people. The report is saying that he went to the next teams and told them it went terrible. And we wouldn't have heard that. We wouldn't have heard. And I will say this also. If Bobby Slowick had the balls, the nuts to do that on his first day on the job, he'd been there 5 minutes. He had the nerve to do that to the potential franchise that they hadn't even drafted yet. I think we would have seen doing stuff like that in the last 2 years. Have you ever seen Bobby Slowick look like he was even going to flinch to cuss somebody out?
Yeah, I'm following everything you're putting down right now. It's hard for me to.
I'm not saying that the relationship wasn't as peachy keen as maybe they made it seem. I just this just don't even. Hey man, first thing D'Amico gonna do is bring somebody in here to cuss out the potential franchise quarterback before we even get his ass.
We don't like that,
right? Like I'm sorry, Clint. You've been around the league knowing how things are held. I just don't know how that one would be held down. That we have never, especially once eventually he got drafted to the Texans, that we would have never heard that, or especially when things started to go up and down this year, we wouldn't have heard any of this. We just now hearing it after he gets fired.
It's hard for me to believe. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Doesn't mean it's not true. We don't know. But it is very damn hard to believe or to even imagine Bobby Slowick acting in that sort of manner, that big of a personality. That's kind of hard for me to wrap my mind around, given all the access we had to Bobby Slowick, whether it be pressers, post-game, pre-game, otherwise. That's tough one for me to
It's like
imagine.
this for me, Clint. That, hey, man, we got a report out here that Sean Payton just undressed Clint Stoerner in front of everybody the way he did, just going about his business about it. Like, you know what I mean? Like everything that I have seen and we have seen of Clint Stoerner doesn't make you feel that he would just let, as Bruce Coslett found out, he would just let a coach just undress him. Just like it don't even, like we would see that. That one is I think clearly there was issues, and I would even go out on the limb to say clearly the relationship maybe got to a space where they felt like Bobby doesn't work here. Bobby, on one of his first things at the combine, went out there and told TJ to shut the F up. That's not how we do it in the NFL. This ain't Ohio State. That's just not a golf club, I believe, that Bobby's got in his bag.
Yeah, the PFF guy.
Yeah, look, I don't know Bobby. I don't know. I've not been around Bobby enough to know him or not. But that part of the story may very well be embellished, and it may be lesser than. I don't think it's out of the norm for a coach in that setting to be like, man, we don't give a damn what y'all did at Ohio State, man. This is what we're talking.
You've run into that?
Oh yeah, no, I've not personally. I didn't go to the combine. I've not personally. I've not personally experienced, the communications with a coach where I refer to what we did at Arkansas. Like I don't know. Now I've heard coaches in communication in a way of like, man, nobody gives a damn what you got away with in college or what you did in college. It's the NFL. What the hell are you talking about? And so that part of the story may be embellished. Hell, it may not be true. I don't know, but it's. To me, that makes a lot more sense, and it makes it easier for me to connect dots with what I watched this year from a product standpoint than just Bobby ain't got it. Bobby don't know what he's doing.
No, I like the point that you made off of it of there was clearly some tug of war of something, right? Like, I mean, you just like it was just like to hell with whatever happened the previous year. We just like we're not doing that. And the closest that I ever saw Bobby seem ticked off, I sent the video to you, was all the way in the playoff game against the Chargers when he tried to throw that pick to Derwin James. And he got over to the bench and he looked like it was more than a hey, like, hey man, we'll get him next time. No.
And that clip you're referring to that you sent to Clint and I about when Bobby got mad on the sideline with that throw, at least from everything I read and saw, body language, otherwise on that video of Bobby Slowick, it would not have sniffed what this report says that he did behind closed doors.
And look, I'm going to tell you something.
He looked mad, but he didn't look like he was about to knock somebody's head off.
And let me tell you something. If C.J. Stroud was undressed the way that this thing says that he was, like, yeah, maybe C.J. ain't going to come out and just let us all know about it. But damn it, there ain't no way in hell somebody gonna ever undress me like that, and then I come back and at any point just talk about how great he is. And we heard CJ many a times really give praise to Bobby Slowick. Not upon my first meeting. Now I may have to work with you. Not upon our first introduction is a cuss out because I said, hey, this is a play that we used to run at Ohio State, and it's called this, and you done just lost your mind. Bobby's hair too good for him to go off on that long-ass hat, that brim hat.
Freaking Smalls hat. Smalls from the Sandlot.
I'm just sitting there thinking, like, all right, man, D'Amico and Bobby, they in this office together, and my boy Bobby just goes rogue, man. It just goes off.
Yeah, I can't imagine it.
And D'Amico's like, yeah, man, so what? Hey, you heard him? No, that's not what we gonna do.
It would be a very interesting approach to especially when you've got a top two pick, and what ended up being two of the top three picks in that draft, and you're taking a quarterback. That would be a very interesting approach to interviewing that guy.
No. Look, as Tyler said, I ain't saying it didn't happen, I'm just not believing it until somebody gives me some damn proof that it happened.
Yeah,
that happened. Because if that happened, then I take back everything I just said about Eric Bieniemy in the last segment. Because if that happened, then Eric Bieniemy is more down their road than maybe I would have thought. And I just don't think.
Yeah, look, Lance Zierlein is an NFL comp and has been doing it for a long time. He's really good at his job. So I don't, there's parts of the story that whether they've been embellished or not, I don't think they came out of thin air. Like I think there's pretty credible reports that C.J. Stroud didn't get along with or didn't communicate with the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. He went directly to Ryan Day, and that's how he got his work done there. That's interesting. That's odd. That seems a little bit out of the ordinary, and definitely not all hands on deck. Let's go get this win kind of deal. And then obviously the draft meeting with Bobby. That went south, and then this year's to me, Ron, the resistance, and I said it all year long, like the resistance to change with this group when you got all of those minds in the same building blows my mind. Like blew my mind all year long. Like what in the world is going on here?
No, that part, yeah, that part, hell yeah. Clearly something, and we clearly see that the Texans felt something had to be done because they went ahead and moved on from it. They made a move and broke that up.
Well, and moving on from it, and now, like with knowing that, like a Gerard Johnson hire from inside the building to me is more likely.
Could be. Yeah, listen, I'm not. This ain't me coming at Lance. I'm sure Lance trusts his reports. It just. You're telling me that just don't make no sense. Like that, I just ain't ever seen anything like that, ever. Your first day, like one of your first things on the job, they ain't seen that one. All right. The Texans, they got clearly for them, the offseason has started. They got a lot of work to do, and they got a lot of decisions to make on guys. We're going to discuss some of those decisions coming up next.
All right.
Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Attention Sports Radio 610 listeners. A slam dunk.
Fellas, good to be here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, just to let you know, next week, we are going to try to bring you, not going to try, let me tell you, we are going to bring you the best coverage of the big game coming up, as we will be there all week long, live from New Orleans on Radio Row with our great friends of Yingling, as I don't know where I was going. As Yingling will help us have a good time down there and bring you the best coverage of the big game, as well as the great people at Low T Center, Exclusive Furniture, Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. They will help us bring you the best coverage of the big game coming up next week. We'll be there all week long, and it will be a really, really great time. All kinds of guests, all kinds of stories. Check us out on social all over the place. You get to see the backstory and see many things as we cover the big game coming up on next Sunday between the Chiefs and the Eagles. It will be a lot of fun, and we will hope to bring everything we can for you, New Orleans, and have a good time. All right, I know for me personally, I've learned through my year, and I feel like the experience will really help me be able to bring it even more than we did last year, and I'll be in a better spot. And there's not a daiquiri machine right by the hotel elevator that will get me in trouble. So hang out with us next week. It'll be.
I'm gonna stop the minute we cross the Louisiana line. Ain't no machine, but there's a drive-through, cuz I'll have him breaking that promise within a matter of minutes, boys.
That's a real damn what a peer pressure jerk you are. All right, the Texans, they got some work to do this offseason, Clint, and here are the decisions they have to make. Right, Steph Diggs. It was a one-year deal. If you remember, they converted it to a one-year deal, so they've got a decision to make there. I believe he will be 31 coming off an ACL. Mario Edwards Jr., another one they'll have to make a decision on, who had a really good season outside of the time he had to miss due to suspension. Derek Barnett has been really good as a secondary pass rusher for this team the last couple of years. Eric Murray. Eric Murray was somebody who's just, and I would say I was a part of it just due to my visuals of Eric Murray in his previous stop before Houston. He's gotten it a lot from his first year when I think he struggled, but after that first year, he has been really a solid player for this team. Of all the safeties, it feels like and he's been pretty good.
He had a strong postseason.
And he had a good, solid end to the season, too. He had that crazy pick against Jacksonville. So he's a decision you got to make. Robert Woods, I guess, is a decision you got to make as well. Felt like that decision could have been made last year. But Robert Woods, Foley Fatukasi, who was pretty good. John Weeks, we already know the decision will be made there. And then some other guys in the secondary as well. When you're looking at this, are there any guys that jump out to you, listeners, everybody, Clint, any guys that jump out to you as as priority, guys that the Texans need to really look and take care of?
Yeah, look, I chalked it up to two different categories, and the first one is who are the guys on this list. Now, to be clear, there's more on this list than what I put on here. There's more free agents. I just listed the ones that matter. There's a lot of guys that are predominantly special teams guys, kind of deal. That obviously will be someone that they need to make decisions on. But these are the ones that matter, right? Who are the guys on this list that the Texans just can't let walk? And for me, I got three of them. And it has as much to do with the fact that those guys played well and they're at a position of need still to this day, right? I think number one for me is Eric Murray. You mentioned him.
Really? He's number one?
Ron, there are 6 total DBs that are free agents from the guys that were playing this year. I mean, with the exception, goddamn, everybody's a free agent.
Petrie.
Well, yeah. Nickel. I wouldn't include the nickel defenders, right? I'm sorry. You're right. Petrie's one of them. But I mean, you're like Eric Murray is a guy that I don't know that you go out and find 2 better than him. Right, I mean, 2 guys better than him. And I admit, like you could do better on the front end. I like Eric Murray a lot, and I don't think he's irreplaceable. But boy, to think that you're going to lose 6. There's 6 total DBs that were on this team and playing that are free agents right now, and Eric Murray being one of them. Like you're going to have to sign some guys back, and I think that list has to start with Eric Murray. I think in the secondary, particularly at the safety position. Outside of Kalen Bullock, man, you need some dudes. You need to have at least
Especially
3.
They're using Petrie as
a nickel defender, right? Yeah, you need 3, and I think all in all, Eric Murray this year, being flexible and being able to drop down and play.
I know
some
they did
coverage.
add another year to Jimmy Ward, so he's back there too.
Yeah, that's right. So you got Jimmy Ward.
He's coming off the broken foot.
Sure. But yeah, I think Eric Murray for me is one that I would love to see back. The other 2 can't let walk guys are Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi. I said this year, I still think now these guys were significantly better. The interior defensive line as a whole was significantly better than I thought they were going to be. Tim Settle and Foley Fatukasi and Mario Edwards, that group right there was significantly better than I thought they were going to be. But I still believe that can't be your frontline guys. Like I said before, like you can't have 72 and 93 in the game, which were 3rd and 4th string defensive tackles in the game in the first drive against Baltimore, in the first drive against Kansas City. No disrespect to those guys. They played well, but I mean, to me, you've got to have guys in there if this defense is going to take the next step. You got to retain these 2 guys, Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi. You got to bring them back, and then you've got to bring in at least one more guy that headlines that D-line room if you want to take the next step on this defense. So not that these guys are, again, irreplaceable, but they are unbelievable depth and unbelievable 2-3 in the D-tackle rotation if you bring in somebody or draft a big-time interior defensive presence. I think these guys are great fits. So to me, it's those 3 that are at the top of the list of you got to bring back.
Text line coming through. Murray is absolutely, in all caps, the priority with Petrie, who can't cover, and Ward, who is always injured. Re-sign all the D linemen. Everyone else is expendable. The D line one is interesting to me because, like, I was impressed. Foley was really good in the run game for this team when he was healthy.
Yeah.
But at some point, and I agree with you, whether that's going to be somewhat you build up in the next couple of years, whatever it is, at some point you have to get either right now with the talent that is an above average defensive lineman who can get pressure on the quarterback from the interior spot, or at least draft somebody that you think is going to grow into that. They have to get, as you said, I think you're right. I think they have a bunch of, average guys right there, average rotational guys, and not the dude that can be a big time game changer.
Right, at the D tackle position, if you're going to rotate guys the way they do, you got to at the very least have 4 Foley Fatakasis. right? Your rotation can't drop off significantly if Tim Settle and Foley Fatukasi aren't there, right? I mean,
And then it dropped so much that Tim Settle wasn't playing it in 72, whose name I will learn. But 72, he was jumping in a lot more than
yeah, and tip the cap, man. I mean, it's Tommy Toja, I believe, but they at the end of the day, like, again, if you're not going to be have a more like that front line, you have one dude up there that's just an absolute monster, and everybody kind of plays off of him. If you're not going to have that guy, and it's going to be more about keeping 4 guys, 5 guys fresh and rolling them through there, that 4 or 5 guy rotation has to be full of Foley Fatukasi's, full of Tim Settles, right?
Somebody at least like Ed Oliver. Yeah. Like, obviously, you know, Chris Jones and those guys, and Jalen Carter, who's really, really. I mean, you start looking at the teams that were left, that all had them. Jonathan Allen is a big guy in the middle for Washington. So, at least somebody that gets there, not just somebody that's not just a rotation. All right, coming up, we've got news. We've got news on something that we talked about that was a big story for us last week. We've got an update on it. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, I want to take a quick minute. Let me tip my cap, man. Let me do my daily.
happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We talked about this last week, and it damn near got away from Clint. And it damn near got away from me, too. The partnership. And it was supposed to be announced on January 31st. And we'll see. This is I don't know how real this is, but it looks real. And we may get more of this. But last week, there's a collaboration going on, Clint, between Popeye's Chicken and that Don Julio. That Don Julio and Popeyes. And we tried to sit here and figure it out. Maybe it's a dipping sauce. Maybe it's something with them wings. Maybe it's something else. We didn't know.
Dipping sauce was a good guess.
Do you see it?
I haven't looked. I know there's a graphic in there. I've not looked at it.
There's a graphic. I put it in the doc. And it looks like this might be. And Clint, you said we're probably going to be there for it. And it does look like this is happening in New Orleans for the upcoming Super Bowl. Limited edition menu in select U.S. restaurants landing in New Orleans, Louisiana, home of Popeyes for the big game. I just retweeted it as well. It looks like they got a collab here, Clint. You want to go ahead and read these off? Because this collab here, because Reposado, I don't want to take that away. I know that's one that you love, but they got three. It's a deal here, Tyler. They got three menu items, and like I said, we'll see how real this is. The 31st, they had a video out, Popeyes and Don Julio, saying they were going to announce what they were going to do on the 31st. This partnership, this collab. Go ahead, Clint.
I'm going to cheat. I'm very committed. I am very committed to Popeyes.
You gonna cheat?
I'm cheating. I mean, there is no straying for me.
I'm fired up about this.
I strayed for the chicken sandwich one time when it was hot back in the day. I am a 3 or 5 piece, one of the two, spicy, all drums, large red beans and rice, sweet tea, large sweet tea. That's it. I can't go to Popeyes and not get that. Now I may add something if I'm really feeling frisky, but that's it. This gonna make me cheat. Reposado flavored Louisiana garlic 3-piece wings with specialty sauce. Reposado, by the way, being
what is that gonna taste like?
Sounds zesty.
Reposado is typically a little bit sweeter. That's aged a little bit longer. It's a little bit sweeter. Than the tequila that most people out there typically shoot. So you got to get beyond that. All my folks that have been sick off tequila shots in their teens.
Garlic.
Yeah, and then a reposado flavored chicken sandwich, and I don't have that roll. I don't know what that kind of roll that is.
Concha?
Something like that roll. I don't know the roll, but. A reposado flavored chicken sandwich sounds.
So is that when it says the roll, like it's the flavor is coming in the roll? They're gonna mix the reposado.
I don't think they're talking sushi.
I don't know. And then there's a spicy strawberry hibiscus flavored lemonade mocktail. I believe you should bring you a bottle of Don Julio and go ahead and just mix that.
Yeah. Yes. That was what I was thinking.
Sounds like you boys got
this is worth it. I bet Don Julio. We got to find out who Don Julio and Popeyes. We got to find out who they are major sponsors for, or if they're having their own Super Bowl party, and I got to try to pull some former player strings and see if I can't get us in that
I'm gonna
joint.
be right there next to you.
Absolutely.
So many good meats. Do you like the combo signage? What the hell am I looking for? Logo.
Absolutely. The rooster and the Popeyes chicken behind the DJ. The
you like
Don Julio lettering. Absolutely, that is tremendous.
Yeah, that is some them wings. They got my. I mean, they got with that black and ranch dip they got.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Them wings.
I am very interested.
And you gonna try to limit my ass to a 3-piece?
No, I imagine I'll get you.
I need 6.
I'm gonna go ahead and now at the party. If we get into the party, you can't demand 6. You get 3, Ryan.
Now they're sending sweet tickets for the Texans game.
No. See, y'all again. You don't know what you gonna get until you open up your mouth. Closed mouths don't get fed.
Right.
Then you be over there pissed with your 3 and say, "Damn, you
I ain't got enough.
You done got 6." Yeah. And I'll try to get my 6 to get it all the way down to 3. How about 5?
I'll probably get 3 and take 1 to go.
Hey,
come on, D'Amico, throw me a 4.
Can I be honest on this Popeyes topic though?
Please do.
After giving Tyler so much hell about his tender eating ass.
Oh, you were liking it in the tender.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I go 3 or 5, I need to be at the house. I need to be somewhere I can sit down.
You go all drums, huh?
Absolutely. I mean, most of the time I'm eating on the run. I'm not waiting until I get home to eat, so it's got to be something I can feed. But like, I got to be able to sit down and work, right? So when I'm driving driving long distance, I used to stop in Little Rock all the time and then I'd turn around, mess around, and stop halfway too again. It was unbelievable. But I'm gonna be honest with you. They're spicy tenders, they're spicy strips, or how I can't remember what they call. I think they call them tenders.
I get the spicy tenders.
Hey man, dipping in that. You said that black and ranch.
Ooh.
Hey man,
I've spilled some black and ranch on my thigh many a time trying to negotiate.
Strain your neck, trying to get down there licking.
I'm talking about driving, trying to dip that bad boy in there and then on the inside of my leg.
I typically do the jalapeno with the drum. Like if you get the real chicken, bone-in chicken, I'm doing a jalapeno with that. Hey man.
The hibiscus if you get some Don Julio, that one I am. So many good meats.
There's a lot going on there. I'm not that pink fruity drink definitely's got show written all over it.
Yeah, that is.
I'm not a big. I mean, not because they don't taste good, but just because they're full of sugar, and typically I would drink too many of them, so I don't.
I don't like them spicy drinks.
Text line coming through. Going to make me drive 8 hours. That concha bread is a Mexican sweet bread. I'm sure. Is it concha? Mexican sweet bread. For coffee, looks like seashell. Yeah, that
it does look like a seashell.
I can never pronounce it right, but it's definitely sold like in the Fiesta food stores. They sell them in like their pastry, fresh baked department. Yeah. They look pretty sweet.
Yeah.
Text line, call me out, boys. Tequila and chicken ain't doing it for me. Popeyes ain't coming up easy either. Yeah, no, man. I'm in this, man.
Look, I'm gonna tell you here. I'll be real. It's either gonna be really good or awful.
I'm willing to try it.
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, anything with Popeyes on it and Don Julio on it, I'm willing to try. I absolutely.
This might be even better than the KFC famous.
Like if they overdo the reposado, if they overdo the tequila flavor as much as I like tequila, it's going to be hard for me to stomach. I ain't gonna lie to you. But if it's just a hint,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They got to make that right. Because in my mind, that reposado with that Louisiana garlic, that like if that isn't overpowered, that could be nice with that black and ranch. I can't wait for this.
Yeah, I'm jealous. That's gonna be good.
Any chance they bringing that thing around Radio Road? That'd be nice. They were just walking around Radio Road with it. Here, have some. That'd be nice for that thing. I want the hat. I want a hat of this logo.
That logo on it.
I want a hat.
I'm telling you, like I'm serious. I know we driving. I may have to go and scoop up some Don Julio just to mix already for that spicy strawberry hibiscus.
Hey, get the good stuff now.
That looks tasty, man. What a collab.
You gotta. Hey, I'm serious, man. You gotta stop with this KC top. I mean, this KFC famous bowl thing.
Dude, I'm telling you, they're good.
Yeah, it's disrespectful.
Never had a bad one.
If I'm being honest, it's disrespectful.
You just keep parachuting in and getting out. You keep parachuting in and then jumping out.
Mashed taters.
I'm trying to ignore
it. Some corn, some chicken bites. Mix that thing up. Ooh.
Yeah, that's
delicious.
That's gonna be tasty. That's gonna be like, I mean, but that's the genius of this. Like Clint said, I don't know if this is gonna be good, but damn if this ain't like intriguing.
Oh, 100%.
Like if this isn't intriguing, and
I want to know more than anything, just like exactly what that flavor tastes like.
How long you think they've been? Because you know the Super Bowl's coming to New Orleans. I wonder how long they've been at this. They have thought this up. This is genius. Man,
I'm gonna be honest with you. With their speaking of my drum eating, I don't like the chicken that they used. I'm not very turned on by the chicken picture that they used.
You want legs?
I want it to look like Popeye's crispy, spicy egg.
Ooh, yeah, but
that's chicken.
It is a little that is a little saucy, which I like. I like a little saucy. I want to see what this going to dance like.
Give me a drum or a thigh.
You're gonna have to give us a detailed report whenever you come back.
You want that thigh dipped into that flavored sauce?
Something. If you can dip that damn flapper right there in there, that thing takes 2 left turns. You can damn sure get a thigh in there.
Oh my God! All right, what you got coming up?
What's going on here at Sports Radio 610? An absolutely huge contest. You can win a all expense paid, not all expense, but round trip travel and lodging and huge money by doing one thing right here on Sports Radio 610. I'll tell you what that is. We'll explain the details, and I got a Pat Mahomes stat for you, whether you love or hate the guy. This is absolutely ridiculous. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Bundle Rooski.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to MLB insider Bob Nightingale, maybe Alex Bregman won't be leaving the Astros after all.
And that contract is still on the table. I think Alex would like to come back, and I think they'd really like to have him back. He re-engaged a couple days ago.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Patrick Mahomes is creating greatness, but he's also halting it as well.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Daly's dirty.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive in and quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
I see you, Amen Thompson. I see you, baby. Put that dagger in them old Celtics last night, man. Hey, them Rockets are out there doing things that, really, hey, I heard it last night. Ain't nobody doing. That run that they've had against, who was it? Was it the Cavs and the Celtics, and who was the other team?
They got two against the Grizzlies a couple weeks ago, and they got 2 against the Cavs, and they beat the Celtics. The most wins against 30-win teams.
Those doing that, rattling that right there off, beating 5 teams of that ilk in a season. First time it's ever been done. Heard Ackerman last night talking about that. And Rockets, baby, they're fun to watch now. I was glued to that damn thing last night. And when the getting got good, I had to record it and go put a baby to sleep. And I didn't look at the score. I just came right back in there. And Tyler, I didn't even look and see if I'd won that old bet that you threw out there, Chief. I did. Yeah, I picked another good one. Yes, I did. Riding no Tyler's coattails, baby. But the Rockets, come on, man. I'm good and excited about that. I'm dead ass serious, man. Tyler, get some tickets, man. Let's go to the game.
No, I think we should, especially with this heater I got going on.
Yes, indeed. Hey, look, I always like to start my 4 o'clock segment with telling y'all about that Odyssey app now. And I'd greatly appreciate it if y'all would download the Odyssey app. I've been telling y'all that for years. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not just asking you to do it anymore. I'm giving you all the incentive that you could possibly to download the damn Odyssey app and listen to Sports Radio 610, right? Starting yesterday, which was Monday, January the 27th, through February the 23rd, all right? So roughly a month right there. What you got to do, what you need to do, download the Odyssey app, log in, and listen to Sports Radio 610. All right, be honest with you. You can listen to any participating Odyssey station if you'd like. I prefer you listen to Sports Radio 610 right here. Keep us on your hip, take us with you, right? Every day that you listen for 60 minutes, you get an entry. Now, look, all this is if you listen to us for 20 minutes, you got to get out of your car, just turn the volume down on your phone. Don't exit the app. Just turn the volume down. And then when it comes back time, turn the volume back up, baby. You see what I'm saying? It's that easy. I'm just trying to help you win here. I'm all about winning.
Clint found a loophole.
I'm giving winning advice. I'm giving winning advice right here.
I think you should just go ahead and listen for 60.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you can listen for 60, cool. But I'm just telling you to be smart. If you got a 20-minute commute home every day, put the damn Odyssey app on there. Listen to Sports Radio 610. Turn that old volume down when you get home. Deal with your babies. Deal with your wife. And then turn it off. Boom. There's your entry to win this ridiculous prize pack that I'm fixing to tell you about. Every day you listen for 60 minutes, you get an entry. All right? Here's the prize. Travel and accommodations for not just you, but you plus 3 guests. Travel and accommodation to Las Vegas, baby. $5,000 for each guest. That's $20,000 total to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships. I've been to Vegas many a time, the first round of the college basketball championships, and I'm telling you, unless you're going out there hunting, which there's still some hunting to be done, no doubt about it, it's Vegas. But unless you're going out there hunting, if you want to go gamble, you want to watch a little basketball, you want to hang with the fellas, hey, man, this is the weekend to do it. Big time, big time, big time. You'll be traveling March 17 through 22. The prize does not include any game tickets or any entry to events, right? You can use that $5,000 for that we're going to give each one of you 4 to get over there. Get to Vegas. If you want to buy tickets, you can use that $5,000. But that's what Sports Radio 610 is doing for you right there.
There it is.
Download the Odyssey app, log in, listen to Sports Radio 610 every single day that you do that. Between January the 27th and February the 23rd, you will get 1 entry into this contest. Again, Travel and accommodations, $5,000 for each guest with up to 4 y'all to Las Vegas for the college basketball championship. March 17 through 22 would be the travel dates. You get it done. Hey, tell your 3 partners, whoever the hell you'd be traveling to Vegas with. Tell them about it. Get them listening to Sports Radio 610.
We're going to Las Vegas.
Come on, download the Odyssey app and make sure each one, boom, all 4 of y'all can go. Just make it happen. Just make it happen. Circle back.
Text line coming in. Listening to the Odyssey app right now.
Come on, get 60 minutes in. Get 60 minutes in. Right? Boss walks in, just turn the volume down. Don't shut it off. I'm telling you. It's the way to go now. All right, real quick. Guys, this is ridiculous. Very rarely do I come across a stat that, 1, I care to talk about on air, but 2, that blows my damn mind. This one, I know a lot of folks out there right now, Tyler being one of them, you don't have time to hear anything about Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs right now, but I would suggest that I'll take a listen. That you tune into this. You'll like this, Ron. I don't know. Tell me if you know where I'm going with this.
Hey, old Kermit the Frog here.
Since 2001, there have been 125 drives in the NFL in the playoffs of this sort. You're down a touchdown or less. There's 1 minute or less left in the fourth quarter. There's been 125 of these drives. You need a touchdown to win it, a field goal to tie it, a touchdown to tie it. This is to either win or go to overtime to keep your hopes alive. There's been 125 of these drives. Tom Brady was 5 of 11, slightly under 50%. Drew Brees was 3 of 6.
Another Hall of Famer.
50%. Tyler, any guess on what you think Pat Mahomes is?
I have a feeling it's going to be a large number.
Tyler, Pat Mahomes is 7 for 7. He is perfect. Ball in the fourth quarter, less than a minute to go. Needs a touchdown, field goal to tie or win,
including 13 seconds.
Refs do look out in those those really important, moments of the game like that. That makes sense.
Thank God for him.
Since 2001, 125 drives. Pat Mahomes is perfect, man.
No, that's amazing.
When I heard that, I mean, the level of greatness, I wouldn't have thought that. I mean, Ron, obviously you know the team intimately.
I wouldn't have guessed 7 for 7, but now if I rack my brain to think of and this is postseason, I'm guessing.
Yes, all postseason.
To rack my mind, he's only lost 3 games, so they haven't. It's not been a lot of times they haven't come through. That's crazy.
I mean, 7 for 7. That's wild, man. I mean, that is the perfection, the clutch. Just the get it done mentality of Pat Mahomes. We talked about this a few weeks ago with Pat Mahomes. It's like I just think obviously that everybody could possibly give him. I don't see anybody out there doubting Pat Mahomes and his ability, right? But there's so much to talk about with Pat. Like the part that to me is one of the most impressive is just the willingness to do whatever it takes to get it done. Run with your feet, extend plays and make throws. I mean, obviously he's done it on time and in rhythm as well. I mean, the dude is just that stat was something I was like, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, thank you.
Wow.
It's just my man's been in the league 7 years as a starter. His worst finish in a season is overtime in the AFC Championship game. That's his worst finish twice. Happened twice.
Pretty damn good run right there, man, and it's not over yet. So we will see what's happening. You're listening to Sports Radio 16. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. T. Meal is behind the glass. By the way, why don't you give your boy a follow on social media at Clint Stoerner? Instagram, and on Twitter. Won't you give the drive a little follow? Make sure you're following Sports Radio 610. Ron, what is yours now that you changed the show?
Real Ron the Show.
Real Ron the Show on all on T-Mill?
At T-Mill Real Deal.
Yeah, go on, follow everybody on social media, man. Let's get this thing ramped up and rolling, huh? All right, Ron, there has been 6 hires around the NFL, 6 new coaches around the NFL. The Saints have not hired anybody yet. Yesterday, it would trigger a pretty good conversation.
I think that was the worst job of them all yet.
The Saints? Yeah, I mean, situation it damn sure is. I mean, I've heard. I don't have all the numbers off the top of my head, but boy, the cap space and all that goes into what the Saints are right now. That is the worst job without a doubt. But the Patriots, they hired Mike Vrabel. The Jets hired Aaron Glenn. The Jags hired Liam Cohen. The Raiders, old school, old head Pete Carroll. Cowboys, Brian Schottenheimer, old Shotty. The Bears, Ben Johnson, the number one, most people say the number one, coach out there that was going to be in this cycle of coaches. Ben Johnson goes to the Bears, and as I just mentioned, the Saints have not hired a head coach yet. We'll keep you posted on that. I was asked this question, Ron. I wonder what your take is. Who do you believe is ultimately the quickest to succeed in this group? Now, you can define succeed however you might. I mean, obviously, Brian Schottenheimer has the better team in the Cowboys after winning, a ton of when they're healthy, being a double-digit win team. But just which one of these hires do you believe is a longer term, ultimately a longer term, or the best longer term hire in the bunch?
Longer term, I think it's both. I think longer term and short term, to me, is Mike Vrabel with the Patriots. Now, Buffalo is clearly the better team, but the best team in that division. They do have a Super Bowl contender in their division. I think, honestly, the Jags would probably be second, too, with what they have there, and their division is not as tough. But right now, the Patriots and Vrabel, and you think about how Vrabel and what he's done with less at Tennessee, can he get himself to second place in that division? Can he get himself over the Jets, who are struggling, or on this list, and the Dolphins? I think so. And could that put him in a place from being in the playoffs? Drake May is a promising young player. They've got some guys there, so I think that, and then the Jags because of the division they're in. And Duval. Until I hear that, but then. Yeah, man, it's just rough, man. The other ones, like the Bears, are in that tough division with the Packers, Lions, and Vikings, the Cowboys. Okay, and then the Jets, they seem like they're a little further from getting there. They don't have the quarterback, I don't think. And the Raiders still have some stuff, and they're stuck in the division with the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Broncos. So to me, I think it's the Patriots with the Jags behind them.
Ron, I think I'm going to go with one you didn't mention much there. I really like Aaron Glenn.
Do you?
And by the way, this just dawned on me. This is not an attempt to make my Super Bowl pick and MVP pick from last year come true a year later, by the way. I just thought of that. I was like, boy, this sounds like
my Super Bowl pick and MVP pick.
Were they?
Chiefs and Josh Allen.
Well, Josh isn't alive.
He's alive for the MVP.
Oh, okay, got you.
He's alive for the MVP. It's either going to be him or Lamar.
I like Aaron Glenn, boys. I don't know if y'all caught any of his introductory press conference or any of his comments, and the ones that are obviously making their rounds are the ones about Aaron Rodgers. I like Aaron Glenn in New York and the Jets.
It's a great Aggie.
Well, the fact that he's an Aggie is well down the list, but he is a local guy. So
you might think so, but
no, I love his.
Down the list.
It seems like the way he's handling New York, just off the rip, seems to be legit. I love the fact that he just witnessed one of the best turnarounds that we've ever seen in a place that nobody thought a turnaround could be accomplished in Detroit. I love, obviously, the former player aspect of this thing. I like his response, getting hammered about Aaron Rodgers and making it very clear. He didn't come out and say Aaron's not going to be here. Aaron's got another year on his contract with the Jets, obviously. He didn't come out and say he's not going to be here, but he made it very clear this is not about Aaron. This is about us building the best roster that we possibly can. That he mentioned, I think at some point sitting down with Aaron and figuring out what's next kind of deal. And I do think Aaron played really good the last half of the season. Aaron played really good football. Now, I attribute that to health or whatever. I don't know what you attribute that to, but he played really good football. I think there's a chance that having Aaron Rodgers at your disposal, or at least as an option, to me could be what sets him apart from some of these other jobs. And I think that roster, as we've talked about multiple times, particularly on the defensive side of the football, the Jets roster is just, they're ready to win right now. They're ready to be elite right now. And so I like the Jets in this list.
Yeah, my thing is he's still for me, I'd be surprised. I don't even know surprised. I'm leaning more towards them probably not running with Aaron.
Right.
And so to me, he's got two tough decisions that he has to make and hit on. Because I think Aaron Glenn has a chance to be a hell of a coach. But if you don't get the quarterback situation right as a defensive coach, it don't matter. I think Robert Saleh looks a lot better if he drafted Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I think things here would be feeling and talked a lot differently if C.J. Stroud wasn't drafted, obviously. And I think the thing with D'Amico would be different. So he's got to get the OC right, and he's got to get the quarterback. Because it's one thing if you are the one that's working with the quarterback, but he's got to find the right quarterback and the right OC.
Well, and that's the thing. They're drafting at 7, right? And so I don't know what they're going to do with 7. This is a perfect draft for the Jets to draft the 3rd or 4th quarterback and go and have another Aaron or Zach Wilson situation up in New York, right? And so I like the fact that coupled with a poor quarterback draft, he does have the option to go with Aaron if need be. And it looks like, again, because I agree wholeheartedly, this can't be, we're going to hire Aaron's offensive coordinator, we're going to bring Aaron's receiver in, hey, Aaron, do you want to be here, whether Lazard and my mind just went blank, Taco Bell,
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams, yeah. If Devontae Adams, do you want to be here if those guys, it's a pretty easy conversation, I think, and I trust Aaron Glenn to have that one. I like the options that they have in that division, as you mentioned, outside of Buffalo, man, there's some teams that can be got. So I like Aaron Glenn and the Jets in that list there.
All right, we'll see. They all of them got some jobs to do, and the tough thing for them is now expectations have jumped because we've watched teams be able to turn it around in 1 year. Hell, Washington went to the NFC Championship game for the first time since '91. So expectations running high. All right, want to get to news that we're hearing out of Houston about the Rockets and a potential move they can make. But before that, we're hearing the latest OC news. We have another person interviewing for the gig. We'll let you know who that is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texans.
Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Attention Sports Radio 610 listeners. A slam dunk trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. Live, rewind, or show podcast. It doesn't matter. Just listen to Sports Radio 610 or any app 60 minutes to earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some news to pass along. As we know, the Houston Texans are in search of a new offensive coordinator since now the alleged fiery, hard-ass Bobby Slowick has been removed.
Well done.
The alleged hard-ass
that
fiery
crazy son
Slowick.
of a bitch.
I'm telling you, he's old red-ass Bobby. They moved on from him, and they're in search for a replacement. We've heard that there's an interview set to be sometime early this week. I would imagine yesterday or today with Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach. You said the Syracuse OC?
Yes. Yes, he reportedly interviewed
as well. There is a latest. What's the latest, Tyler Milner?
Yes, sir. A new candidate for the Texans OC job. He's entered the poll. Reports on this Tuesday afternoon that Buccaneers quarterback coach Thad Lewis has interviewed for the OC job in Houston. Rappaport also says Lewis has received several requests for OC interviews, but this is the first one that he has taken. Houston obviously moved on from Bobby Slowick last week. And also, just a quick note for all of our listeners and you two gentlemen over there. Thad Lewis started his coaching career working with Chip Kelly as an offensive analyst. If you want to start to try to put those puzzle pieces together.
Yeah, Thad Lewis, old quarterback. Now that I see him, remember at Duke, he put together, he got himself 7-8 good years in the league as a backup.
Yeah, I remember the name.
Remember Thad?
Absolutely.
Yeah. As you said, started at UCLA as an offensive analyst. He was an intern with the Bucs, moved up wide receivers coach, quarterbacks coach, and now looks like it's the latest to be set to interview for this gig. Your thoughts?
Again, another to me underwhelming and just I understand you got to have a thorough interview, but if we're talking resumes, to me this is, if you're going to take a step up from Bobby Slowick, it needs to be somebody that's got pelts on the wall in the league and somebody that's proven that they don't just know ball and they can coach a quarterback, but literally they know how to handle it all. They know how to manage, $20+ million, how to handle, $12+ million a year tight ends that need a kick in the ass in terms of being more physical. They know how to handle, obviously, the X's and O's, the planning, designing, play calling, the managing a game. There'd be a lot of wait and see with the majority of these candidates that are being mentioned at this point in time.
Yeah. Obviously, maybe he is a name that's really a lot of people are really talking about in NFL circles. I would imagine this would feel like either more of somebody to hire and someone to interview and maybe get to know a little bit more. And hey, if he blows your socks off, okay, there's something there. Or somebody you'd hire maybe for another position, but I would imagine him already being in Tampa, who there, as a quarterback's coach there, I don't know that he would maybe leave for that gig, but it just feels like if this would be the hire, it would be a hire of somebody that also doesn't have experience coming in calling plays. And it feels like This is a job much more like Kellen Moore took in Philly, to where there's expectations to be off and running, and not like, oh man, you got some time to kind of build this thing in, right? Like there's expectations.
Well, look, I would think that
what you have here.
At the end of the day, the situation with the Houston Texans is years across the board with C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, D'Amico Ryans. You've had 2 promising years, right? You've chewed up 2 years of the advantage, the huge advantage from a cap perspective of having a quarterback playing at a very, very high level while he's on a rookie deal, right? We're getting into that time period where you are going to lose that advantage pretty quickly down the road here. And I would think, if I'm Bobby Slowick, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, that losing that advantage where you've got several players that are playing on rookie deals that are impacting games, instead of wasting years, or potentially wasting years with a play caller that's never done it, and you don't know, there's no tangible evidence of what they're capable of doing. Wasting a year or 2 on that guy seems like that is a much bigger risk than just hiring an offensive coordinator. I mean, because whoever you hire this go-round, whoever the Houston Texans hire this go-round at the offensive coordinator position is going to be the last person that's going to coach this offense with the advantage of having C.J. Stroud on a rookie deal.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, right?
And then you'll have to pay time, probably $60 million plus per year. Now you got to try to figure out how to do more with less.
Yep. How you gonna do it, right? It becomes a different battle, a different dynamic offensively at that point in time. So, to me, with that being said, this hire, this hire needs to be somebody, and I'll use Chip Kelly just because Chip Kelly keeps getting brought up. But just whether it's Chip Kelly or not is irrelevant to me.
Chip Kelly, we've heard Doug Peterson. I get what you're saying.
But Ron, this hire for the Houston Texans needs to be a guy that has pelts on the wall. There's tangible evidence of what he can do in real time as an offensive play caller in the NFL. I'll add to that, this hire should be someone, not that he needs it, but that it is an advantage. It should be someone that has head coaching experience, that can be a resource for D'Amico Ryans, the head coach, if and when need be. Right? It needs to be someone that brings more to the table than a hope and a prayer that they are average to above average to great calling plays at the NFL level. They need to hire somebody that it's more than a hunch if I think this guy could be good because of all that's at stake. You are a 2-time 10-win the division round with a rookie quarterback. With a quarterback on a rookie deal. It's time to take the next step. It's not time to be patient. It's not time to play wait and see. I firmly believe that if you've got the ability, you got to go get somebody that brings more to the table than a hope and a prayer.
Yeah, someone texted in. He said, I understand they got to interview a lot of people, but just interviewing dudes that they ain't gonna hire just annoys me. And I don't think they're going to hire him. I'd be surprised. I feel like they're going to go more the route you're talking about. But
I don't have a problem with interviewing all these guys. I think there's, if I were in their shoes, I would interview all these guys, and it wouldn't be to meet the Rooney Rule or whatever. I I would interview these guys with the hopes of adding them to my staff at some point in time. I want to find a few guys that aren't qualified to be head coaches, hell, that really aren't qualified to be offensive coordinators, whatever the qualifications are, right? And down the road, hey, man, like Eric Bieniemy. He's on the streets right now, isn't he? I'm sure he's probably a consultant somewhere if he wanted to be, but like,
yeah, he's interviewing for jobs.
I want to meet with Eric Bieniemy because I don't know Eric Bieniemy personally, but I'd be willing to bet you that it would be tremendous to have him as a position coach, willing to take that job if he doesn't get offered an offensive coordinator job, to have him in some role on this team. I would imagine
running backs coach,
something.
Maybe they're being sneaky and they're putting together the OC to be Chip Kelly's staff underneath him, because the OC out of Syracuse they interviewed yesterday had ties to Chip Kelly. Thad Lewis has ties to Chip Kelly.
But then you get into these guys, though, T, for me, like the OC at Syracuse. Like, why would he leave Syracuse as an OC job? Those guys are making – I mean, I bet he's making damn near $1 million as a play caller in college. And why would he come down? But your point, I think, is valid, just not about that guy, right? I mean, like I do think there's some like Thad. Like
would he leave Tampa as a quarterback
to come work
coach?
with C.J. Stroud?
And maybe him and Chip are just real bros.
Right. Yeah, now something like that. Yeah, the point is I don't have a problem with him interviewing all these guys. I hope there's a method to the madness, which I'm sure there is with D'Amico.
No, that doesn't help the Gerard thing.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, I hope that's not the route that the Texans take.
All right, there was some news on the Texans. There is some news on the Rockets as well. I think this is news that they damn well better be looking at, having conversations, and Ben had conversations about. Don't know if it's the move to make, but it is an interesting one. We'll tell you about that coming up next.
All right. Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, somebody texted in, what about Mike McCarthy? No, I'll pass.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Like, I don't mind the guy that has some head coaching experience, but not Mike McCarthy. I don't think Mike McCarthy would be my answer for the OC job.
No.
Nah, I can't. I mean, the Cowboys ain't had no discipline. They in game management situation. Yeah, no, I'm all set on that.
What's your point?
Hard pass. There are other guys though that have been play callers that have lost their gigs, places that I'd be on. But that one to me, we'll see where they go. We'll see where they go on this thing.
Well, the other thing, Ron, that there is going to be one, working with C.J. Stroud, right, is a huge plus, versus going somewhere where you don't have any clue who you're going to get. Number one. Number two, the ability to come here and be the offensive coordinator for a defensive-minded head coach is a huge plus, right? Under Kyle Shanahan, what's their offensive coordinator doing? Under Sean McVay. Now I know that their offensive coordinators have gone on to get jobs, but what have they done? What the kid that was at Oklahoma State, Robinson or whatever, Zach Robinson?
He's in
right?
Atlanta.
Yep. He left there and went to Atlanta under a defensive-minded head coach. Right, so there's, whether you look at it from the C.J. Stroud perspective or you look at it from the perspective of having really full autonomy to the offense and being the dude and having it done your way and hiring your own staff, that's another huge plus for the Texans situation as well. So that's why I look at it of it wouldn't shock me one bit if and stole an offensive coordinator from a university that just won a national championship. Right, it wouldn't shock me one bit if you couldn't go somewhere, and I don't have the guy off the top of my head, but if you went somewhere where there was an offensive-minded head coach, and you yanked the offensive coordinator that just has a title that's done it before out from underneath him, there's D'Amico, I'm sure has as many, if not more, options than anybody in the NFL with a vacancy.
Yeah, it does feel like. Because some of the coaches that have
Leftwich.
Yeah, Byron's out there. I've seen that name run up. I don't even know where Byron is. He just lost out on his chance to be a head coach. So he wasn't. I don't know where Byron is. But yeah, he's another one who's running offense. And was for a defensive coach. Or no, did he hit Bowles? Was he with Bowles, or maybe he was just with? Yeah, no,
you're right. He was with Arians because he won a Super Bowl.
But he ran the offense. He ran a lot of the offense. I mean, with Tom, but he ran a lot of the offense. He seemed to be the guy in Jacksonville several years ago. But there are guys there. But Chip is starting to make a little bit more sense. All right, let's get here with the Rockets. This is some news coming out of the Rockets, one of the hottest teams in basketball. They have kicked off a lot of shows. They kicked off Get Up this morning. They kicked off NBA today. They've kicked off a lot of shows today. A big talking point, a big W against the Celtics, one of many here against really good teams. This is some news coming out. De'Aaron Fox, point guard. We've heard that name connected with the Rockets a little bit. The Kings have reopened talks with potentially moving on and trading him. He's one of the best young point guards in the game. Chris Manick, who is a big-time NBA reporter, I believe at Yahoo, he says the team to watch with De'Aaron Fox is Houston. The Rockets have a team option on Fred VanVleet for next season and could entice the Kings with young players and the coveted Suns draft picks. He said he had just taped a pod earlier and talked about the Rockets likely playing out the season with what they got, but there are a couple of guys that could change that stance. Devin Booker of the Suns is one. De'Aaron Fox strikes him as another. So, those of you out there, you've been watching the Rockets, you've been enjoying watching this team together. Fred VanVleet is somebody who has been a big part of this team. Hell, Clint, you've talked about enjoying watching him and his calming influence on the court.
Yep.
De'Aaron Fox, I'm telling you, for me, if I ain't got to give up Amen Thompson and one of Şengün and Green, especially Şengün, if I could keep Amen Thompson and Şengün and get De'Aaron Fox, whew, that one's a hard one to turn down. That one is a hard, because I think he is one of the best young players in basketball. You pair him with Thompson, you pair him much more consistent experience. Went to Game 7 when he was a number 1 against the Kings. He would be somebody that would be a really, really good thought to get if you don't have to give up one of those front lines. They're talking about Amen Thompson. They can go to hell. But other than that, yeah.
It's interesting. I'll yield to you, man. I don't know enough about De'Aaron Fox and to damn sure to get into, what kind of value the Rockets would have to give up to get him. But I'm just going to tell you, man. I really like De'Aaron Fox. He's just been one that I don't know why in the hell he's on my radar. Or has been on my radar.
Yeah.
Absolutely, man.
He's at 25, 5 rebounds, 6 assists per.
Yeah. I could get down for that. I mean, look, I've been talking about it from jump. You mentioned it earlier. It's just, to me, it's 3 through 8. They've got that lick. The hell, it's deeper than 8 at this point in time, for being honest. So, yeah, I mean, I would be A-okay with them making some aggressive moves and bringing in guys that, either one of those guys, obviously, Booker or De'Aaron Fox, but guys like that take this organization to the next level, or at least theoretically take the organization to the next level. Yeah, I'm in.
Someone texted in, breaking up this team in any way, additions or subtractions will be a huge mistake. The Rockets need to leave the roster alone so they can shock the world and win a ring.
I disagree.
Yeah, I do.
But I do think,
I don't think it's crazy what they're saying. I'm not saying.
I did too.
This was Devin Booker. I would think you're insane. But De'Aaron Fox right now, no, I'm not saying it's crazy.
Right.
I get where you're coming from.
But on that front, Ron, I do think, regardless of who it is, I do think that young nucleus, that young core, however you want to couch it, what Ime Udoka has built, I do think he has to protect what they've built. In other words, if any of these guys aren't good fits, if they're not, like D'Amico talks about, Nick talks about, if they're not Rocket kind of guys, then no thank you. I don't know how bulletproof this team is relative to keeping the culture, if you will, the chemistry, if you will. I don't know how bulletproof that is. I know it's super special what I'm watching. I don't know how bulletproof it is right now. No. So I do think Ime Udoka has to protect it from a standpoint, bring in a superstar that's going to be a 1 or a 2, and that guy not be bought in the way everybody else is bought in. You could risk screwing this whole thing up. But assuming these guys are Ime Udoka kind of guys, then I disagree wholeheartedly.
And De'Aaron Fox is not shown to be a guy that's going to come in. Like hell, man, we're watching what Jimmy Butler's doing right now. That's he's old anyway, but that's something you damn sure don't want to do. But to say, like, hey, it would be a mistake to break up this roster for the chemistry. Yeah, man. Yeah, I understand. Like, hey, man, the Warriors, man, it sure is easier to grow that damn thing when you got Steph.
Yeah, they hit on a couple.
Like
they hit on a couple.
And listen, I think Amen is starting to be the guy and has a chance to be the guy. But
I feel like Kobe.
But like, we can talk about chemistry, and then you talk about getting some dudes, right? Like, and I get what you're saying, Clinton. And I get as again the texter who texted in. I'm not calling your thoughts crazy, or get out of here, or kick rocks with open-toed sandals. I'm not saying that. I understand where you're coming from. But the NBA is about getting dudes. Like, they can have all the chemistry they want to, and it can work, but it's going to have a ceiling, right? Like, your like OKC, they got great chemistry. They might have the league MVP in SGA right now. right? They got, and I mean, right now, I think a men's got a chance to grow into that. You got a chance to get. Somebody said, "Hell no on Booker." Man, you are crazy as all get out. Devin Booker, man, shoot, Jalen Green, boy. I'd send Jalen on with Fred. Like, you tell me, hey man, you gonna give up Jalen and Fred, and I'm getting back to De'Aaron Fox to go with this crew? Oh yeah. I think you're putting yourself not only just for this year, but in the past. In the future.
Right.
To be really good. I mean, De'Aaron has just turned 27, a really, really, really good player with playoff experience that can go get his own bucket and I get what you're saying. There are certain players. I know Şengün, and you said it earlier, that would be a tough one to roll past. And I get that. But in this case, especially if you got the guard, and you got a guard and a big.
Yeah.
And
well, it seems like, Ron, like to me, bringing in a guy that complements whatever you have left, like whatever pieces don't walk out the door, like if it's just a replacement, then it makes perfect sense. Like, Amen Thompson and Şengün are irreplaceable guys. Like, you're not going to be they're irreplaceable at this moment right now, right? We're not talking about bringing in a 4-5 that's going to replace Şengün. Like, you need that guy, right? The one that you could see replacing, given the names that are being mentioned, the superstar names that are being mentioned available, it's Van Vliet and Jalen Green.
Yeah. Because I'm seeing people coming up here. Let me ask yourself this, honest to goodness. Do you think Jalen Green is ever going to be as good as De'Aaron Fox? Like, are you out there? Do you believe, because someone texted in, they've got the dudes, you got to give them time. Do you think he's ever going to be as good as De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, I don't know. I ain't got it.
I don't. I think Jalen is really good. And he's growing. He had a hell of a month, but again, just like he had a hell of a start of the month, and now the back end, it's kind of going up.
Well, like C.J. Stroud had a hell of a year, and then backslid.
Yeah, but this is. I can't do that. Somebody, Jabari Smith. Okay, that's cool, man. These are guys that are just like, you got a chance to get a guy that over the next 5, 7, 8 years is going to be one of the top backcourt players in the game to go along with what you got. Amen Thompson, I'm with you. There is no way in hell, no way. But that cat, I got to think about that. All right, if you missed it, there is some news. Another interview, another offensive line or offensive coordinator that's a former offensive coordinator with great success that's going around. Will he be the next person? The Texans interview. We'll talk about that, and we relive a little bit of last night from that great game between the Rockets and the Celtics. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't need the Astros to spice up their offer.
Let's get it on, baby.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty the Blonde Bomber for now. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire, brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And this Texans search for their new offensive coordinator is on and going. The latest news: Bucs quarterback coach Thad Lewis. Tyler broke that earlier, about 30 minutes ago. If you're just joining us, he is the latest to have an interview for the Texans' vacant OC job. Lewis has received several requests for OC interviews, but this is the first one he's taken. He's been in Tampa. He had been under Chip Kelly, where he got a start at UCLA, and then has been with Tampa's organization since then. Clint, this kind of goes along with a Syracuse guy who popped up last night to get an interview, who's the OC in Syracuse, not any play calling experience at the NFL level. Gerard Johnson, who we know is going to get an interview, not any play calling experience. 3 guys they have interviewed up to this point, guys with not a lot of experience. Your feel on that being potentially the direction they go?
Yeah, not the direction I think they need to go. I think this is, as I said earlier, when you look at the Texans situation right now, you're talking about back-to-back 10-win seasons. You're talking about back-to-back division champs. You're talking about a team that can get to the second round and needs to make moves to get beyond the second round. And I think right now the biggest move they can make to help this team get beyond the second round is hiring the right offensive coordinator. I believe that offensive coordinator needs to have pelts on the wall. I believe that offensive coordinator there needs to be tangible evidence of what this guy can do at the NFL level. I think the offensive coordinator would make sense if he could be more than just a play caller and have some head coach experience in his background. Maybe come from the same tree of offense that C.J. Stroud has been in and has heard it from McVay and has heard it from LaFleur and has heard it, from Shanahan, all these different guys. Maybe be a guy that DeMeco Ryans can lean into as a resource, again, as a former head coach. I think this guy needs to bring more to the table than just a gut feeling from Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans that this guy can be a good play caller. The Texans are up against it, man. They need to make a move now in the right direction, which is making moves to be better and be able to get the divisional round of the playoffs. And at the end of the day, this is the last hire that they're going to have, that they're going to make at the offensive coordinator position, that's going to have the luxury of building a roster without a $60 million quarterback on it. This is it. For all intents and purposes, this is it. And I just think this guy has to be someone that there's tangible evidence out there has done impressive things at the NFL level.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you, Ron. I would even take everything I just said, but the impressive, tangible evidence was in college. I would even take that. Today's game is so much about relating to these young dudes and dealing with different personalities that I would even take that. I could even find value in the guy that did it at just the college level and how great of a communicator you have to be with the turnstile.
A hell of a job. Done a hell of a job at it.
Yeah, I just to me those are two different options that I believe this team needs to strongly consider and do all their due diligence to get done before they settle for guys that have never done it before. And it seems like that's everybody that they're interviewing.
Someone texted in, it seems like they're interviewing Chip Kelly's staff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, these guys.
I said that.
Someone texted that in, and Tyler said that, and as we said,
heard Tyler say it.
As we said to Tyler as well. I don't know. Those guys have some prigs that you would wonder if they would bounce from. just to make sure they're there. Maybe you want to get into college, but if you're the OC at Syracuse, are you going to come up here and be what? The receivers coach, quarterback coach?
I don't think you would take a step down. But as I said that to Tyler earlier, look, the college game is changing. I mean, it's not like we're talking. Chip Kelly's a popular name to talk about right now. Chip Kelly just stepped down as a head coach at UCLA to go take an offensive coordinator role. So it's not crazy to think that someone would step down from a position to work under Chip Kelly and to work with C.J. Stroud and to get into the NFL, to get away from all of the uncertainty that is college football right now. Somebody that doesn't love what college football is all about and what it's becoming would take a step back and maybe take a step down from a title perspective, OC to quarterback coach, OC to position coach. Maybe there are guys out there that would do that, and maybe this is an attempt to kind of figure out what Chip Kelly's staff would be like before actually hiring Chip Kelly. I just in terms of the guys that they've hired, that they've interviewed, I'm just not real turned on with the wait and see approach to this.
And to me, they could just be doing their due diligence, and they have the right person in mind. And we'll wait on that, but yeah, you hope this is the early part, and you got some pelts on the wall, something that they have shown before. And yeah, like Chip Kelly, that's a guy who was a head coach in the NFL, a head coach in college, was an innovator at Oregon, and was at UCLA. But the OC just led a team to the national championship as the OC, like that fits the mold, whether you like him or not. That fits the mold of it. By the way, I'll throw this one at you real quick. League reports are former NFL OC Eric Bieniemy has spoken with multiple teams about interviewing for OC jobs. The Patriots job, he was thought to be a candidate and someone that could have been a top candidate for New England if Josh McDaniels wasn't such an obvious choice, but he has had ongoing talks with other teams. Has not had any reports that those have been the Texans. What would be your thought? I know kind of things have soured on Eric Bieniemy his last couple of stops. What are your thoughts about that? He's a veteran who fits it and has had success.
I think that would be my concern is again the old conversation about Eric Bieniemy. What part of what's going on in Kansas City is he responsible for? It's like, you thought Matt Nagy was that guy. He goes on as head coach, and he's right back in Kansas City. It hasn't been good overall for Eric Bieniemy since he left Kansas City, most recently getting bounced at UCLA. So, again, be just an underwhelming hire at this point in time, given the situation.
Yeah, so that one feels, because you turned around on Chip Kelly. That one feels in a different space.
Well, yeah. Look, I think there's something to sink our teeth into with Chip Kelly. I mean, there's a couple of years in Philly when they were a top 5 rush offense. There's again that mentality of coming in with an iron fist and running things your way. I think would be great for D'Amico. I think it'd be great for the personnel that you have in-house here, the players that you have in-house here on the offensive side of the football. They got to get more out of Dalton Schultz. They got to get more out of Laramie Tunsil. They got to get more out of C.J. Stroud. They got to get more out of Juice Scruggs. They got to get more out of these guys. And I do think Chip Kelly, if the reputation is accurate, right? If what's always been discussed about Chip Kelly, if that is accurate and he is an iron fist kind of guy, I think that could be something good for the Texans.
I don't think you have to worry about being underwhelmed by Eric Bieniemy. I just don't think that is the direction or the route or the fit that they would go with here with the Texans. All right, that's the latest. That's a big thing with this football season. That's the number one story with the Texans. And we will always bring you the latest and updates on that.
5 o'clock fire.
Now 4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot up! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the... You kidding me? Richard! Oh, the Rockets win the game!
Yeah, they lost their minds.
They were having some fun, weren't they?
Yeah, they lost their minds. Yeah, big time win for the Rockets over the Celtics last night. They have now beaten 8 wins against teams with 30 wins or more. That's by far the most in the league. And as we talked about earlier, Clint, they're coming off this, beating the Celtics on the road, beating the Cavs here in the last week, home and road, and then not too long ago beating the Grizzlies, home and road. Those are all top 3 seeds in their conferences. So this has been a big run that the Rockets are on. And the thing for me, Clint, that I looked at it and I heard Brandon Scott on In the Loop, and I'm kind of piggybacking a little bit of what he said, but I thought the same thing this is serious now. This is a serious thing. This is a team that's going to be in it the whole way. This is a team that's going to be one of the top 3-4 seeds in the West. And now it is, what are they going to do in the postseason? This is no longer can they get in? Will they get in? Will they maintain this? No, they're going to maintain this. What are they going to do to get into when they get into the postseason? Now, what are the expectations for this team?
Yeah, look, I'm just convinced that it's real, Ron. I mean, this is a second day. I would say in the talk about the Rockets, you mentioned the teams that they beat. By the way, the broadcast crew last night, I'm pretty sure that what I heard them say about the 5 wins that you just mentioned, it's the first time in NBA history that's happened. This is the second time, and I can't remember if it was one of those Grizzly games or if it was one of the Cavs games. I think it was the first Cavs game, but I'm not sure. But this is the second time that we are sitting here talking about a monster win from the Rockets in moments when Jalen Green or Şengün weren't themselves, right? They weren't giving the production on the offensive end of the floor. They just simply weren't themselves. In other words, this team was winning with Fred VanVleet, leading the charge offensively. And last night it was Dylan Brooks and obviously Amen Thompson. Like to me, when you can win left-handed or when you can win with your quote-unquote B game, and the only reason I say that is because your primary scorer or ball handler, if you will, in Jalen Green wasn't himself. If you can win 2 of those 5 games you just mentioned and beat that caliber basketball team without putting your best foot forward every night, I mean, that's just a feather in the cap, man. I think it's real. I'm loving watching these dudes, man, and the way that they find different ways to get it done against really good basketball teams is impressive.
No, and I think that's the big part that you mentioned. Yeah, man, we need Dylan Brooks to come up big, and he can get you 36
right
in a night and get 10. And I think 10 threes, 10 for 15 from 3, tying a Rockets record. But I think the big thing and you heard it in the highlight Tyler played going into this, is the step that Amen Thompson has made here over the last month or so has taken this team to an entirely different level. Like that his growth that you can see continuing to grow, right? And can get there, and how unique of a player he is. And he has started, and he's figuring out, like, that's the other part is, like, he's affecting the game, and he don't take threes and don't make a lot of threes. And in today's game, you can affect the game like that. You can go 33-9, or he's doing whatever he has to do and can defend at a high level, 3, maybe 4 positions, sometimes some 4s. I don't know if he can guard Davis, but there are some 4s that he can guard. That's the game changer to me, because he can do things, and the confidence is growing and growing and growing. You can see he hits the last second shot, and you can almost look at him, Clint, and say, and I know you've talked about, if anybody who embodies the Udoka feel, it's him.
No question.
Right, it's him out on the he's liable to fight anybody at any moment.
No question.
And
he looks like he's one instance away from choking somebody. Ron Artest.
Choking someone, Meta
World Peace.
Maybe a hip check or something.
Yes, absolutely. There's two things, Ron, and you're touching on one of them with Amen Thompson. Like the beautiful thing about look, I'm going to use 2 weeks because I didn't turn the page on the Rockets from the Texans to the Rockets until recently. But it's like you said earlier, it's probably been more like a month. The interesting thing to him is that Ime Udoka challenged him when there was a couple of injuries to and I don't know if challenge is the right word, but really kind of push the offense to be ran through Amen Thompson, at times him running point guard, and he obviously answered that bell in a major way. That number one is so impressive about him and about the team. Number two, last night, like with Dillon Brooks knocking down 10 threes. Look, it's obviously a chance of a lifetime or a one-time deal where Dillon Brooks goes out there and damn near sets a Rocket record, right? I think he matched a Rocket record with 10 threes made in a game, and the 11th one would have broke the record, right? I know it's not going to happen every night, but because of the way this team plays, because of the way they move the basketball, because of the way they move, they're selfless and they move without the basketball, you can find guys like Dillon Brooks. They can get hot. You continue to move the basketball, and if the defense doesn't adjust, that guy can knock down 10 threes, right? Again, not that he's going to do it every night, but how many times back in the day when we were watching the James Harden Rockets, how many times was the third or fourth best player going to get hot and get enough threes up where he made 10 of them?
Too much ISO ball.
It wasn't ever. It was never going to happen.
It's not good enough.
And again, that's just I greatly appreciate that about this basketball team is the awareness to make sure you move the ball enough so that guy continues to get shots when he gets hot is beautiful.
They got a back-to-back. Tonight they'll be in Atlanta to see if they can continue this run. Tari Eason, he is out, just a little injury management. He is out for this game. Cam Whitmore is questionable with an illness situation. Oh, that is the latest as the Rockets. A little back-to-back action tonight. We'll see what Amen Thompson and the boys can do tonight as they I feel like Kobe. As they face off against the Hawks. They just did a little highlight package on ESPN about Amen Thompson. He's up there going up and blocking Evan Mobley's shots. He's up. I mean, he's guarding all over the place, facilitating, going up. It is he is knowing his game. That cat's been a game changer. All right, if you haven't heard the alleged craziness, and if it's true, it would make a lot of stuff make sense between Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud. We'll discuss that next.
All right, we got to wait and see what happens with the Rockets.
Trip to Vegas could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. Live, rewind, or show podcast. It doesn't matter. Just listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey. Earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we continue here live here on The Drive. Let's say somebody is loud. And then here, there you go.
Hey,
I didn't realize Clint's ears were kind of wacky.
Hey, that song right there, man.
Takes you there?
Hey,
Forrest Gump?
That's a Big Earn. That's Pops right there. Think about it, man.
Who sings
y'all's
it?
young ass. Y'all don't know no better. Big Earn driving that Ranchero back in the day. Me and Hank standing behind the seat. Wasn't no back seat in the old Ranchero.
No back seat, huh?
There's a little gap back there. Me and old Hank standing back there. Illegal as hell. Well, I guess it was legal back then. Illegal as hell, boy. Big Earn blaring this stuff right here, man.
Little Creedence Clearwater Revival.
CCR, are you kidding me?
That's who that is?
That's me back Nam.
You weren't in Nam.
Well, Forrest Gump and Nam with Lieutenant Dan.
That makes sense.
It takes me back to Dad's Ranchero. It takes you back to Gump, huh?
Yep.
Probably more people can relate to Gump than Dad's Ranchero.
And your dad's Ranchero?
Yeah, Big Earn.
I'd probably say that.
You got the Ranchero?
No.
Lieutenant Dan ice cream.
I'd like to have a Ranchero.
Would you?
I'd like to have a Ranchero fixed up right with maybe some.
Does he still have one?
Big Earn?
Yeah.
Nah, hell no.
Ranchero. Is that sauce they're serving with the Popeyes tequila stuff?
No, man. A Ranchero is the. I think I'm saying it right. It's the.
I just don't know.
It's the old school rig that was it looked like a car, but it turned into a truck bed in the back.
Oh, that's an El Camino.
You sure?
Unless there's another style of car with a truck bed. There might be two. My pops had an El Camino.
Ford
Ranchero, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Big Earn was a Ford
nice.
guy.
I didn't know there was another car out there with the right bed
there?
going on.
Oh, I see it right there, Chief.
Learn something new every day. Drive's all about educating and entertaining.
Was it a 2-seater?
Oh, it's 2-seater, baby, but it had about a foot gap behind the seat behind the actual seat in the back window. Yeah, man. We had that wood grain going on the side of it.
How H-Town of you.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, we got it. All right. This story here is
that vibe right there, man.
Oh yeah, that was clean. I see it. I can see that put together nice here involving this story that was reported. Now there isn't Bobby or CJ or anybody hasn't verified this, but right now it's a report, and reports indicate, Clint, that there was, according to this report, some issues between Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud right off the bat, saying that those two had a heated argument during the pre-draft process, created tensions that eventually contributed to Slowick's firing this offseason. C.J. Stroud and former Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick reportedly got into it in an altercation and had to be separated during Stroud's pre-draft visit in Houston. Per ESPN 97.5, Stroud apparently told other teams his meeting with Houston was terrible.
Oh, my God.
I'll just say this, fellas, and the more I've read and heard this and understand, like, the details of what's being reported, this one is just hard for me to see, and Bobby Slowick just letting somebody have it. And not just somebody, but letting C.J. Stroud have it like this. If this is true, this obviously would then, I think, make the move with Bobby Slowick not just make more sense, but take it into a completely different direction of like, oh, he just got let go because the second season took a step back than it did the first year.
For me, man, this is – look, I don't know to what degree the story's exaggerated or not. I have no idea. But I do know Lance Zierlein is an NFL draft analyst that works for NFL.com, writes for NFL.com. I know him. I don't know him well, but I mean, he's solid stand-up dude. I don't know. He doesn't strike me as a guy that would completely fabricate a story. Now, maybe it was relayed to him a little bit more aggressive than it was, but the story is more of a broad look into what could have went on with C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick, which ultimately, resulted in Bobby Slowick being relieved of his duties. Is, there's a comment and Lance points out that the weird dynamic at Ohio State with C.J. Stroud and the offensive coordinator there. Obviously, the relationship was strained or didn't exist because apparently, supposedly, reportedly.
You're talking about the OC at Ohio State.
Yes, the OC at Ohio State when C.J. Stroud was there. Reportedly, C.J. didn't talk to him. C.J. didn't go to him. C.J. dealt straight with Ryan Day, right? That's odd, abnormal. It seems to not be the ideal situation. To be honest with you. And then it goes into this pre-draft meeting where Bobby Slowick, to some degree, told C.J. Stroud, hey, man, I don't give a damn what you did at Ohio State. This is the NFL. We do things differently. And it's reported separate. Apparently, C.J. Stroud didn't take kindly to it. C.J. Stroud didn't just sit back. C.J. Stroud didn't take kindly to it. They had to be separated. C.J. Stroud then goes on to his next meeting in the pre-draft build-up. He was asked in that meeting, hey, what was the Texans, what was your previous meeting like? He said it was awful, right? So much so to the point where I think, I don't know this for sure, but I think C.J. Stroud even made a comment after being drafted of, I didn't think I was going to the Texans, or I didn't think they liked me, or something to that degree. Again, I don't know how much truth is to it, how much is exaggerated, how much isn't. But I can tell you this. It makes the firing of Bobby Slowick make a lot more sense, just generally speaking. For DeMeco Ryans to hire a guy that's never called plays that he's been joined at the hip with in San Francisco, for that guy to then go out there and roll an offense. This was an offensive-led football team the first year, And for the C.J. Stroud to be as productive as he was and as successful as he was year one, to then move on in a year later in a season where you won 10 games and you went to the division finals, you won your division again, to fire that guy is not as – I don't think it's as easy a move as a lot of fans lay it out to be. Right, and if you look at C.J. Stroud in a nutshell, you look at the box score, the stat sheet for C.J. Stroud over 2 years. I mean, he threw for almost 8,000 odd touchdowns and 17 interceptions in 2 years. There's a pretty solid first 2 years in the league, whether you're looking at winning and losing or you're looking at stats from a quarterback position. So moving on from Bobby Slowick, while I understand where D'Amico can justify it, it still was something that I didn't think would happen. If this is true, if there's any truth to this, it would make sense why D'Amico Ryans would move on and try to better the relationship between him and his quarterback, right? The offense coordinator and his quarterback. Now, move on to what we watched on the field this year. The only thing, this is why if people that listen all the time, I've been absolutely baffled at what we see in a week-in, week-out basis on an NFL football team, right? Baffled what we've seen from the tight end position, from the O-line position, from the quarterback position, from the play caller position. Baffled. And it's more so about the resistance to change than it is what you actually just happen to see on any given Sunday. When you take 8 or 9 weeks and you're still talking about, oh, man, sometimes it takes a while to find your identity, there's a tug-of-war in the building. When your offensive coordinator and your quarterback aren't able to make obvious moves to protect your quarterback better than the Texans did over 8 or 9 weeks, there's an obvious tug-of-war in the building. When Dalton Schultz fails like week 3 or 4, and Kate Stover, blocking true edge defenders, just egregious, lose out in the playoffs of the Kansas City Chiefs, really, in part due to the same things. Like, to me, there's clearly a tug-of-war in that building. This is the first thing I've heard that makes a lot of that, I don't know if it's true or not, but it makes a lot of what we watch this year make sense offensively for the Texans.
Yeah, I think those points that you made, I think, are very real in some space in terms of maybe there was a tug-of-war. They weren't on the same page. I think all of that. Listen, I'm not calling. I don't know Lance. I'm not calling, Lance a liar or anything. I think he came with what he was given. And everything I've known and heard about him is, as you said, stand-up dude. But I mean, none of it smells right. Like one that would be held in. Like we would not. Like this story, none of it. Not even a sneak of it. Not even something we've heard and just don't go to the air with it. Like we ain't heard nothing about this. Other teams knew about it. We heard it. This ain't leaked out one bit until now. That don't smell right. C.J. Stroud, and I'm guessing I'm looking it up. Kevin Wilson was the offensive coordinator at that time at Ohio State.
Ain't got him.
That C.J. Stroud don't seem like the gentleman in college that would just say, "Nah, baby, I'm not dealing with your ass. I'm only dealing with the head coach." That don't sound like C.J. Stroud. To me, full of disrespect, that he would just bypass the coordinator and only deal with Ryan Day. And then, to me, Bobby Slowick ain't never shown, ever. To me, if somebody going to pop off, hell, he had just got the job. Somebody going to pop off like that at the pre-draft thing, having to be held back, having to be separated.
Is Slowick losing it?
First off, Bobby Slowick don't look like, and nothing towards Bobby Slowick don't look like he's ever in his life had to be separated from somebody.
Exactly.
He's
soft-spoken, man.
If you told me Bill O'Brien done this, I got you.
The teapot.
There ain't nothing about him that says, all right, first day on the job, I got the balls. I feel so good. I'm about to stand up here and just let this dude have it. The dude that might be our...
Yeah. To be honest, CJ didn't seem like a guy either.
Yeah, I can see CJ defending himself. Like, I can see CJ like, whoa. But, like...
To be separated?
I mean, none of it. Like, again, like I said, I can't see CJ in college up yours to the offensive coordinator, and I'm just going to talk to – there was never any – again, if that were to happen, I think something would have come out even in the draft thing more. Hell, they talked about the S2 test that he failed or did bad. I think we'd have heard about him being an ass in college or being tough to deal with in college. So, I mean,
it's like, you know what it is also for me, Ron?
This don't pass the smell test whatsoever. All that stuff you sense and the struggles and something, yeah, I believe there's a tug of war somewhere. I don't believe it started with Bobby Slowick cussing out C.J. Stroud in the pre-draft situation. That one's hard for me to
yeah, and you laid that out beautifully. The thing is, there would have had to have been evidence by now for as much as we've been around Bobby Slowick. And if ever there was going to be, it was going to be this season, because there were definitely weeks at times where, to a degree, Bobby Slowick was taking that podium, and there were a lot of questions with this offense. You never heard 1 ounce of, attitude or, pissed offness from Bobby Slowick whenever he was taking those tough questions.
The closest one is, I think I did answer that before, but that's it. Right, that's the closest thing.
I just answered this one also, but
that's the closest thing we've seen. That don't smell right at all. Somebody, if you'd have told me this person said it, if you'd have told me Dana Brown was in the middle of mixing this up, I believe you. I believe that story. If you told me it's Dana Brown, because I want you to hear what Dana Brown had to say about Ryan Presley. If you've not heard Dana Brown talking about the relationship with Ryan Presley, you don't want to miss that. We'll do that and T-Mill's Best Bets. He's on a roll, folks. That's coming up next.
Tyler Miller says he's still real optimistic.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to MLB insider Bob.
class for free at orangetheory.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue rolling here on The Drive. Coming up here in just a bit, as we said, Tyler, what were you, 4 for 4 last night? Oh, you had a push, right?
I had a push, but yeah, 4 for 4.
4 out of 5 with a push. So 4 for 4 with a push. And that comes off his 70+% last week. So he is rolling, so you might want to stay tuned for this one coming up. We'll get his best bets. I think Clint's even been winning some money jumping on with him. So 100% so far this week. So stay tuned for that. All right, so also coming up behind us, Area 45. Important to note is we're going to get into a little bit of Dana Brown in a bit. But coming up behind us, 640, the fellas, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago, they'll have Bob Nightingale, USA Today. He'll join them, and he has been someone who has been reporting a lot on a lot of the Astro things. Bregman, sure, he's got some Presley news, the latest on that. So be listening for that, Bob Nightingale. 2 chains, Bobby. Hotel lobby, Bobby Nightingale in the building with the fellas coming up in just a bit. All right. Ryan Presley, he was traded to the Cubs. He lifted his no-trade clause, and that deal was finally done. And I think what's interesting here is Dana Brown, the general manager, was in depth about the relationship and how it changed with he and Presley, and kind of shed some light into kind of what it was for Ryan Presley throughout the season last year. Here's Dana Brown on the relationship with his former closer.
I think the relationship took a slightly different turn. Anytime you take a major league player out of a role where they feel comfortable, I think it's going to fracture your relationship some. I think we continue to communicate. He was a true professional, and I, kept it real as a true professional myself. And so ultimately, I wouldn't say it was the same as when we first met. There was some frustration, which I would totally understand from a competitor. You're moving a guy at a position who felt like he didn't deserve to lose his job. And, because you acquired, another elite closer like a Hader. And so, the whole purpose in doing all that was to really lock down the back end. And so I know in his heart of hearts, he wanted to close.
When my man Dana says, of course, man, he was a professional, but I kept it real too. As a professional, I mean, what does keep it real mean for Dana?
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
Because what I'm hearing, Dana, is, I was good at first. Then, of course, you made the move, and you kept it real, which to me seems like I'm just with him. And you kept it real, and now, it wasn't as good moving forward. Like, this thing shook up and wasn't as good moving forward. Like, it feels like, because it felt like Dana, and you're right, Dana gonna keep it real. It seems like that's one thing we've learned. He gonna keep it real. Felt like he kept it real with Dusty. Didn't seem like that Dusty appreciated that, keeping it real. We've heard him keep it real with other things, and he's keeping it real with this. It just seems like that keeping it real, or however real he kept it, added to whatever went down between him and Ryan Presley, and as he said, the relationship took a turn from where it was at first.
I got a couple of things here. Look, Dana Brown is one of those guys that I would imagine his keeping it real comes across as really egotistical and really arrogant. I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying his style, his vibe, his tone, it comes across as real arrogant when he's talking to the media. I wonder if that is how it comes across to the players as well. He doesn't strike me as a guy that changes, that puts on.
It comes across to me like, I'm running the show.
Yeah, I'm running the show. I'm the end all be all. Which look, he's a general manager. Ultimately, he is. It's not that approach, that vibe, that tone is not typically real well received by players, and especially players when you're letting them know that you signed Josh Hader and he's going to now be the closer, and you're going to bump up to be a setup man, no matter what your playoff been for the Astros over their years of making these runs. And I'm going to be honest with you, Ron. For me, this is one that I would rather – I typically like transparency. I typically greatly appreciate transparency. As an Astros fan, this is one of them that I wish Dana Brown would have kept to himself.
Yeah, we didn't need to hear this.
Well, for me, it's more about, like, I can vividly remember feeling some kind of way about Ryan Presley stinking up the joint this past year. I can vividly remember the facial expressions of, like, this dude's miserable. Like, this dude is either really in a bad spot with his performance, which now we know it seems like he was probably really in a bad spot before he ever took the bump. He was in a bad spot with the organization.
It's not ideal.
I just now that Ryan's gone, I would have rather he just ride off in the sunset to Chicago and do his thing than the general manager tell us that, hey, look, man, the relationship was fractured all year long.
I kept it real.
He didn't like the fact.
Myself.
Yeah, he didn't like the fact that Josh Hader came in here and became the closer. And so now I look at all that this past year, I look at Presley different. I see that situation totally different. Now, maybe I was naive from jump to even think that wasn't the case from jump. But I just thought, hey, man, our boy Joe Espada told us that they all took it well. They had conversations. They took it well. And then, Josh clearly didn't have a problem with it. And I just thought that maybe Presley just, getting older, maybe. Boy, I have a hard time right now not looking at it like, hey, man, Presley was pissed off and not in the right frame of mind to go out there and do his job.
It seems like the competitor in him was ticked off to begin with. Just because you're a competitor, man, you don't want nobody else coming in and taking your gig. And then you go and give up your gig, and it almost seems like maybe that thing just didn't go smooth.
Right.
And it wasn't. Because, like, when he says keep it real, like them days over the weekend we were hearing, hey, we don't hit the balls in Ryan Presley's court.
Is he going to wave it?
I wonder what that keeping it real was going like during the trade conversations. I wonder during that, I wonder how
fractured relationship.
Yeah. I wonder how keeping it real it was. And I'm telling you what, right now, damn it, I cannot wait till that microphone hits Ryan Presley in wherever they are in Florida.
It feels huge.
No, in Mesa, Arizona. Damn it, they're in Mesa, Arizona. I cannot wait to see if Ryan Presley's got some words.
I'm with you.
Because he talking like this. I'm certain Ryan's probably.
Brian will probably take the high road.
I bet you.
He'll probably take the high road.
I bet you his wife wouldn't.
His mama won't. Hey, on the Dana Brown note, am I the only one that notices the real struggles with the word comfortable and available?
Are those struggle words for him? I've never noticed it. Let me hear it. I didn't notice it.
We've talked internally about, him still being available. And so we are definitely in our front office.
The other one's comfortable.
Comfortable. Is that one?
That was Bregman. The other one's Presley.
Available? Yeah, I got that. I got that one. Yeah, I hear you, man. Maybe there's some words he's got to really focus on, like ask. Me as
we
one.
Can relate. Well, you just changed the whole spelling up on that one.
Ask.
I think he really.
Sometimes I'll bring an axe in there. Sometimes I will. When I get to flowing.
Just don't go to
fast.
swinging that thing now.
Yeah, don't swing it. Yeah, just want to ask you a question. So they got to really focus into that. All right, let's hear him. Let's get him. T-Mill's best bets. He's on a roll. He's on a heater, ladies and gentlemen. So go ahead and make a little cash. Clint's made some cash, piggybacking off of Tyler. As we said yesterday, he had 5 bets. He pushed one but hit the other 4. What are your best bets tonight?
Yes, gonna stick with the NBA because, well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And going back to last Monday, so a week plus one, guys, I'm hitting 77% of my best bets. This is free money right here. This is cash in your pocket, Drive family. So listen up, get your pens and pencils ready. And if you miss anything, you can go check out my Twitter at @TMillReal.